Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The October 17, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We make an announcement at every meeting that we do have a state-of-the-art sprinkler system in the council chambers, so if alarms should activate, please leave the council chambers and assemble outside on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property, and employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. We have no reason to believe that will ever take place, but it's a caution that we like to advise our constituents about. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Bonnie Polly, Christ Episcopal Church, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. We give you thanks and praise, O Lord, for this wonderful city of ours, and especially for the recognition of all people this morning. We also give you thanks for each member of this city council, especially for Councilman Larry. Give each one the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people, strengthen their efforts to blot out ignorance and prejudice, and to abolish poverty and crime, and hasten the day when all people are united with dignity and in peace. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and we made this announcement before, but I have to make it again, I guess. I bet the mayor of Reno, Bob Cashel, on the UNLV-UNR football game, and the Rebels let me down. So it cost me a couple $100 for the Boosters Club. I had to send them a bottle of Corona wine. I did not get my Bombay Sapphire, and I have to wear this shirt, which is a horrible thing to do. But tomorrow we're going to be announcing that Friday is going to be Rebel Red Day, and we're going to celebrate the UNLV Rebels and the homecoming for our football team, and we'll make it all up at that time. So I just want people to know not to be worried. I am true blue. Oh no, I am true red Rebel fan. Okay, all right. This is the ceremonial portion, as I said, and our first item will be the recognition of our October Employee of the Month. I'd like to ask Larry Hausness, the Director of Field Operations, to please join us up here, and I'm proud to announce that the October Employee of the Month is Chris Finberg. Chris, would you come forward? Hi, Chris. Good seeing you. Chris is a construction management coordinator with the Department of Field Operation and has been with the city since 1989. Shortly after joining the city, Chris became one of just 3 employees responsible for the initiation and implementation of a preventative maintenance program for residential roadways. This type of program proved to be very successful and reduced costs by 75% over historical approaches. The success of the program led to it being expanded to include major roadways, and in the near future will include sidewalks and city-owned parking lots. All of these programs have been administered in a manner that minimized disruption to area residents, motorists, and businesses. The expertise Chris gained from overseeing this program helped the city in preparing for the inaugural Las Vegas Grand Prix last spring, and Chris was able to provide critical support to not only meet schedule requirements, but to do so with significant cost savings. On behalf of the entire City Council, we would like to congratulate you on being named the October 2007 Employee of the Month, and along with the plaque, which is right here, Chris, you'll receive a gift certificate to Andres for two, and I know you get something more than that.
Oh, I got a check.
And you got the check already. Very good. I knew it wasn't in the mail. That's one good thing.
Exactly.
Very good.
It's in hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and member of the council. I'm very pleased to have Chris here to be honored like this. As the write-up mentions, he's just done an outstanding job of getting the biggest bang for the buck for the city, and it was really exhibited when he did the work for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. If it hadn't have been for him and his crew, I don't think we would have been able to pull it off. As a matter of fact, our friends in Public Works, Jorge Savan, is actually seconded the nomination when we put it forward. So just shows the great teamwork it does. I'm very proud to have Chris a member of our team, and he just does a bang-up job for the city day in and day out.
Terrific thing. Thank you. Chris, would you like to say anything? No?
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, Chris says, thank you very much. You made a few words, but of great action. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For our next item, we'd like to recognize the Senior of the Quarter. To assist in making this presentation, would Betty Evans, who is the Chair of the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, please join us? Betty is our new Chair. We see each other already so fast. Here we go. Right, that's excellent.
I actually saw the mayor yesterday at a function, and I promised him I was going to be pestering him. So he said I wasn't a pest.
No, you're not.
But I am Betty, and I'm here today to honor the Senior of the Quarter. And I live out west of here, so it took us forever to get here today.
What does that mean?
Forever and ever. Ward 2. Thank you. Sue Pappas works at the Veterans Memorial Leisure Services Center, and she recommended Jean for this award because of what Jean does at that gym. So I want Jean, would you come on up here with me? Yes.
Work. I don't know what I'm going to do from now. I got a hip that went out on me a couple of days ago.
We're going to take care of you. So can you come on up here?
Okay, thank you.
And then you can hold on to that.
Okay,
Okay? Okay. Turn around.
around this way.
Yeah.
Out here, Jim. There you go. Get you on TV.
Face the crowd.
A little bit more.
We're in good shape. We're in good shape.
Jean was a natural bodybuilder until about the age of 72, when the cancer in his spine affected him. But instead of giving up, Jean does everything that he can to keep going. And he comes to the gym almost every day and works out. And when he's working out, he's using the equipment that we have there. And he saw people that were using that equipment incorrectly. So he said, I can help. I know how to do this. I want to volunteer to help our clients. So what he did is he started teaching everyone how to use the equipment correctly so you don't get injured, and how to have the best benefits for that. And about a year ago, there was the Senior Olympics here in Las Vegas, and a group of us decided that we wanted to train for those Olympics. And so Gene came in and he helped us. He taught us how to do push-ups. He taught us how to do sit-ups, how to press weight, how to do leg lifts, and to do it right. And guess what? Every one of us that went we won a gold medal in our age category. So that says, so we want to thank Gene today for all that he does for us, and we have a plaque here signed by all these wonderful people.
Thank you
for
very
you.
kindly.
You're welcome.
I'd like to say a couple of words. I've contributed some to there, but the organization, unbeknown to them, have contributed a lot more to me. They have kept me going. It's given me something to work for, to live for, and I would meet friends. And I came here from Kansas City not knowing anybody and nothing of interest to do, and they have filled the bill, and I definitely appreciate it.
We need you to turn around one more time. One more time. A little bit more. She's going to take a picture.
Oh, okay.
I would like to ask the people that are here from Veterans Memorial to stand up and give Gene a hand. Yep.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you much.
And if any of you know a senior that you think is doing an outstanding job, please submit that senior for volunteer of the next quarter. So there is a form that you can get from Neighborhood Services, and we'd love to have you nominate your favorite senior.
Betty, that's great. You did a good job as the chair. Excellent job. For our next item, we have a very special presentation from David Fraser, Executive Director of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. Dave, would you join us, please? This is unbelievable. I don't know whether I'll be able to take it home. Unbelievable award. This is unbelievable. Is this for me?
We'll try to, we'll work on that.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here, and let me just shake a couple more hands here. As the Mayor indicated, my name is David Fraser. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. Our President, Kurt Chaffin, would love to have been here in person, but he does send his warm regards to Larry and you, Mr. Mayor, and the rest of the City Council. What we have here is the Public Official of the Year Award, which the Nevada League of Cities awards annually to someone who really exhibits outstanding leadership and outreach among our members. This year's winner, as you may have guessed if you read the agenda, is Councilman Larry Brown. Larry, and just a quick word, Larry, of course, Councilman Brown, of course, won the award not only for all the great things he does for the city of Las Vegas, but moreover, for the tremendous things that he does statewide. He really typifies what the mission of the League of Cities is, and that is to provide outstanding quality public service and also to provide unity of action among our members. And Councilman Brown just does such an outstanding job of building those relationships, of reaching out to others across governmental boundaries. And it's just really an honor for us that he serves on our board of directors. And with that, Larry brought a small token of our appreciation. So, Mayor, if you'll take the mic, I'll award that to Councilman Brown.
All right, that's terrific. Does he get to keep that?
Do I get a check? I get a check.
That's great. Congratulations. That's great. Here we go.
Thank you, David. Mayor, there's no Bombay in there, so I don't know what we're going to do. David, thank you and the league staff for all you do, certainly for the city of Las Vegas, but as importantly, statewide. Recently at the league conference up in Winnemucca, Nevada, we gathered and as a group and, as you said, a unified voice, and it's important that people understand this Nevada League of Cities. Vegas is certainly perceived as the big guy on the block, But when you get into this forum where you're dealing with some small towns and cities and municipalities that maybe have 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people in their entire agency, population-wise, you look for the commonality. You look for how different cities are the same. And fortunately, we have David and his staff that bring all these differences together to create a unified voice, which is important not only at the state level legislatively, but just from a communication standpoint. It's amazing to find out that the challenges of small towns are no different from the challenges of big cities. And that certainly has been an experience that I've enjoyed. Secondly, thank you to Dr. Selby, the city manager's office, many of you in this room, Ted Olivas, Chris Knight, that once again demonstrate as elected officials, we can only be as good as the staff that gives us the information, the professionals that prep us and brief us and educate us often. And I mean that sincerely, Doug, that you and your staff should share in this award. The city is well represented, each and every department, and certainly at the state level and with the League of Cities. Likewise, I would like to share this award with my colleagues. You can certainly take the names here, and especially this year's award winner, you could scratch that out, and sincerely I mean that you could put any one of your names on there. I accept this award on behalf of the entire council. Like I said with staff, I'm only as good as the rest of my council, and everything that I've accomplished in Ward 4 or the public service that we provide, I think mirrors each and every one of you. And again, I mean that sincerely. This award is certainly an honor, but it's as good of a reflection on our city council as a whole. Finally, as a public servant and public service, I think my council will agree with me, I really need to thank my family. This wonderful world of public service, we often are seen in the newspaper, be it criticism or praise, but behind the scenes, without that foundation of support at home and the understanding of the late hours and all the things we go through, we couldn't even have the opportunity to serve the general public in Las Vegas. So I certainly thank my family. Hopefully they'll catch this on a rerun. They'll get some brownie points coming into the holidays. But David, thank you again. Thank you for everyone that made this possible. And I accept on behalf of our city council and the city of Las Vegas. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great. Great speech. Great. Thank you so much. That's terrific. Thank you. And Councilman, I'm going to take you up on your offer. We'll scratch out your name and put mine in there. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. Very proud of you. Okay, for our next two items, Councilman Reese will recognize two important health initiatives in our community. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our first one would be to recognize Flu Awareness Week. I'd like to ask Dr. Larry Sands, who is our Chief Health Officer, and Bonnie Sorensen, Director of Nursing Services, both with the Southern Nevada Health District, to come forward, please. Hi, Bonnie. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? Flu Awareness Week takes place from October 15th through October 19th. It is very important that our community is educated about flu prevention and the steps that can be taken to help prevent the flu. 1 in 5 people will get the flu this year, which will lead to more than 30,000 deaths and 200,000 hospitalizations in the United States annually. In recognition of Flu Awareness Week, the Southern Nevada Health District wants to emphasize the importance of taking a few simple precautions to prevent the flu. These include getting vaccinated, washing your hands often, and using hand sanitizer, among other things. The Health District is also urging everyone to have a plan in place to deal with a possible flu pandemic, and we do have a proclamation from the mayor and the rest of the city council declaring this week as Flu Prevention Week in the city of Las Vegas. Dr. Sands.
Well, thank you very much for recognizing Flu Prevention Week, Awareness Week. Our message is very simple. Right now, we're getting into the beginning of annual flu season. It usually stretches anywhere from as late October, sometimes into May every year. And this is the time of year that we really work hard to see that particularly people who are most risk for the severe complications and hospitalizations and even death due to flu and pneumonia get their vaccinations in October, as well as to make sure other people in our community get their vaccinations, even if they don't have a high risk, so that they can't so that they don't get the flu and transmit it to people who are most at risk. And the other reason for that, too, is that flu and pneumonia contributes a tremendous amount of hospital admissions during the winter months. And as you know, we have very tight hospital bed situation here across southern Nevada. And so anything we can do to help reduce the number of admissions into our hospitals is also going to benefit everybody. So again, get your flu shots. Thank you.
I just want to reemphasize what Dr. Sands said, that I think it's a responsibility of all of us as a member of a community to protect those that are less vulnerable. And even when they get a vaccination, they don't always, because of their immune systems, develop good immunity. So in order to really protect them, all of us have to get vaccinated to protect our loved ones around us who don't have the same immune systems that we do. So it's your community responsibility to get vaccinated.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sands. Bonnie?
Thank you.
The next one is, I'd like to recognize the Society for Respiratory Care. I would like to declare this a week for that. I'd like to have Lavelle Henderson, the president, Pam Bigelow, Gerard Marshall, past president, one of my active neighborhood association members, and John Steinmetz, delegate, Laurie Johnson, Connie Small, and Bonnie Weaver to come forward, please.
Welcome. Welcome. Nice to have you all here. Welcome. Thank you.
The respiratory health in the workplace and the community by increasing awareness of lung health issues. And I got to tell you, I've been dealing with this kind of a problem my whole life. And I sat down and I talked to this gentleman here for a few minutes before the meeting, and there's a lot of things that we can do to help us breathe easier. And it's really good to be able to be aware of this, to help those that are less fortunate from us to have those machines and stuff that we can have to help us breathe. And so we would like to present this proclamation today from the mayor, the rest of the city council, declaring this Respiratory Care Week.
Present it to Lavelle.
The Respiratory Society really thanks you, and we want to hope to be inspirational to all of you for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming up. That's great. For our final item, Councilwoman Tarkanian will recognize some local business owners on their company's 10th anniversary. Councilwoman.
God, you guys.
I can't wait.
There's not enough cakes.
I can't wait.
There's not enough cakes.
They have been talking about nothing but cakes since the minute we entered this room.
There's not enough. There's only 3.
Oh, my gosh. The mayor gets his first, and he'll probably take all 3. For our final agenda item, on the ceremonial portion of today's agenda, our City Council is honoring the 10th year anniversary of a locally homegrown business started by 2 women from Las Vegas, Dina Tripp and Debbie Sweats. While working at average corporate jobs, these 2 mothers dreamed of being entrepreneurs and working for themselves. Starting Nothing Bundt Cakes out of their own kitchens, they combined one's cake recipe with the other's frosting recipe to come up with what we know as the magnificent Bundt cake. Many Las Vegans know it and love it, and I might add, are powerless against it. After working very hard to make their first store in West Sahara a success, they soon opened another store in the Valley. 10 years later, with their local sales averaging over $1 million a year, Nothing Bundt Cakes has opened franchises in northern Nevada, California, and Arizona, and with many more stores to come. In spite of their successes, these two ladies have not forgotten the community that has helped them to grow. They have donated a substantial amount of time, effort, and finances, as well as countless number of their cakes, to local charities and organizations, including Make-A-Wish Foundation, the Fireman's Fund, Opportunity Village, and many more. In short, Dina and Debbie have turned Nothing Bundt Cakes into a thriving business where businesses can sometimes have a very short life and where it is often difficult for women to succeed. To recognize your hard work, we'd like to have you come up here, please. Well, that goes to show you the stomach took over the aesthetics of the trophy.
Oh, man.
There's your butt cake. Yes.
You have to hold that high so they can see that.
You see this? You see this? You know, wait a second. Forget about that trophy.
Dina and Debbie, to recognize your hard work and your generosity in giving back to the community, the City Council members today proclaim Wednesday, October 17th, 2007, Nothing Bundt Cake Day, and would like to give you this proclamation that declares this that day and honors you.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you very much for having us. It's an honor. It's been a pleasure to be a part of the Las Vegas community, and we wanted to make sure that not only did you get some Bombay Sapphire, but you had a glass to go with it.
I mean, I'm going to skip this council meeting.
But
It's 5 o'clock someplace.
I'd like to thank Councilwoman Tarkanian for bringing us in as part of your ward, and also thank Mayor Goodman and his wife. They were among our very first customers. And also, we'd like to thank our staff and families and the community, because without the Las Vegas community, we're unemployed. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
We may want a picture.
Really, Carolyn wanted me to say especially about it. Really.
You may want to have a picture taken here with the mayor and the cakes. And
Can I take this shirt off?
I would think you can.
I have to keep it on?
Did you promise all day?
No, it's coming off very soon. As soon as I have my drink.
A picture? Okay.
That's great.
Can we all get in here?
Oh, here, I'll do that.
Great.
Thank you.
Terrific. Congratulations.
Thanks, and
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Larry. Thanks. That's it. That's it. Somebody get the house girl in the front.
You wanna?
Okay.
Okay, so let's see how we're doing. We got through this pretty fast.
That's great. Good morning. Yes. Yeah, sure. If you move for that, that's fine. No problem. Okay. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call our regular agenda now, item number 11. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 51 is a work card appeal, Cynthia L. Estevello Robles. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 60 is R712007. The applicant's asked that to be held in abeyance until our 11/7/2007 meeting. And item number 64, 2007, number -50. Councilman Wolfson requested that to be held in abeyance until our November the 7th meeting, 2007. Is there any other items we need to be forward at this time, council members? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these three items forward, take appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. You can't see me?
Can't see.
That's a good thing.
We maybe slide that. Thank you, sir.
You set this down there.
Right there in the front. Yeah.
Right here?
It's great. You're the greatest. Good.
It's still in the way.
Okay, we'll put it in a place that it won't be as obtrusive until we call that item. Item number 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference to the regular City Council meeting of September 19th, 2007. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
No addition or deletion. Your Honor, make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 13 through 42 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? Mr. Green?
Yes, Your Honor. If you could postpone item number 16, I'd like to request that the council impose some conditions on the use of that funds.
Okay, we'll call that as soon as we have a motion on the remaining items. Yes,
Mr. Mayor, I would like to pull number 20.
All right, 16 and 20. Very good. All right, anybody else? All right, may I have a motion as to the remainder?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion for approval of items 13 through 42 with exceptions of 16 and 20 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll call item 16.
Your Honor, with respect to that,
I have to read it into the record, Mr. Green.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. Item 16 is approved authorizing staff to explore and acquire property for a potential city facility within the city of Las Vegas and to open escrow in an amount not to exceed $1 million. This is in Ward 5. Yes, sir.
The thought behind that is that the staff should be able to open up an escrow on a potential pending item that would later be brought to council for full approval, but in the meantime, to secure the property, they'd be authorized to have $1 million put as an earnest money deposit. So I think that should have some use restrictions on that as a condition of approval. Number one, that it be used for that purpose, to secure a transaction until council can consider it, and if council rejected it, there would be a full refund of the $1 million. And two, occasionally, staff needs to go in and examine property prior to presenting it to councils to examine it, do architectural studies and engineering studies to see the condition of the property. And in order to do so, we need to secure any damages or something that might be caused to the property owner. The staff generally doesn't have any authority to post that kind of a bond or cash to secure that property. So I would ask that that be the second use condition, that it could also be used for that purpose to post as security for staff to enter into a site and to examine the property, and it would secure against any damages that staff might cause in so doing.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Green. Any questions of Mr. Green? All right, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor.
Wrong button. Yes, Mayor, I would like to move for approval subject to staff's conditions of this item.
All right, very good. Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. What did you say, Mr. Mayor?
There's a motion to approve with the staff's recommendations. All right, post, please. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll call item number 20 now. Item 20 is approval of a new restricted gaming license for 15 slots, subject to confirmation of approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission. Amir Ramo and Ahmad Binna, doing business as Corner Store at 2558 South Valley View Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. Yes, Councilwoman?
I'd like to have this item held for 2 weeks, please.
All right, there's a motion to obey this for 2 weeks. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Thanks a million. Great. Okay. Item 43 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for mitigation abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 371 Maydell Place. The property owner is David H. Meehan, and this is in Ward 3. Is Mr. Smith here? Mr. Devin Smith? Has he been advised of the change as far as the calendar is concerned? All right, Mr. Harson, will you be able to cover this? Yeah, I think that's probably in our best interest to trail these matters until Mr. Smith gets here, so, okay. Just want to make sure that that bundt cake is still there. Okay. Mr. Smith, is it possible to show it again, or? Yes, let's replay this. I called item number 43, which concerns 371 Maydell Place.
Excuse me, Mayor and Council. Sorry, I was clarifying some information
No
with
problem.
my staff. So.
No problem. We just wanted to have the video up there while you make your presentation. Take your time. Take your time. It's a public hearing, and it's now declared open.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of this is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken, nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired CW Enterprises to install rock landscaping front, side, and rear yards. There was no irrigation, included weed barrier under rock. Install screen security bars, remove refuse, waste, trash, debris, litter, and metal coverings by driveway, remove vegetation, dead, dry, and overgrown. To date, there have been 40 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of 2005 was $40,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses for the mitigation abatement completed by C&W Enterprises in the amount of $10,061.50, and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Yes, sir.
All right.
Are you Mr.?
I'm Dave Meehan.
You're the property owner?
I'm the property owner.
Yes, sir.
I was a mortgage holder before I was a property owner. And as the mortgage holder, the previous owner didn't pay his payments, and he signed it over to me to protect his credit. I've had the property about 2 years. In this 2 years, there was an ongoing problem with the city and the condition of the property. And to relieve that, I went in and painted the property, the outside, painted the interior, scraped all the walls. Tore off the old roof, put on a new roof, and took a tractor and ran in the front yard, made grade, removed trees, one that you saw in the front photograph, which was a month before the abatement. Now here's where the problem comes in. Kelly Oliveras, before I say this, I want to say the pictures that you saw that were a little rough were inside of the backyard where I knocked a tree down. and the inside of the backyard was surrounded by a 6-foot fence. And inside the backyard, you saw some limbs off the tree in a pile. You saw some materials that I had out of the kitchen, and maybe some other things I don't recall. It's probably unimportant. All right. When I talked to Kelly Oliveros, she said if I painted the property, she would sign this property off. That was okay with her. Kelly Oliveros left her post, and another person came in her place and wanted landscaping. Okay, I went over and got a tractor. There were some older trees out front that I don't like. They were elm. I removed them. I left the palm trees in and put, I made grade. In other words, I leveled the dirt so that it was attractive grade. Filled in holes that had settled over a period of time. That is a house from the 60s. And filled them in and moved it around until it was what I thought was an attractive grade. After I painted it and did the interior. Okay, I thought the house looked Jim Dandy. The outside was blow sand, and I went and bought grass seed for the place, which they immediately took from me. Okay, give you the setting. This house is located near Bonanza and 25th Street, a little even closer to 20th. Across the street from me is the projects. And the government projects, some little devils in there, they see fit to throw rocks at me and do things. And it's, the back of the house faces an alley, and they like to break in. It's been a problem house for the city for a problem. I've tried to eliminate this. I thought I was free of any problems when I did the front. If they'll show a picture of the front.
I don't know whether we're able to do that.
Okay, if you're not. Okay, the picture, there wasn't one weed, one paper, one nothing. That tree stump that you saw there was the one I removed, and I don't know if it was gone at the time of the abatement. My memory won't serve me on that. But anyway, the front of the house looked Jim Dandy, and it was painted. Okay, the ugliness that you saw in there was inside of my 6-foot fence. Okay, we got a picture. Okay, you can see the landscaping. There you see the tree I removed, and there's some of it left there to take away. And the house is painted. This is okay, that right there belongs to the city. I can't do anything with it. Now we're in the backyard. We see this ugliness. This is the tree I cut down on the left of you there, and those are the city, or those are the kitchen articles that I was working on as I remodeled the kitchen. Okay, I have also a complaint about the block wall, but I think I got it covered there. I'll go into my complaint. Okay, when I came, there's another picture of the front. I thought, other than the trees there, that probably were a lot more gone than that at the time of the abatement, because it's a month-old picture. Okay, getting back to what I'm doing here, the side doesn't belong to me. That's the city's. I couldn't do much there. All right, now, when I came back, the tractor was sitting in my yard, and I was shocked that my rear fence had been removed, exposing my property to the alley. And I was also shocked that I had rock in my backyard and had it landscaped. I didn't want my backyard landscaped. I wanted it in dirt. I didn't want rear fence removed. And they're going to tell you it was dilapidated. That's the jazzy word they use. The fence was a 6-foot tall picket fence with pickets on it. And facing the alley, people have beat on it and hammered on it, and it had 0 holes in it that I recall, nowhere to walk through that fence. And because the people were so bad in that area, a lot of home invasion problems, I went out and had garage doors behind the 6-foot fence. The 6-foot fence to the public with the pickets is what they saw. You saw the inside of my backyard, which I considered private and only for me to see. I'm trying to secure it with those garage doors because the people over there, the home invasions are unbelievable. I have several houses in Las Vegas, and I can't keep the public from invading my property and my cars. I mean, that's another subject. But anyway, I thought I didn't deserve, okay, I'll start at the point where I observed this. I came back after 3 days, And when I came up, I saw the rock in my front yard. Not the end of the world. I saw my mailbox removed. I saw my hose in the front removed. I saw the plywood in front of the garage door that I used to keep the burglars out removed. I saw the, I said the water hose. Okay, when I went around to the side, where you saw some of that block wall, I had a steel gate. And the steel gate was laying on the ground. The block wall had been hit by a tractor. Obviously, when he put the rock in, he ran into it because he was trying to get close to the wall to spread the rock, in my opinion, and hit it. And it hit it so hard it fractured the wall clear down the foundation just on that one area. That's the only place I complained about. I put my hand on the top of the block wall and the rock back and forth. It was so fragile, probably indicating why they didn't put the gate back up. I also observed my backyard being stripped of my kitchen appliances, and also I observed that they had removed the tree branches and things, which was a good thing. Keeps me from having to do it, but I figured in my backyard, if I drop a tree and have some branches in it, that's my business. The appliances from my kitchen were taken from me, so I wasn't happy with the wall being broken, my fence laid down, and this. So my complaint is I'd like to have some kind of a settlement. They're going to say that I abandoned the house. I could not abandon the house with all this work I did, and being there all the time to strip roofs and put new roofs on myself, scrape all the walls of their old
We
paint.
understand that.
Okay, you understand that. It took a lot of time to do that much work.
Correct.
And I was supposed to be signed off when I did this. And I thought it was a violation of my privacy to go in my backyard and landscape it. I think it was wrong to landscape it. They didn't put gravel, they put big rocks in my backyard. I don't want it. Most of all, I missed my rear fence. Since their judgment was that that rear fence was hurting the property, once that rear fence was removed, the people are turning around in my backyard that come down in the alley. The transients are using crowbars on there. I have to hire security to keep them out. I don't know what the solution is. Maybe we can call another meeting. But I have where they hit the block wall, they say, well, we can't absolutely say that that we ran into this. I can say absolutely they ran into it because I found the chips out of the wall laying on the top of their grade. And 3 days before that, I was there with a guy named Chris, who I may want to bring in if we extend the meeting. Nobody believes me. Who was there when we opened that gate, and that wall was intact. That wall would not support the gate after they were there. That was where my head is at on this.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Meehan? All right, folks, at public hearing, would anyone like to be heard on this matter?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Consistent with the third act of Hamlet, methinks the applicant doth protesteth too much. You can expedite this meeting if that's your intent by recovering the costs and instituting proceedings to remedy the situation. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to be heard at the public hearing? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Do you have any comments you'd like to make, Mr. Smith, regarding Mr. Meehan's presentation?
Yes, Mr. Meehan and I have had many, many conversations. I've been on site several times prior to us doing the mitigation on the property. As seen in the video, the wall is dilapidated. It's got a big hump in it. It's ready to fall over. It needed to be repaired before, and it still actually needs to be repaired. We don't believe that the contractor did back a tractor into. There's no evidence of that. We have been out there, walked the site with him through the previous officer, through this. Like I said, we probably have 50 to 60 hours of man hours into this project, trying to get him to clean this property. And we still have an issue with he has a person living in the residence with no power. And that we've notified him that the person cannot be in there and cannot be living there. So he has informed me that the person is no longer living there.
Oh, that's a separate issue, though. That's a separate
Correct.
issue.
So it's just an ongoing problem.
All right.
I would like to address his comment.
Well, the only comment that he made is one that we're not going to pay attention to. About the wall, what do you have to say about the wall? He's saying that he doesn't believe that the evidence would support the contractor causing the damage in the wall. We believe that the contractor did. We understand that.
And I have the chips out of the wall, 2 witnesses, if we want to come back to a different meeting, if no one believes me. I know
It's not a question of believing you or not. That's not what's at issue here.
I've said my say.
No one's calling you saying that you're not telling the truth.
They're saying that there's no evidence.
It's just a disagreement as to whether or not the contractor caused the damage in the wall.
Yeah,
You
if
say
they
he
would
did.
like to send
You
someone
said he
out
did.
to inspect it that's neutral, I would appreciate it.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The fence, the wooden fence that was on the east side of the property, I'm not sorry, the west side of the property and the south side of the property, I've been by there many, many times. And to me, it was a wonder that the fence was even still standing. It was an old redwood fence, the post had been broke off. The garage doors you had sitting in the back of it looked to me like they was going to knock the fence over. I've been back there in that alley. We are going to make that alley one way as soon as the construction is done at the other end of the alley. That is part of Mesquite. The fence, like I say, it was a hazard. It was a hazard for the kids walking back and forth there along the sidewalk. It could have fell on them at any time. It was terrible. The appliances, the appliances, Devin, do you feel like those appliances that was removed at this location was the appliances that had been taken out of the house and replaced, or appliances that was out of the house while he was refurbishing the house?
They appeared that they had been sitting out there for many, many years. They were discolored by the sun, dirt, debris, water stains all inside of them. So we believe that they had been outside for quite some time and that there was no intent to save them.
There has been a lot of graffiti, graffiti on the fences that we've had to go out there with or without the permission and remove it because of what the graffiti insinuated. I've had many, many calls through my office about this property. It has been a hazard, and I'm glad to see it may not be what Mr. Meehan wanted, but it is a lot better than what it was originally, and I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, Your Honor.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 44 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition and assess civil penalties located at 224 West Baltimore Avenue. The property owner is Johnson Developer LLC. This is in Ward 3.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. Purpose and background is the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired ADS Environmental and Construction to demolish the structure, removing refuse, waste, trash, debris, vegetation, and posted no trespassing, no dumping, no vehicle signs on site. On June 12, 2007, an asbestos survey was conducted by CAMAIR. To date, there have been 19 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of May 2006 was $79,706. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $14,814.60 for work completed by CAMAIR and ADS Environmental and Construction, and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the County Treasurer.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the owner of the property here, Johnson, that's Johncyn, Development LLC? All right, it's a public hearing. Does anyone wish to be heard?
Good evening, public here. This is Devin Smith. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. You need to expedite the meetings, as attested to by your 8 a.m. call for RDA, which apparently doesn't say any time with these kind of items. My recommendation is recover the costs, remedy the situation in an official manner as soon as possible. Thank you.
You know, that's a good idea. I would like to expedite the meetings, and I really want to find out from my city attorney about a public hearing where the public can come up and talk about something that really isn't in their neighborhood, that they have no knowledge of. I really want you to tell me whether or not we have to give the public the opportunity to speak on those particular issues.
I'll be glad to brief you on that, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Item 45 is a public hearing to consider... I got to take care of 44 first. I got to take care of 44 first. Okay, please.
Your Honor, again, I want to thank staff. This item and the item before this was both about in the same condition, and it is a blight. It's a blight in our neighborhood. To me, it points our finger at those council people that represent the areas that these blights are in, and we have to have these public hearings. I understand that, but I just want to thank staff for being able to go out there, allowing us to do what we're doing, and that is remove this blight out of a neighborhood. And again, Devin, thank you very much to your staff.
Thank you.
I would move to follow staff's recommendation on this item also.
All right, thanks. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 45 is a public hearing to consider the reported expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned property and assess civil penalties located at 1320 South Las Vegas Boulevard. The property owner is LV Flatiron LLC, and this is in Ward 3.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the condition of this property was a public hazard and attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired CW Enterprises to board and secure any windows, doors, and/or openings that were open and accessible. Remove all refuse, waste, including all wind-blown trash, debris, paper, plastic bottles, clothing, etc. Cut back or remove overgrown vegetation. Remove graffiti, all posted advertisements. All signage from property to include Aloha Laundry, sign located on south side of parking lot, and post no vehicles, no trespassing, no dumping signs on site. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date, December 2004, was $1,475,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses for the abatement completed by CW Enterprises in the amount of $7,308, and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the County Treasurer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Public hearing, folks, if anyone wants to be heard. Property owner here by any chance? All right.
Remind the council that I don't make the agendas. You said it's a public hearing.
Public hearing.
Yeah. Thank Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Recover the cost and remedy the situation. It's quite simple. You're the official leadership. Go and do it. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. This is Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. And again, this is not only in our neighborhood, but this is on Las Vegas Boulevard, one of the busiest streets in the city of Las Vegas. And you can see what we have here. So again, thanks staff. Make a motion to follow staff's recommendation on this item also, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. And Councilman Brown has a comment.
Your Honor, if I could ask the Attorney's Office and perhaps Mr. Smith, I'd like to be briefed over the next few weeks on one of the items before us. I understand the abatement and the removal of attractive nuisances, but I'm interested in how far we go in someone's backyard as far as landscaping and some of the things that appear to be new. So if we could put that on a briefing in the next few weeks.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Item 46, this is a report from our manager, Doug Selby, on emerging issues. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I have 3 items to update you on. First is some very good news. This comes from one of our bond rating agencies, Moody's. They have strengthened the city's ability to issue bonds and get a very favorable rate by changing our rating from a AA3 to a AA2. This is one of our longer-term goals, and we've actually achieved it about a year earlier than we'd anticipated. And I'd just like to read what Moody's said about the city.
Very good.
Despite a recent slowdown in economic growth from the torrid pace set in prior years, particularly in the construction sector, the city remains well positioned for future economic expansion fueled by population growth and its relatively low business costs. Moody's also noted that the City of Las Vegas is seeing excellent redevelopment efforts in the downtown area, while at the same time maintaining a healthy general fund balance. So the bottom line is the city is doing well financially, and we're being recognized by one of our rating agencies in spite of the economic downturn in our revenue.
And that's terrific, it really is. And we thank, as a council and the mayor, we thank our staff for putting us into that posture. I don't believe there are too many cities in this country that have had their bond rating increased during these very difficult economic times. So the staff is to be congratulated. You, Dr. Selby, our Business Development Office, with Mr. Adams, Mr. Vincent, with our finance, and everybody who worked so hard to make the city a great place. So we congratulate you and thank you for it.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Please. That is great news, and my question, Dr. Selby, is first of all, it's in a written report, a written document, I assume.
Yes.
Do we do anything with this information to further promote and spread the word so that anybody who's thinking about investing in Las Vegas or doing anything in Las Vegas is aware of this information?
But we are, part of my reason presenting it publicly is to get the word out. We also do a press release, and I'm sure when we're back in New York meeting with the investment houses, we'll be touting the fact that our bond rating has improved.
I would think that if we could cause its publication in certain periodicals, not only nationwide but internationally. I mean, just a thought. It's such great news that we want everybody to know it, is my point.
The rating agency, Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services, the rating agencies do publish these themselves, and they are available for investors online through the rating agency's website. So they are read by people who are interested all the time.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Second item was a request to follow up on the council's program that was developed to help teachers get into housing. And just for some background, this is a program that allocates $500,000 of redevelopment agency set-aside funds. So this is money that's generated as a result of the redevelopment in downtown Las Vegas. So we've taken $500,000 of that and set it aside to assist teachers with up to $30,000 for down payment assistance on a new home or rental assistance. To qualify, the teacher needs to be living in the city of Las Vegas, teaching in a city of Las Vegas school within our jurisdiction, and they need to make their income cannot exceed 80% of the median income, which means a single person could not make more than $33,650 a year. We've had this program in effect for several years, and it hasn't really caught the attention of the teachers until very recently. And I'll tell you why that's happened. We've developed a new marketing flyer through Neighborhood Services. That's been distributed to teachers in hard copy and electronic format, and it's been placed on our website. We've got an updated press release that we issued regarding the program. In August, Neighborhood Services attended a school district community day event, distributed over 200 promotional pieces of literature on this and answered questions. And the school district recently sent out an email blast promoting the program to over 19,000 teachers. As a result of that, we have seen some great success. There have been over 670 inquiries about the program from teachers who are interested in participating. Within the past 2 weeks, the school district has mailed out a total of 141 actual applications to interested teachers. 85 of those are for down payment assistance on a home, and the balance of 56 are for rental assistance applications. So Neighborhood Services continue to work with the school district, and we think we've finally kind of gotten the word out that this program is available and is being supported by the city of Las Vegas.
Good.
And finally, is just a reminder, since it's a little different than it has been in years past, that the celebration of Nevada Day will be on February 26th. This started last year, October 26th. Changing our admission day.
That's all right. Sort of like
October
that.
26th. For those of us who've been here a long time, we often remember that it's always on Halloween. But that Friday, City Hall will be closed, as are other government offices.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Dr. Selby or comments? Thank you very much for the report. Item 47 is discussion and possible action regarding the Second Amendment to Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Las Vegas and REI Neon LLC for the execution of a final development agreement for the construction of a new arena located on the southwest corner of Main Street and Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. The staff's recommendation is for approval. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. If you remember, back in August, we originally executed a memorandum of understanding with REI Neon LLC. That was through the end of September. At the September meeting, we extended that another 30 days through the end of October. And I stand before you again indicating that that really jointly, both the city and REI are asking that the MOU be extended another 60 days through December in order to give us more time to work out terms and conditions of a potential development agreement respecting their project. As you know, this is a rather extraordinary project in terms of both the assembly and the scale of the project. With the assembly, there's been issues with land control, with entitlements. On the development side, the scale of this project is perhaps one of the largest, not only here in Las Vegas, but in the United States, which makes financing an issue, and all those moving parts make it very complicated and necessitate us needing more time to work through issues. We believe that we will know during this proposed extension whether this project will move forward. We are having verbal discussions with REI Neon LLC with respect to the potential of another partner in the transaction, and that should be known here in the next few weeks as well. So I would also mention that with the last extension, we asked REI Neon LLC to tender to us a $250,000 earnest money deposit that was part of that extension. We've received that earnest money deposit in hand, and that was for the purpose of covering our out-of-pocket costs that we're experiencing during these negotiations. As you know, we have an outside consultant, CSL, and then they have sub-consultants, financial consultant, and an outside experienced legal counsel, experienced in arena transactions, working on our behalf. We've looked at this 60-day extension and believe that $250,000 deposit will cover our expenses through the end of this 60-day term. So staff does recommend approval of this extension. I believe that I think Jill Ferrari is here representing REI Neon LLC. If you have any questions, and we recommend approval.
All right. My only question is the moving parts that you make reference to, are they moving in a positive direction?
They are. You know, without really revealing some confidentialities that are verbal at this point, I think the possibility of introducing a new partner would allow us, I would believe, greater certainty about the development of our first phase of this project. You know, we really have two hurdles in any project of this nature. The first hurdle is the land assembly itself. It's extraordinary. It's really how redevelopment should work in the private sector. You've got 70 different owners, 70 acres, without any public assistance on assembly through the redevelopment agency or the city. And the acquisition price is phenomenal. So that's a huge hurdle into itself. And then with any arena project, as you heard previously, almost a year ago when CSL stood before you and talked about the difficulties of cities and regions in building arenas, that alone is a hurdle. So when you put those two together, it makes it rather extraordinary. We believe that there's a enhanced likelihood at this point of moving forward. But those are all big hurdles, and you know, at this point, I can't say with certainty that this project will move forward.
Well, as I characterize a project initially when I heard about it, it'd be a miracle if it takes place, but at least we're progressing towards that miracle. And I don't want us to be going backwards as long as we're going forwards. And what I'd like is I would like to be briefed before you and myself and Dr. Selby head back to New York, because this is an issue that's going to be addressed by the financial market, and I really want to know exactly where we stand. And we will be talking to people from the NBA and want to be able to advise them as to the likelihood or unlikelihood that we'll have a downtown arena.
Yeah, I think one of the nice things is the timing of next week's ULI conference here is bringing this prospective partner to town. We have a conference call with them on Friday, a face-to-face meeting in conjunction with the conference next week, and I think probably mid to end of next week we'll be able to report to you much greater progress in terms of where we stand on those negotiations.
Very good, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions of Mr. Adams? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, though, Your Honor, I think this potential partner that I was briefed on is really going to play an important role in what happens here. So I think we need to give them a chance to work this out between them. And my motion would be to follow staff recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 48 is discussion and possible action regarding an extension and First Amendment of exclusive negotiation agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Palmer City Core Union Park Hotel, LLC, to undertake due diligence for the feasibility of developing a boutique hotel on Parcel G in Union Park located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams?
If you remember, earlier this year, we entered into, City Parkway 5 entered into an E&A with Palmer City Core Union Park Hotel LLC respecting development of a boutique hotel on Union Park. I will say that the developer on this project has worked very hard in their due diligence process and provided us all the requisite information during that due diligence process. But we stand here before you with an issue that they need some more time to work through an analysis of environmental conditions to determine how they can configure their parking on the site with respect to building their hotel. It's a very technical issue. I think I would defer to the partners on this project to explain, maybe give you an overview of where they stand on the design, where they stand on this issue, and then their appeal in terms of the need for more time on this project. We stand by ready to support any of the alternatives that they would propose to you for an extension of time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ling.
Hi, Doug Ling, Dell Consulting, 5520 South Fort Apache Road, Las Vegas, representing Charlie Palmer Hotel. Mr. Mayor, Council, Councilman Barlow, first off, before we get started, I just want to thank everyone for all of their help through this last 4 months or so, particularly city staff, Scott Adams' office and Newland Communities have been great to work with on a weekly basis on this project, and we look very positive on it, and the experience has been great. Along with me, I have Mr. Rick Kaufman, CEO of City Core Development, and Mr. Richard Feminella, CFO of the Charlie Palmer Group. We wanted to briefly, since we had not had a chance since May when we were here at the start of the E&A process, just give you a very brief look at the site plan development where we are right now, and also the look of the project. We're through that process, and Mr. Kaufman would like to do that. He's been very hands-on with this development and design, and we're just going to do a brief update on that and kind of show the world the look of the hotel at this point, and then at that point then a couple of issues such as what Mr. Adams talked about, a good thing that we're looking at right now, since we did get our initial soils reports, we still have to do a little bit more on that to determine if the parking can be configured subterranean instead of above grade as what originally had been proposed, which would be a very good thing to the look within Union Park. So we'll put this up, and Mr. Kaufman.
All right, good. Just so the public can be brought up to date as to what this project is, it's very exciting. Charlie Palmer is a world-renowned restaurateur, and he's embarking on a new concept where this will be the flagship for that concept, and that's a boutique hotel of some 400 rooms coupled with his exquisite cuisine. And it would be a real feather in the Union Park project to have this flagship design participating there. So with that in mind, Mr. Kaufman.
Councilman, Mayor, Councilwoman, thank you very much for all of your support in the project to date. Let me just quickly walk you through the project. The project consists of approximately 426 units, condominium hotel project, 2 Charlie Palmer restaurants, which include both a fine dining and a 3-meal-a-day restaurant. The fine dining restaurant up in the building, and the 3-meal-a-day down on the ground. The building also includes ballroom and meeting room facilities and a approximately 10,000-foot spa. All of those facilities and restaurants will serve not just the hotel guest, but also the community as a whole, which is very important to us in any successful neighborhood hotel and certainly in a boutique hotel. The project, as you see here, is currently planned to be approximately 14 stories of structure, and on this corner, as it would be seen from Discovery Avenue and Central Parkway. I'm sorry, yes. And what you see is the latest and greatest design that we currently have. There is a pool situated in the ground in the center of the hotel with rooms flanking it on 2 and potentially certainly 3 sides. Hopefully, as you see here, this scheme contemplates an underground parking scenario, and the request that we have for additional time is to test the soil further to make sure that an underground parking scheme will work. If it doesn't, then we'll have to change parts of the design and have above-grade parking, and we've started that evaluation, but need to do a bit more engineering before we can be sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Mr. Feminella, did you want to be heard?
Yeah, I'd just like to...
Please identify yourself for the record.
Sure, I'm Richard Feminella. I'm the CFO of the Charlie Palmer Group. We are half the joint venture on this hotel. I just want to say that the reason we're asking for the time, we finished our block plan, we finished our design. I think Union Park, as a Las Vegas resident for the last decade, is going to be a very significant piece of downtown Las Vegas. I think the architecture that goes into Union Park is going to have a major impact on the success of Union Park. The time we're asking for to reconfigure this West Bridger end of our property, I think is very critical, because I do believe that the subterranean parking is going to make a huge impact, especially for the Diamond Martin or the Jewelry Center that's going behind us and things like that. They're going to be looking down on this. These are the views from the other buildings, and I just think it makes a better hotel, it makes better architecture, it makes more sense for the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lean?
At this time, we are open to answer any other questions that the council may have. At this time, from a procedural standpoint, the addendum that you have in front of you is written to extend our E&A process for a period of 60 days. In going through the additional engineering and studies and pricing and issues that we have to go through to make this determination with staff and Newland Communities, and with the holidays coming up, I would very much like to ask this be amended to a 120-day extension instead of 60 days, if that would be within your kind graces.
120 days? When you were up in my office, we talked about 90 days so we would get past the holidays. Where did the 120 days come up?
Well, in checking further with the engineers and different things, I just don't want to have to come back in here and ask you for another 30 days. I believe that we can be on or before that 120 days. We are going to go through it as fast as we can. I just don't want to come back. I love coming in front of you, but I really would rather just not have to do that. And if you could see your kind graces, I would.
To be honest with you, Mr. Lean, I would rather you not have to do it too. So,
I know you guys all like me. But
we'll let the Mayor Pro Tem call this shot.
I already talked to the mayor. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And he said that he thought we could probably go with 120.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
He wasn't really shocked.
Well, I know he likes me to come in here, but...
Do you have a motion?
No, Ricky.
Oh, Ricky. Oh, yes. Sorry. Councilman Barlow.
Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor.
Pardon me. You've been away for so long honeymooning that I forgot to look to my left.
Well, the honeymoon's over. Thank you. Would you please go back to the site plan, please?
Yes, sir.
So the elevation?
I'm sorry. No, right here, the site plan. mentioning the subterranean parking, currently,
This is the next item.
can you show the level, the levels of the surface, the subterranean parking? Do you have that?
I have that in a smaller diagram that I could put here if you'd like to.
So the one that showed the cross-section where the parking went down into the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Let's
small
see if
one.
that will show up, because I think this is very significant in the sense of why it's very important that I believe that the subterranean parking will benefit this project.
Absolutely, thank you.
So,
My fault, I didn't bring that back up here with me.
let's see if that will show. And then if you can just walk us through the various levels. Let's see if that'll show up.
So,
Place it right in the middle.
looking at this diagram, this is a section of the building as it would be, let's look at the bottom one, is easier to read. That section there is how it would read as seen from Discovery Avenue, or if you were in the park, in Symphony Park, in between the Smith Center for the Performing Arts and our building, and you leaned forward and took a slice through it. So on the right, you have the taller building, which is Parkway, and on the left is Promenade. The elevation, the exact elevation of where that's going to be remains to be set, but it's pretty close. Wherever that ends up being, we would have a full level of excavation beneath that point to allow what you and I think of as an underground garage.
Correct.
And in order to avoid, one thing we have learned from the engineering so far is that we can't go down everywhere 3 floors. But what we can do in some areas, we think, is go down in certain areas with mechanized parking lifts that are like a cassette. And imagine driving your car or 3 cars into a cassette, and you can choose, do you want car number 1, 2, or 3? And that cassette moves up and down to select whether the first, second, or third car are resting at what you and I think of as the floor of the parking garage.
Right. In other words, placing a vehicle inside of an elevator lift.
It's, if you've been to a Jiffy Lube or a mechanic shop where they use the one lift that puts the car up.
Correct.
Imagine that, but that it can hold 2 cars on top of each other, and in fact 3. And this design contemplates a system, and if you look at this upper diagram here, you're seeing where his finger is, that those are a cassette of 3 cars. And so you actually have a pit like an elevator has. But unlike, our elevators go up, but they don't go
Right.
below the basement, if you will.
Right.
But here, the car is actually below the basement in strategic areas where the soil may allow for that to happen. And in other areas, you just have a normal lift like you see at your mechanic shop.
Right. And the reason I point that out is because this is new to Las Vegas. I don't believe we have any place in Las Vegas that has this, so I wanted to make sure that we had that on the record so that we can see the elevation of how the parking, in fact, would play into this project.
We think it's exciting to use that technology, which has been around for a very long time in Europe, a little bit less long in large cities, but it's been in New York forever, before I was around, with car elevators. And it's used, the modern technology of these cassette systems is used throughout the San Francisco Bay Area and parts of Seattle as well, where the soil conditions or other conditions make it illogical to build a 3-level garage, but the technology, most of which comes out of Germany, allows for almost a vending machine system where you walk in and choose the car you get. Because all of our parking will be valet, it's incredibly efficient, and we can train our valet operators to know that they're getting car number 2 and stall number 6. Go to 6, press the button, and voila, the car's there. And we're very excited to try to be the first people to bring it here.
And after your report comes back, it is my hope that we, in fact, have an opportunity to use this system, because the vision of what we want the main street of Grand Central to look like, I believe will be right in line with all of the retail on the floor with the additional rooms above versus looking at parking structures on the major street. So if in fact, I'm hoping that the report will come back satisfactory for us to actually use this.
Yes, sir.
This product.
As are we, and that's the hope. This is Plan B, this is G, what if it works? And we're hoping that it will.
Right. And so I know you mentioned to the mayor, you requested a 90-day extension, but due to the holidays of Christmas and the New Year coming fairly soon, you're looking for a 120-day extension?
That would take us through the end of February.
Through the end of February? Okay. I would like to move with the recommendation to amend the extension to 120-day, allowing all of us to actually get through the holiday, and then coming back with a final report, knock on wood, for number 2. Is that what you call it?
Yes, sir.
Number 2, with the subterranean parking. Scott?
Yeah, if you do this, I will need to read that change into the record to make it technically correct.
Okay, would you please read that into the
Yeah,
record?
let me clarify what you'd be doing. What you have in front of you is the documentation in your backup is a 60-day extension, basically through December 19. What we would be doing, and your motion would incorporate these changes, we would extend all of the dates in the agreement by an additional 60 days. So instead of a 60-day extension, you're making it a 120-day extension. The exception is in Section 4 on page 5 of your backup. The dates in Section 4, the first date would change to February 8, 2008, and then the second date would change to February 20, 2008, because those are dates certain of a city council meeting day. So those would be the changes that would be made to the agreement specifically that you'd be approving should you make this change.
Very good.
Okay, and that would be my recommendation.
All right, let's take that as a motion. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. And Councilman Barlow, thank you very much for all your kind help and work, and we will be keeping you fully up to date.
Thank you.
And thank you, Council, and Your Honor.
You're welcome. Item 49 is discussion and possible action on a request by the Las Vegas Railroad Society to negotiate a contract with the City of Las Vegas to develop a miniature railroad park. This is in Ward 4. Councilman Brown, is there anybody making a presentation on behalf of the city?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. and Mrs. Platzer?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Please identify yourselves for the record.
Okay. My name is Trudy Platzer. I am a founder, president, and CEO of the Las Vegas Railroad Society. The address you have on file is 4795 Wing Road, Las Vegas, 89103.
I'm Bruno Platzer, 4795 Wynn Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89103. I'm treasurer of Las Vegas Railroad Society and also co-founder.
Your Honor,
Yes, Councilman.
before Trudy gets into her presentation, just a general comment. What's before us today is a request to the council and the city to enter into a contract with the Platzers as far as pushing their dream of creating this park closer to reality. Some of our council members are familiar with the society and some of their efforts over the past 6, 7, 8 years now, looking for an appropriate site. And what's before us today is a site that we've identified, and just for clarification, it talks about a 100-acre park. We're not turning over 100 acres of the city to the society. We're taking advantage of a very large city-managed area from the sports park, Bruce Trent Park area, Rampart in Vegas, underneath the Durango interchange into the Kellogg's Air facility. So I've provided a map to the council members, and I'll certainly provide one for the public record. This identifies the parameters of which we want to negotiate this contract in. And I'll have some other comments later, but with that, I just asked Trudy perhaps to comment on your plans?
Thank you so much. The Las Vegas Railroad Society is a 501c3 nonprofit organization and was founded with all of Las Vegas children in mind. The Las Vegas Railroad Society is dedicated to education, preservation, and demonstration of our railroad heritage. We are very honored to be here today and deeply appreciate the ongoing support of Mayor Oscar Goodman, the city manager, the Bureau of Land Management, Department of Real Estate, Las Vegas City Planning, and our dear councilman, Larry Brown, and his wonderful, wonderful liaison, Darcy Hayes. And today we especially like to thank the entire Las Vegas City Council for taking the time and for opening your heart towards this long overdue, worthy, and most of all, educational project for all of Las Vegas children. Councilman Brown, you are a role model government official who is now changing Las Vegas history. You have demonstrated with kind, well thought out actions, rather than words, that you deeply care about today's and tomorrow's local children and youth. And we think you already know in your heart that we will not disappoint you. With this project, we will improve the quality of life for all local children, families, and seniors. It is our goal since a long time already to put Sin City, Las Vegas on the map as a children-oriented town at last. Las Vegas will finally have a first-class railroad museum if it is in your heart to vote for that. It will become a major part of Las Vegas history, because history is what the Las Vegas Railroad Society is all about. The museum, the Las Vegas Railroad Society Museum, will see to it that our local railroad history will never go away. And we will have miniature trains, 1.5 inch and to 5-inch scale, which will offer free train rides to all local schools, physically challenged, and special children groups in the valley. For instance, Boys and Girl Scouts, Boys and Girls Club, St. Jude's Kids, and the list is long. Educational programs will be plenty. The Las Vegas Railroad Society will offer year-round, uncountable educational programs to children and also to seniors. We will enable families to spend quality time together on that facility. And that's a good start.
All right, thank you very much. I think for the record, I have to disclose that Mr. Platzer did some great work on this little Mercedes that I had, which I've donated to St. Jude's Ranch. So they're enjoying your fine mechanical expertise. But that I can't see in any way in the world that would disqualify me from voting on this.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any questions of the Platzers?
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Just one.
Yes,
There's
sir.
an attorney in town by the name of Dan Markoff, who's a big train guy. Do you know
Yes.
Dan Markoff?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay, because he's a huge, huge train guy, and I'm sure that he'd want to be involved in
But
some
he's
way.
actually above our league. He got the big stuff.
He does.
Yeah.
He's bigger than
We only
we
can
do.
dream about that.
But he's a good guy, and I invite
Yes.
you to keep him in the loop as far as
Right.
participation in your
Yeah,
project.
once we have a contract, he will be invited, and we invite him out to the property and show what we're gonna do, and maybe even display his train, on the property.
Personally, I have not met the gentleman, but everybody speaks highly of him, and I look forward to meet him.
Yeah, he was very good to us during our centennial celebration.
I remember,
He
yes.
provided us with the locomotive, and we put that down at Main and Fremont for people to
Exactly.
enjoy.
Actually, I remember our grant went to him back then.
Did you folks want to add anything?
Yeah, we have people here from KJ Architecture. This is just to ensure the city council that this is not going to be a little dinky railroad. This is going to be professionally designed
Yes.
and built by contractors, and it's going to be 100%. So there's no shortcuts whatsoever.
Yes, if you want to speak to them.
No, I feel very
And
confident.
safety is our main goal. It has to be overseen.
All I know
Yeah.
is that the Platzers have been at Councilman Brown's doorstep for the 8 years plus that I've been on the city council, and they are dogged in their determination to have this project succeed for the children of our community, and I'm very excited that you finally got to stand before us as a council
Thank you.
and make this presentation. We'll make this part of the record, please.
Put it on the overhead.
Yes, Councilman Brown.
Your Honor, I'd like to add a few things for the record.
Certainly.
Yeah, it's already
Do we have one for the overhead?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm answering any question you have.
All right.
On the overhead, you can see the white lines. This is on the east part, on the existing sports field. And over here, all the white lines lay out the approximate tracks where we plan to route it. And of course, all this has to be surveyed professionally for grades and curvatures. And, there's necessary bridges and tunnels maybe. And all this is going to be represented at another meet.
Okay. And Bruno, if you could start at the corner of Vegas and Rampart. Just
right up here?
Just for reference, this is the Bruce Trent Park area, and that's city-owned under a BLM land lease. Adjacent to that is the sports park, which likewise sits on BLM land and is under contract to a management company. As we move back southerly, that's the Angel Park Detention Basin. Moving up towards the Durango interchange, there's a very large pedestrian tunnel all the way, and that gives us access into the Kellogg-Zaire Sports Park. All of this is on an RP&P lease the city has with the Bureau of Land Management. We have had dialogue with the BLM. They certainly would be a party to all contractual negotiations and approvals, but we have a preliminary green light from the BLM that this nonprofit is in fact an allowable use. They would certainly want to take a close look at how the management contract is structured with the city, and that's all expected, but they actually early in the process asked as far as environmental impacts, diesel and all that, which we have answered, and noise decibels of the trains. So this is a first step, but we still have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
And I think it's important to emphasize what Bruno indicated, that this is not just a circular track that you may find at a weekend carnival. This is a very elaborate, extensive system that hopefully will get into the multiple miles of track, so we could certainly bring the riders and the folks that are enjoying the society throughout the Angel Park Detention Basin area and certainly through Kellogg-Zaire. And the action before us is to give the Railroad Society approval to enter into that contract. Certainly with stakeholders, many departments in the city are going to be involved. Certainly the BLM. We'll work with the Sports Park Management Group to see what kind of partnerships we could develop there. And then identify, one of my colleagues asked as far as the actual track where it goes and trestles and bridges, and that's what this process is today, to initiate that further investigation and study and ultimately come back to the city with a contract that certainly details where we anticipate going with the track and the facilities. So that's what we're here for today, Your Honor.
Very good. May I have a motion, please?
If there are no other comments or questions, I would move for approval and wish the Las Vegas Railroad Society all the luck.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Thank you so much.
let's
From the
vote.
bottom of our heart.
Let's vote, please. Opposed, please? Good luck to the two of you.
Thank you.
Now, about the site, Judy. I'm so good. Item number 50, discussion and possible action regarding the First Amendment to the disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas, a municipal corporation in the state of Nevada, the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, a public body, and Alpha Omega Strategies, Inc., for vacant land consisting of approximately 3.39 acres located along Westmoreland and Laurelhurst, adjacent to 1501 Decatur, and approximately 9.95 acres located at 1501 Decatur. This is in Ward 5, and this item is related to earlier this morning's redevelopment agency, item number 8. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of Business Development. This is virtually the same item that you approved this morning when you were acting as the redevelopment agency. The reason why it's coming before you as City Council is this item, the site is zoned partially by the city and partially by the redevelopment agency. As such, it's a three-party agreement, and the city is required to approve the agreement as well. As a reminder, this item extends the agreement by 6 months due to an extension of the contingency period and expands the scope of development for retail portion of development from 50,000 square feet to 100,000 square feet. Staff, again, recommends approval.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Adams? Councilman McDonald.
Your Honor, Michael McDonald for the record, President of Alpha Omega Strategies. We're here just related to today's item, this morning's item, is the leadership, bless you, was the vision that Councilman Barlow and his staff has had, and you have had, to increase the retail. And we did some redesign in order to make that happen for the neighborhood. So I think it'll be a good blend and a good mixed use, Your Honor.
Very good. Any questions? All right, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. As Councilman McDonald stated, that we are excited about the expansion of what's taking place at the 1501 North Decatur site. It's been a long time coming. This site has been dark for quite some time, for probably going on a decade, if not more, Councilman. And I'm excited with the opportunity to bring some light back to the corner, and I'm looking at the opportunity of getting the other businesses that are adjacent to this site to get on board as well to redevelop and spruce up their properties as well. So with that, I would move for approval subject to all of staff's conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Okay. Item 52 will be trailed to be heard in conjunction with item number 86 in the afternoon session, so we'll move on to item 53. 53 is discussion and possible action regarding a 90-day review of a beer wine cooler on sale license, Juan Carlos Aceves, doing business as the Mariscos El Diamante at 2830 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor and members of the council, we have received information from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department that during their investigation there was no area of concern developed on the licensee today, and we're recommending full approval with no further conditions.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Your Honor, I move false staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. You guys are in action. Do a good job.
All right.
Okay. Item 54, discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership and change of business name for beer wine cooler on sale license from Jurawan Stair LLC to Nelithan Fowler, doing business as Thai Pepper at 2226 Paradise Road in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, I don't see the applicant here.
Here she
today.
comes. Come on up, please. Very good. State your name, please.
My name is Nelithan Fowler.
Very good, thank you. And we'll hear from Mr. DiFiore and then be delighted to hear from you. Mr. DiFiore.
The applicant today does meet the prerequisite for consideration of a temporary license, and my recommendation would be just that, subject to the conditions.
All right, Ms. Fowler, we'd like to be heard.
Well, the difference of we making it, of not making it, is part of it is We need to be able to sell the beer wine cooler.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Fowler or Mr. DiFiore?
Ms. Fowler, do you understand the conditions?
I beg your
Do you
pardon?
understand the conditions that you're going to be operating under?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, make most of all staff recommendation with all conditions, please.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. This item 55, will be heard in conjunction with item number 117 in the afternoon session, so we'll trail it to then, and we'll move on to item number 56. This item will be trailed to be heard in conjunction with item 111 on the afternoon agenda, so we'll move on to item 57. 57 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review for a pawnbroker license for Candace Lamone, doing business as M&M Pawn at 3227 Meade Avenue in Suite 3B. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, there is no area of concern on the suitability of the applicant today. We did a calls for service request from Metro for the last 6 months. Calls for service were very, very low. There's no area of concern. In that regard, they're eligible today for a permanent license, and it's at the council's discretion.
Thank you. Gentlemen?
Good morning. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson, here with Mr. Lamone. We are back for our 6-month review. We are not aware of any complaints from neighbors and ask that you follow staff's recommendations, and be happy to answer any questions you have.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions of any of the gentlemen? All right. Hearing none. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Did my staff member reach you about making this another 6-month review?
Through Your Honor, yes, just this morning.
Just this morning?
Yeah.
Would that cause a big difficulty for you?
As you know, this is not the optimal location for us to be. We're continuing to look for another place to go. We've had no complaints from neighbors. I don't think it creates a problem, but we will work with your office to find another location. We had talked about 6 months, Councilwoman. Would a year be possible to give us some additional time to find another location?
Yes, yes. There's no problem there. I just wanted to make sure that you had been contacted, because as we had talked before, it was slightly different.
We were this morning. We appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman, if I could, Mayor?
Certainly, Mr. DiFiore.
This is the first extension of a temporary license. As by code, there is only one other extension of a temporary license. So in 6 months, the council has to make a determination on the permanent status of this particular license. So he would only be eligible for an extension of 1 6-month period, and that would be consideration today.
Okay. What is the difference, so I can learn this, between why you would need to have a year rather than 6 months? Because I know you're looking actively at another place, and no neighbors are complaining. Nobody would object to you staying where you are, but I just wondered.
Only as a matter of trying to make sure we have enough time to find another location. We do not have any neighbors. Nobody's complained to us that we know of. We would like to have the permanent license today. We did contact, your liaison contacted us this morning about a 6-month review. We don't see a problem with that, but again, just to give us as much time as possible to find a permanent location would be appreciated.
Well, I think I would move for the 6-month review, letting you know that we have no concern with you taking your time. There isn't any problem there. You've really been very good. You've worked very well with us, and I compliment you on that.
We appreciate that.
Very good. So that's the motion?
Yes.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 58, which is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of non-renewal of wedding chapel license, miscellaneous sales license, and handbill license, a Las Vegas Valley Garden of Love LLC, doing business as a Las Vegas Garden of Love at 1431 South Las Vegas Boulevard, will trail, gentlemen, to the end of the morning agenda. The morning agenda is going to be wrapped up real fast. I don't want to inconvenience other people because you have so many folks out there, so I'll be happy to hear from you in a moment. Item 59 is discussion and possible action on a request to remove the temporary closure of Rainbow Boulevard and Grand Teton Drive in Ward 6. Mr. Kukowski?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. The location of the
temporary closure is in the circle, Grand Teton and Rainbow. A little bit of the history behind this. Back in 2002, Pulte Homes, who was acquiring Mountain Spa, renaming it Silverstone Ranch, went before the Planning Commission with a site development review, and in that process, some conditions came up, one of which was a condition that the applicant, Pulte Homes, would support, and if it came to be, pay for a temporary closure at Grand Teton on Rainbow. The City Council in September 2002 approved the site development review with all the conditions. In February 2003, Public Works received a petition to put a closure in place. In March 2003, the Traffic and Parking Commission approved that closure. They approved the closure for 10 years with a 5-year review. The actual closure did take place March 2004, so it's been in place a little bit over 3 years. We've been asked to put this on the Traffic and Parking Commission agenda for reconsideration. In September 27th this year, the Traffic and Parking Commission approved removing the temporary closure. It is now here for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Kukowski? All right, thank you very much. Seeing none, then we'll turn to Councilman Ross.
Did you want to open this to, is this a public hearing? Or
No, it is not.
Well, then I'll move on. I have received 4 letters in protest of reopening this Rainbow intersection here. I have received 30 in support from both city and county residents. I made a commitment to the Silverstone Homeowners Association out there in regards to seeing what I could do to facilitate this. The individuals that own that corner, Charlie, have you got that up on the screen there? Can I get the overhead, please? And Charlie, if you'll point to that's it, right there, OC, thank you. That property right there that OC's pointing at, and I'm going to try to pronounce this correctly, Bunyakayat family currently owns that parcel. What is occurring is people are driving across their lot, and they're being cited by Clark County for dust control. Issues surrounding that closure and those barricades are this. Now, Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong. Are we the ones out there putting those up, those barricades?
We put the barricades up, yes.
It's costing us taxpayer money to go out there and put those barricades up, and every time somebody drives over one, we go put another one up. Am I correct?
Originally, the Pulte Homes reimbursed us to put the barriers up, but thereafter, it's up to the city to maintain.
And it's up to us. It's our dime. It's a taxpayer dime. Since those barricades have been put up in 2004, 2 schools have opened within 2 blocks. The county residents of Steeplechase and the city residents in Silverstone have been pushing me quite tremendously to open this. Now, keep in mind, Charlie, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're the Director of Public Works. Public Works was opposed to this initial closure. Am I correct? Fortunately, I had the opportunity yesterday to speak to somebody who was involved with that closure in 2004, and he made it clear to me that it was not intended to stay up forever. The dynamics have changed out there. The population has changed out there. People want that barricade taken down, and it's unfortunate. The folks that have sent me the protest letters live in an RE area just south of this intersection. And I, too, live in an RE area. And I want to assure them that their trails will still be there. They'll still have the opportunity to ride their horses. I happen to live in a neighborhood with 2 fabulous equestrian commercial facilities, one on my street, one on another street, and they take good care of that neighborhood, and folks enjoy riding their horses every chance they get out there. I think it's important that, as the city councilman for Ward 6 and as a public steward, it isn't always easy to do what's right when it comes to making everybody happy. This, however, is significant, and I would like to make a motion, Your Honor, to support our Public Works and the community surrounding this intersection to remove the temporary closures and follow staff's recommendation. That's my motion.
Thank you, Councilman. Let's vote on that motion. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we're going to go on to '61, which is R 76-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with its Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the RDA and Jaffa Investments LP and the Robert H. Ratenoff Family Trust and Transition Services located at 810 Las Vegas Boulevard South. This is in conjunction with the RDA items 6 and 7, which we heard earlier this morning. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of Business Development. This is the companion item on the commercial VIP grant for 810 Las Vegas Boulevard. This is the resolution of finding of the City Council that the actions that you're taking are consistent with the redevelopment plan and there's no other reasonable means of funding. By approving this item, you will make the items this morning at the RDA meeting effective.
All right, thank you. Any questions? May I have a motion, please? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I wish the owners was here. What this is going to be for us is going to be an opportunity for handicapped people that will have a studio there where they can do their work, as well as bringing in from outside sources for them to have a place to sell their wares. And I think it's very important that we have something like this in our redevelopment area. I think this money is going to be very, very well spent, and I welcome them to downtown Las Vegas as well as Ward 3. My motion is to call a staff recommendation for approval of this item, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Adams. All right, we'll go on to item number 62, which is the Civil Service Board of Trustees. The term of Edward Miramontes expires October 29th of this year. Mr. Miramontes had been appointed as a result of Councilman Weekly's recommendation, so I'm going to ask Councilman Barlow whether he has any recommendation that he'd like to make at this time.
No, Mayor, I would like to hold off for a couple of weeks just to check with a couple of individuals who expressed interest to see if their interest still remains, and I will be in a position to make a recommendation at the next City Council meeting.
Very good. So that's a motion to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 63 is the Senior Citizen Law Project Advisory Board. Seidel McKay, her term expires November 1st, 2007. She was my appointment. I understand that she wishes to be recommended for reappointment. I've been advised further that she has an exemplary attendance record and is an asset to the board. So based on that, my recommendation is to appoint Seidel McKay to the Senior Citizen Law Project Advisory Board. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item, 65 is Bill number 2007-54. This updates various use and design standards within the Downtown Centennial Plan. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 2007-54, notice to update various use and design standards for the Downtown Centennial Plan and provide for the related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66 is Bill number 2007-60, amends the regulations pertaining to animal-drawn vehicles to eliminate the requirement that vehicles be equipped with seat belts and requirement for certification that animals used in the business be acclimated to street noises. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 2007-60, in order to amend the regulations pertaining to animal-drawn vehicles to eliminate the requirement that vehicles be equipped with seat belts and requirement for certification that animals be used in businesses be acclimated to street noises and provide for other related matters.
Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you. Good luck. Okay, items 67 through 70 are bills 2007-57 through 2007-59 and 2007-61, and they're eligible for adoption at a later meeting. So we're going to go back to item number 58, which I'll read into the record once again. Where are we? Why can't I find it? Yeah, I don't know why I can't find it. Okay, item 58 is, thanks. Thank you very much. Discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of non-renewal of a wedding chapel license, miscellaneous sales license, and handbill license, a Las Vegas Garden of Love LLC, doing business as the Las Vegas Garden of Love at 1431 South Las Vegas Boulevard. And would you please identify yourselves for the record?
Brad Jervik, appearing on behalf of the City Attorney's Office, representing the city, Your Honor.
All right.
Stephen Stein, 520 South 4th Street, attorney in Las Vegas, with Cheryl and Craig Llewellyn standing behind.
Very good. And those are the owners?
They are the owners.
Okay, fine. We're going to use a little different procedure today in order to make this work smoothly. I don't want to have crowds of folks walking up who are going to testify. If you want to be heard or you're going to testify, let counsel call you, or if you want to be heard without counsel calling you, raise your hand and I'll recognize you. But I want to maintain an orderly decorum here, and that's one way that I'm going to be able to assure that. Mr. Jervik, would you like to make some opening comments?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. If you wish, I can just jump right into it at this point in time.
Why don't you make opening comments, and then we'll ask whether Mr. Stein has any opening comments, and then we'll start the hearing.
I'll keep my comments brief. I intend today to present to you the case to support the decision of the Business Licensing Director, which was to deny the non-renewal of the license for the Chapel of Love Wedding Chapel. I'll begin by presenting you with the law governing today's hearing, and then a brief synopsis of the facts, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Stein.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Stein.
Well, Your Honor, as an opening statement, I would indicate to you that we have approximately 20 witnesses or 25 witnesses that we could call during the course of this hearing. I anticipate the hearing, at least my portion of the hearing, taking approximately 2 hours, maybe a little longer. The reason that we have that many witnesses, or the reasons, are as follows. I met with Mr. Jervik, Mr. Henry, and Mr. DiFiore on Friday. I was handed what I'm sure you have been handed, this package of materials. After a discussion, Mr. Jervik stated, and I accepted, that I read this material over, call Mr. DiFiore on Monday of this week, 2 days ago, see if we could stipulate to anything and shorten the hearing, and get back, call Mr. DiFiore on Monday. I called Mr. DiFiore on Monday. I informed him that I did not feel that, based on my reading of the materials, that we could I could not possibly properly represent my clients taking the tactic that was suggested on Friday. Mr. Jervik and I had some further discussions on Monday. I asked Mr. DiFiore to set up a meeting with the Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. DiFiore called Mr. Jervik. Mr. Jervik recommended that I call the Mayor Pro Tem to set up the meeting, not them. I called his office, left a message, called his office again Tuesday, left a message, spoke to 2 or 3 different staff members, I cannot tell you who, and I called basically for 2 purposes. One, to inform the Mayor Pro Tem, in whose ward this business is located, that it would be a lengthy hearing with a lot of witnesses, and 2, to discuss another matter, which I will get to later. When I spoke to Mr. Jervik several times yesterday afternoon, also in the evening. I also called Your Honor to inform him you that it would take a long time.
I got the
and
message.
I left you a message.
I got the message.
What I have read here in this couple-page synopsis with the exhibits, and I will preface this by stating that I have been practicing criminal law for almost 40 years, primarily a lot in federal court and in the state of Nevada. And when I see what I consider to be possibly a conspiracy, I react. I believe what I see here is a conspiracy. And I have put together in a short period of time quite a bit of documentation, which I will have and hand out to you as it becomes relevant, and quite a few witnesses to show you that this is not what it appears to be in this package. What we have here is a young lady, Cheryl Llewell, who primarily is responsible for the running and operation of this wedding chapel. She worked for several other wedding chapels before she opened her own. She does exceptionally well economically. She is, according to the statistics, the second largest wedding chapel in the city of Las Vegas. Because of her outstanding abilities, certain competitors of her would like to put her out of business. And that is the conspiracy that I see here from these materials and from the evidence that I will present to you. I would only ask that you keep your minds open, that you wait until you hear the evidence that I have to present before any decisions are made regarding the renewal of this license. And I say this, and this is the second point that I wanted to discuss with the mayor.
And before you go on there, I just want to make a disclosure. Mr. Henry, Mr. Stein was my law partner many years ago. We parted most amicably. We do not have any continued business relationships, nor have we for at least, I'd say, the past 15 or 20 years. And I don't believe that I have any conflict which would preclude me from going forward. We have no financial interest together, and I should not be disqualified.
I agree, Mayor. I think that your business relationship is so attenuated that probably you didn't even have to disclose, but I think it's appropriate that you did.
Okay.
I'm smiling, Your Honor, because the last time I was up here, you did recuse yourself, if I recall properly. But that was a personal matter, not a business matter.
Well, there's a big difference.
Yes, there is. And I appreciate that you, I agree with Mr. Henry completely for the first time, but not the last. The matter that I did wish to discuss with the Mayor Pro Tem was keeping an open mind. I have had reports from several people that there were meetings called by an association of chapel owners, or a de facto association. I don't know if it's a true association. And that the Mayor Pro Tem attended at least one, if not more, of these meetings, and that at one of the meetings, I have been told a remark was made, and I was not there, so I cannot quote it. I can only report what I heard, that the Mayor Pro Tem stated to these owners and business competitors that if, in fact, the problem with the industry is the Las Vegas Chapel of Love, why don't we just take their license and put an end to all the problems? At that meeting, the Las Vegas Chapel of Love was not able to present any evidence. It was not able to respond to these allegations. And it is those competitors who would benefit from the taking of this license. Now, I am not saying, and I will not say, that the industry itself does not need some modifications and some further study. In fact, Mr. Jerbick and I, years ago, agreed that I would help him drafting some ordinances, and this was when the old courthouse was open, not the RJC, to, in a more appropriate way, handle the hand-billing that occurs outside of the courthouse. In fact, if I recall right, Mr. Jervik even stated to me that Mr. Kempfer, Chris Kempfer, would work with us, or he and I would work with the city in drafting this legislation. And I agreed with that. Nothing ever came of it. I don't know why, but, those things happen. But I have said to Mr. Jervik in the last couple of days, I am still ready, willing, and able to work with the city attorney's office and the city in drafting new regulations to improve the ordinances governing the handbilling, which is what leads to most of the problems outside of the RJC at the present time. And with that, I am willing to proceed with the presentation of evidence if Mr. Jervik is.
I feel that I need to answer some of the allegations that was thrown my way. The Chapel of Love is in my ward. The city clerks, where potential marriages go to get their licenses, are also in my ward. I've heard many, many stories about undesirable activity outside of the courthouse, the RJC. I've been to many meetings. I don't know. I don't invite people to the meetings, so I don't know who attends the meetings. I too feel like that this problem's been going on for 5 or 6 years, 7 or 8 years, and I think there should be something that we could do. Nothing has been done. I've had staff checking to see if we can't make all of the applicants, as their licenses expire, they come in for renewal, that they have to go through a special use permit. So that we do have problems at one or more of these places where people get married, that we can call them in for a show cause hearing. I don't know whether that would work. That's something that we're looking at. I have some opinions about what I've heard and what I've read in the newspapers, but nothing I've heard has kept me from having an open mind at this time. The decision to not renew this application was made by our city staff, not by any of the council members, but by our city staff, for reasons that I'm sure they will present to us today also. The reason we're here is because they have appealed this decision that the city staff has made. And I can assure you, Mr. Stein, that my decision has not been made, my mind has not been made up. I feel that the Chapel of Love and our staff will get a fair hearing from me as well as the rest of the city council members. I will not disqualify myself. I feel that because I don't feel like I have an opinion on this, I want to hear all the fors and the why, fors, and the how comes, and to be able to make up my mind. And I think that you're a very able-bodied person to present your client's side of the story, as well as I hope our city staff will be. I don't know that whether we have enough time here today, Oscar, or Mayor. Maybe we should even have a special city council meeting to hear this. I don't know. But I want to make sure. that when Mr. Stein leaves this chamber today, and I'm sure you will ensure that he will have a fair and unbiased hearing. And that's all I can guarantee, Mr. Stein. And I'm sorry you even brought it up.
With that guarantee, I am quite happy.
All right, well, there's no reason to delay this. We have a lot of people who are in the room here. I'm going to move it along, I'll tell you that. I'm not going to listen to repeated testimony of the same thing, but if there's something new, I'll listen to any witness who is being brought forward, and let's start. That's why we're here. We're here to do city business, and this is city business. Mr. Jervik.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Before we start, please, I always like to get it out on the table up front. What is the standard of proof? Who has the burden of proof? What issues are we to decide as a council? Could you please go over that, Mr. Jervik? I want to make sure that you and Mr. Stein are on the same page as to, is there a burden of proof? Who has it? And what is that burden?
Let me do my best to answer that. I'll take it in order because that was part of my presentation anyway, Councilman. Mayor, members of council, I'll be as brief as I can this morning.
Brad, if I could just interrupt, Your Honor. To me, and I want people to understand this, even in the audience, this is not a show cause hearing of a revocation of a license. All we're doing here today is staff decided not to renew this license, and they appealed this decision. So what we're doing here is we're trying to see whether they deserve to have their license renewed.
Exactly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me first state that the Wedding Chapel license for the Chapel of Love Wedding Chapel was first issued on April 11, 2005. It is not a privileged license. You are very used to hearing hearings where we file a complaint, a response is filed, and then there's a full-blown hearing with witnesses on the revocation of a privileged license. As someone mentioned earlier, this is not that kind of hearing. This is a non-renewal of a standard business license, which brings us to the questions that Councilman Wolfson asked. What's the standard of proof? What do you look for at today's hearing? First of all, let me mention there are 3 licenses that are in possession of Chapel of Love. One is the Wedding Chapel license, which comes up for renewal on October 1st. That is the license for which Mr. DiFiore sent a notice of non-renewal to the Chapel of Love. That's the license we're here for today. There are 2 other licenses. One, they have a miscellaneous sales license that comes up for renewal on November 1st, and they have a handbill license that comes up for renewal on December 1st. Those licenses are not at issue today. On September 27th, Mr. DiFiore, on behalf of the Department of Business Activity, sent a letter, hand-delivered, to the Chapel of Love, indicating that their license was not going to be renewed. I'd like to take that letter. I believe Mr. Stein has a copy of it, and I'd like to have that marked as Exhibit 1.
And Mr. and Mrs. Lewell, if your counsel doesn't need you there, if you'd like to have a seat, you're more than welcome to. If you prefer to stand, it's your prerogative.
Oh, Your Honor, they are the Garden of Love, not the Chapel.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
The Garden of Love, my misspeaking. Under today's hearing, their license is sought to be non-renewed based on Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.02090-2A, 2C, and 2H. Let me read those into the record. 2A, a licensee and any of its principals is engaged or has commenced, instituted, advertised, aided, carry on, continued or engaged in a business, trade, or profession while having obtained a valid license on an approved suitability, a permit or a work card when such a person knew that one was required under such circumstances and they reasonably would have known that one was required or has solicited, encouraged, caused, or procured another to do so. The second ground is that the licensee or any of its principals or any of their employees or those acting on their behalf have been convicted of an act that constitutes a crime which involves moral turpitude or involves any local, state, or federal law or regulation relates to the same or similar business, or have been convicted of having solicited, encouraged, caused, or procured another to commit such a violation. And finally, they seek non-renewal on the grounds that the business activity constitutes, promotes, causes, allows, fosters, aids, or otherwise enables a private nuisance, public nuisance, or chronic nuisance, or has been being conducted in an unlawful, illegal, or impermissible manner, including but not limited to causing, allowing, promoting, fostering, aiding, enabling, exercising deliberate ignorance towards, or failing to abate a private nuisance, public nuisance, or chronic nuisance. Under our code, once the director denies the request to renew a license, a request for an appeal may be lodged with him. That was done by Mr. Stein, I think a day after the notice of non-renewal was given on September 27th. Mr. Stein delivered a letter to Mr. DiFiore under the Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.02110 asking for this appeal which you're hearing today, which brings us to the standard of proof and what it is that we're going to present. Our code does not specifically address the type of hearing that should accompany an appeal from a non-renewal of a business license. What we have on the one hand is the type of hearing that you get regularly from the Department of Business Activity and from Metro when somebody applies for a new business license. You'll get a confidential book that'll have a list of reports and a summary of what's in the reports that will say why they should or should not be granted a license. On the other extreme, you have a license in someone's possession, perhaps even a privileged license, where a complaint is lodged, an answer is filed, and there's a full-blown hearing with witnesses and sworn testimony. Even that hearing is probably beyond that which the code requires, but those are the two things you're used to seeing. What you're going to see today is something that I haven't presented in 15 years as your city attorney, and that is a hearing on a non-renewal of a license. Let me turn your attention to what I think should occur today. Under 6.88 of our municipal code, there are procedures that govern an administrative hearing for the revocation of a license. That is the filing of a complaint and an answer and the like. Again, that is not required for non-renewal. That's abundantly clear. Our code is silent on that issue. But it does talk about the types of things that occur at a hearing, an administrative hearing, for revocation of a license, and I would submit that I think they're good guidelines for going today. Let me read those into the record for you. This is 6.88090. This is an administrative hearing for the revocation of a license. And again, if it takes this level of proof to revoke a license, I submit it would probably take something less to non-renew it. But in any case, let me read 6.88090. A, the hearing need not be conducted according to technical rules relating to evidence and witnesses. Any relevant evidence may be admitted. B, the respondent shall have the right to call and examine witnesses on his own behalf, cross-examine opposing witnesses, introduce exhibits and evidence relevant to the issues of the case, and offer rebuttal evidence. C, the respondent may be called and examined by the city. And D, the city clerk shall have the power to issue subpoenas for witnesses to appear or to give testimony. I would submit that if those rules are good enough to take away something that somebody has in their possession, they ought to certainly be good enough rules to govern what kind of hearing you should have to look at an appeal from a decision to not renew a license. I shared that information with Mr. Stein yesterday. I don't know if he has any particular objections to it. I didn't detect any last night when we talked, but this would be a time to address that.
Fine. Do you have any objections to that?
The only thing I object to is as follows. In the United States, there's such a thing as due process. What Mr. Jervik just read is procedural due process. I believe that once someone has a license and has been operating, you cannot take his property without due process of law, which would include procedural and substantive due process. So I think that what Mr. Jervik has read is good, fully, not partial. That we have the right to examine and cross-examine, we have the right to present witnesses and evidence, we have the right to rebut, thereby giving us substantive and procedural due process. With that, I would have no objection.
All right, so your answer is you do agree with him?
Well, he said if that is what it takes to revoke a license,
okay,
less than that is what it takes.
We're going to get this thing through. I think you just agreed with him. Okay, Mr.
I don't want to overload this,
right.
Your Honor. I do intend to call for, from my point of view, just one witness today, and that is...
Okay, I don't believe that you answered Councilman Wilson's question, though, to be quite frank. His question was, what is the burden of proof?
The burden of proof, I think that the city does carry the day on this one. I think that we have to show why the non-renewal is not going to occur. I do agree that I think there's something different here when you have a license in your possession that's not going to be renewed. I think that we have to show the reasons for the director's decision. I think it's by substantial evidence. I think that the council has to weigh it, decide whether or not it's credible, whether or not it's substantial, and then I think Mr. Stein has the opportunity to rebut that through the recourse that's laid out in the law.
To be quite frank with you, you're giving me a standard higher than that, which I thought it should be by preponderance of the evidence, but if you're saying substantial, that makes the city's burden even more onerous. Councilman.
Thank you. Your Honor, just two questions to clarify. Mr. Jervik, you indicated that we are considering the one license non-renewal. Our backup talks about the wedding chapel appealing the non-renewal of 3 business license. What are we going to hear today? Just the one?
Just the one. Just the one.
That's correct technically, but the letter also said you are hereby ordered to close down and stop doing business, which by agreement with Mr. Jervik and Mr. DiFiore, they were allowed to remain in business with the understanding that they weren't conceding anything, just allowing the license to remain in effect until this hearing. But if this license, if the council votes that this license will not be renewed, the other licenses are moved.
Right, and that's my ruling is that that's absolutely correct, that we're just concerned today with the wedding chapel license, the non-renewal issue. We're not concerned with the miscellaneous sales. We're not concerned with the handbills.
I will tell you, after consultation with my client, Mr. DiFiore, he has indicated that if this council decides today to uphold his decision to not renew the wedding chapel license, when the other license come up in succession, he will also recommend non-renewal of those licenses.
And we'll address that at that time.
That's correct.
Right. And secondly, Your Honor, just so I understand, the licensee is A Las Vegas Garden of Love, LLC. And it indicates that Cheryl and Craig Lowell as managing members. Are they owners? Are they part owners of the LLC? And are there other names in that LLC that are pertinent to what we're going to hear today?
It's my understanding they are the owners, but I will ask Mr. DiFiore those questions on the record. Just those two, according to Mr. Stein.
And Mr. DiFiore.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mayor, if I could take a moment, you made a comment about believing that substantial evidence was a burden of proof higher than preponderance of the evidence. I believe that Mr. Jerbick was using the term substantial evidence as a term of art found in this area, administrative law. And in Nevada, what Nevada substantial evidence means is that evidence upon which a reasonable city councilman could have based his vote. And that's further defined as any evidence, any articulable fact that would support the decision made by the city council. So under Nevada law, it's not a higher burden than the civil burden. It has a precise definition.
Thank you. Mr. Jerbick, let's start.
Very good. With that, I'd like to introduce Mr. DiFiore. I don't know if you want to have witnesses sworn today or not. Your
I
Honor.
think we have to. I don't like it, but I think we have to.
Very good.
Ms. Bridges, are you in a position where you could swear the witness in?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jim DiFiore. I'm the manager of the Business Services Division for the City of Las Vegas.
And how long have you done that, Mr. DiFiore?
In that position, I've done that 19 years.
In preparation for today's hearing on an appeal from your decision to deny a license for the Las Vegas Garden of Love, did you prepare a confidential book of information containing some 43 tabs of information for the council and Mr. Stein?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you a copy of that book at this time. Does that appear to be the book that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Did you rely on the information of this book in denying the renewal of the business license for the Garden of Love?
Yes, I did.
Do you believe the information of this notebook to be true?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'd like to provide the notebook to the court at this time and have it marked as Exhibit 2.
All right. It's marked as Exhibit 2.
For the edification of the council, I'm going to be going through this notebook tab by tab, so if everybody has it in front of you, when I refer to tabs, it'll be the pages that are already marked in the notebook that was distributed to you earlier in the week.
Mr. Stein, you do have a copy of it?
I do.
Very good.
With respect to the Garden of Love, are you familiar with Cheryl and Craig Lewell?
Yes, I am.
Do you know what their relationship is to each other?
I believe they're husband and wife.
Are they here in the council chamber today?
Yes, they are.
Before I begin with the presentation, let me indicate to the council that while I indicated earlier that the license for the Chapel of Love was issued in April of 2005, you're going to hear some evidence today that Mr. DiFiore relied on that predates there being issued a city business license. With that, let me jump in and...
If I could clarify for the council, the license issued April 11, 2005 was for this specific location, 1431 Las Vegas Boulevard South. Prior to that, they were licensed at 200 West Sahara. So the information covers both locations.
Thank you.
Very good. Starting with tab 1, are you familiar with a business called Tropical Island Wedding Chapel?
Vaguely, yes.
Was that owned by the Lewells?
I don't believe it was owned by the Lewells. I believe they were employees of that particular wedding chapel.
Are you aware of a police report dated or filed on July 10, 2000 regarding the Tropical Isle Wedding Chapel?
Yes, I am.
Have you read that report, and did you rely on it in part in making your decision to non-renew the license for this particular wedding chapel?
Yes, I did.
If I could, for the record, Your Honor, I'm turning to tab 1. I'm turning to the last page of tab 1, and I'd like to read into the record that incident report. In summary, it says, Lewell, this is Cheryl Lewell, was employed as a manager by Swift at the...
By Swift.
I'm sorry, by Swift at the Tropicana Island Wedding Chapel. Swift began to audit payroll and noticed discrepancies, almost doubling Lewell's commission, as well as her husband and Lewell's mother, who also worked there. Overpayment in wages by falsifying documents and the records of the chapel. Lewell was fired along with her husband on 7/07/2000. Swift had previously fired her mother on 6/15/2000. Swift is now auditing her company accounts, and to this date, approximately $10,000 has been embezzled. Upon being fired, Lewell stated to Swift on her cell that she would do harm to Swift's dog, Jack. She stated that Swift would find her dog dead. Another employee, Christine Manvilla, did witness some of the falsified documents. Taken home with Lewell was booking sheets observed by Manvilla as well as time cards. Mr. DiFiore, do you know of an individual by the name of Michael Joseph?
I know of that individual's name, yes.
Who is he?
He was an agent solicitor for one of the wedding chapels.
Are you aware of a report he filed on May 16, 2003 involving a battery?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, we're turning to tab 2 and the backup documentation, and I'll just read Mr. DiFiore's summary for the record.
Let me ask you this. Councilman Wilson is suggesting that it may be more expeditious for Mr. Stein, if he wants to respond to each one of these. No? All right, very good. Then keep on going. Yes.
Mayor, if the council members have questions on the individual items, should we do it?
Yes, now, I think that's the best way to do it.
Versus going through 33 and then coming back.
No, I agree, and I think from the council's perspective, if we have any questions of Mr. Jervik in his presentation as to these exhibits, that we should ask those questions at that time.
Mr. Mayor, so that the council, you and the council knows, I am basically going to do the same thing that Mr. Jervik is doing, bringing witnesses to contradict these police.
All right, fine. We'll just judge it as things happen. How's Jack?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mayor Goodman?
No, I'm wondering why that's relevant, as far as Jack's concerned. It's one thing if Jack is not with us anymore, but to say that somebody says they're going to do harm to Jack, that's Jack. Okay. Keep going.
I can state now, Your Honor, I know that some of these reports, as you hear them, are going to seem almost as standalone. Some of them might even seem absurd. But I think when you see the whole pattern, when we get to the end of the 42 tabs here, you're going to see a pattern of conduct where it has been alleged that the Luls have threatened, coerced, and used abusive tactics to promote the business of the wedding chapel, which is the core of Mr. DiFiore's decision to deny the renewal for.
Okay.
First of all, they didn't have a wedding chapel.
It's all right. We'll just go through this, and then we'll hear from Mr. Stein.
Understand. Let me read Mr. DiFiore's summary of the John Joseph battery report from May 16, 2003. On May 16, 2003, Michael Joseph filed an incident report with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for battery by an employee of the Las Vegas Garden of Love. An individual by the first name of Bradley had a verbal altercation with Joseph about Bradley being fired. The argument turned physical when Bradley shoved Joseph in the back and punched him in the back of the neck. A female security guard from the courthouse told Bradley to leave, and he was verbally abusive toward her. These charges were denied due to insufficient evidence. However, the report is attached to tab 2. Mr. DiFiore, turning to tab 3, do you know of an individual by the name of John Zaremba?
I know of him by virtually of the report filed.
And who is he with respect to Garden of Love?
He is a wedding chapel agent, I believe, for another wedding chapel here licensed in Las Vegas.
Are you aware of an affidavit he signed on May 22, 2003 involving a battery?
Yes, I am.
For the record, Your Honor, I'd like to read Mr. DiFiore's summary of tab 3. That is, on May 22, 2003, a complaint was filed by John Zaremba, who was attacked by a known drug addict who apparently was working for Cheryl Lewell or a Las Vegas Garden of Love wedding chapel in early April. In a signed affidavit, he stated that he personally heard Craig Lewell threaten his life by saying, quote, "I will beat you to death, old man." Documentation supporting that affidavit, or the affidavit itself, is attached to tab 3. We're going to hear more about Mr. Zaremba when we get to tab 20. I will state for the record, too, that when I use the word affidavit, I am using the term only to describe the document that has been titled affidavit. Those of you who are lawyers recognize that these are not in affidavit form, they're not notarized, there aren't witnesses, so I don't think Mr. Stein and I have any disagreement over what these are, but I wanted to put that in the record that I'm going to use the term affidavit only because the document is titled affidavit.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn to tab 4. Mr. DiFiore, do you know of an individual by the name of Stephen Smith?
Yes, I do.
Who is he?
He, again, is I believe an owner of another wedding chapel here in Las Vegas.
Are you aware of an affidavit he signed on May 22, 2003 involving a threat by a person associated with Craig Lewell?
Yes, I am.
For the record, Your Honor, let me read Mr. DiFiore's summary of the information behind tab 4 involving Mr. Smith. On May 22, 2003, a complaint was filed by Stephen Smith, who observed in early April John Zaremba being harassed by a vagrant in front of the courthouse. The vagrant was attempting to cause a fight. Prior to this encounter, Smith observed the vagrant talking with Cheryl Lewell and paying him cash and pointing him to the direction that Zaremba was located. A second vagrant, who Smith observed talking with Lewell, approached Smith and threatened to beat him and drag him up in the alley. In an affidavit signed by Mr. Smith, he stated that he personally heard Craig Lewell threaten to, quote, beat John Zaremba to death. That is behind tab 4. Turning your attention to tab 5, Mr. DiFiore, do you know of an individual by the name of Edward Shiner?
Yes, I do, by virtue of the report.
And do you know who he is with respect to the Garden of Love?
He was an employee of Las Vegas Wedding Chapel.
Are you aware of an affidavit that he signed on May 22nd, 2003 involving intimidating action by persons associated with the Chapel of Love?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to read Mr. DiFiore's summary of tab 5.
All right.
On May 22nd, 2003, a complaint was filed by Edward Shiner, an employee of the Las Vegas Wedding Chapel, where he stated he had worked for the Lewells at a Las Vegas Garden of Love wedding chapel and has witnessed a large number of intimidating actions taken by Miss Lewell, Chris Kindle, sometimes spelled Christopher Kindle, and we'll see more about Mr. Kindle later, Jamaica, and other employees. In his affidavit, Mr. Shiner stated that he had heard Jamaica state that if he ever found Mr. Everts down by the courthouse, he would, quote, kick his A and beat him until he was dead. Mr. DiFiore, turning to tab 6, do you know of an individual by the name of Clyde McConnell?
Yes, I do, by virtue of his complaint.
And do you know who Mr. McConnell is with respect to the Garden of Love?
I believe he is an agent that works for another wedding chapel here in Las Vegas.
Are you aware of an affidavit that Mr. McConnell signed on May 26, 2003, involving statements by Cheryl Lewell on May 25, 2003?
Yes, I am.
Turning our attention to tab 6, let me read Mr. DiFiore's summary. On May 26, 2003, Clyde McConnell, who overheard Cheryl Lewell on the previous day make comments about Cliff Everts, how he was going to, quote, bitch slap and give him a black eye, filed a complaint. In his affidavit, Mr. McConnell stated that he heard Craig Lewell repeat the threat by saying, I'm going to bitch slap him too. Indulge us for one moment, Your Honor. I would point out at this time that I'm going to return to it in a moment, but if there is a police report also involving Mr. McConnell, Mr. Zaremba, it's behind tab 18. Some of this is kind of shuffled together, but I just want to put on the record now that I will be getting to tab 18 in a moment. You'll see how some of these incidents are a bit related to each other. Turning to tab 7.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
May I ask a question, please?
Certainly.
Mr. Jervik, when I look at tabs 3, 4, and 5, and the documents you're asking us to refer to, which are called affidavits, obviously, to the naked eye, these affidavits were prepared either on the same computer or the same type, or whatever it is. So here's my question. In your summary, it says a complaint was filed. Well, who is a complaint filed with? Because all I have is an affidavit that's not notarized. They're all about the same date. So who were these complaints filed with and what action was taken?
I'm glad to present them, but I can answer it right now. Mr. DiFiore, how is it that you came into possession of the documents referred to as affidavits that are contained in the backup documentation?
These complaints that are noticed as affidavits were compiled and submitted to my office probably around that time that they have filed with the dates on them.
Okay, so if I've got, for example, Exhibit 3, which has an affidavit that's not notarized, but it says affidavit, and it's dated May 22nd of 03. This was a document that was submitted to your office back in that time frame.
In that time frame, yes.
So it's not like they were prepared more recently, but they were submitted way back then.
That's correct.
Question, was anything done back then about these allegations?
Not directly with the Lewells. We had several wedding chapel meetings, which they were invited to, tried to mediate some of the concerns that were quoted in the affidavit, and essentially we wanted to see how things would or would not improve.
And as I flip through, just to get this point out of the way, it seems like in many of these affidavits, the format is the same. Do you know who would have prepared these affidavits?
No, I do not.
Would you acknowledge that they seem to be prepared in the same format?
Yes, absolutely.
And on the same computer or whatever produced these documents?
Absolutely.
But we don't know who prepared these documents. I mean, on its face, you want to say that the, quote, affiant prepared them, But you don't know whether the affiant prepared them or somebody prepared them for the affiant, do you?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
If I could ask a few more questions along that line, it might also help clarify it. How did you get these documents? Who gave them to you?
These were left for me at my front counter and in a packet. I don't know who personally served these or delivered these to my office. I believe they came from one or more of the other wedding chapel owners at that time.
Turn our attention to tab number 7. Mr. DiFiore, are you familiar with an individual, or do you know of an individual by the name of Jason Miller?
Yes, I do.
Who is he?
He is another agent for one of the wedding chapels downtown.
And do you know of an individual by the name of Chris Kindle?
I know the name, yes, I do.
And who is Chris Kindle, and what is his relationship with the Garden of Love?
At the time that the complaint was filed, he was an agent for a Las Vegas Garden of Love.
Is he no longer an agent for a Las Vegas Garden of Love?
That I do not know.
Turning your attention to tab 7, are you aware of an affidavit that Mr. Miller signed on May 30th, 2003, involving Chris Kindle on May 28th, 2003?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, I'd like to read Mr. DiFiore's summary into the record. On May 30th, 2003, a complaint was filed by Jason Miller, who stated that while he was an agent for a Las Vegas Garden of Love, Chris Kindle asked him to let the air out of a vehicle's tires parked in front of the courthouse. He threatened him with the loss of his job if he refused. In the signed affidavit, Miller stated that he deflated one of the tires slightly and told Chris that that was all he was going to do. Mr. Kindle then hired another person to flatten the tire so the car was not operational. Mr. Miller said later that it happened to be the vehicle of the daughter of a judge in the courthouse. Mr. DiFiore, turning your attention to tab 8, are you aware of an individual by the name of Michael Joseph?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware of an affidavit that Mr. Joseph signed on May 30th, 2003, involving an incident where Cheryl Lewell contacted a person on the street to injure John Zaremba?
Yes, I am.
Turning your attention to tab 8, Your Honor, I'd like to read Mr. DiFiore's summary. On May 30th, 2003, a complaint was filed by Michael Joseph, a former employee of a Las Vegas Garden of Love, who stated that he witnessed Miss Lewell contract with a street person to physically injure John Zaremba. Ewell told him to shut up about his knowledge of this, or he would be fired from his job. Several times he has witnessed harassment by one of the Lewells and even been threatened by physical violence. Mr. Joseph went on to report in his signed affidavit that during the time he was employed by a Las Vegas Garden of Love, he was encouraged to harass, threaten, abuse, intimidate, confront, and coerce Mr. Everts in an attempt to prevent his chapel from competing with their chapel. Turn your attention to tab 9. Mr. DiFiore, do you know of an individual by the name of Sherry Clute?
Yes, I do.
And who is she?
At that time, she was the minister at the Stained Glass Wedding Chapel.
Are you aware of an affidavit that Ms. Clute signed on May 31st, 2003, involving an attack on her by 3 people she believed to be employed by the Chapel of Love?
Yes, I am.
Turn our attention to tab 9. I would like to read Mr. DiFiore's summary. On May 31st, 2003, a complaint was filed by Sherry Clute, a minister at the Stained Glass Chapel, claiming that 3 men from a Las Vegas Garden of Love struck her upper torso from behind with the intent to inflict harm. Subsequent to this attack, Ms. Clute was afraid to go to the courthouse area alone. Therefore, she was forced to hire an armed security company to provide protection for herself and associates. In her signed affidavit, Ms. Clute related a time that Cheryl Lewell spit upon her security personnel, and when they were escorting her to her vehicle. Turn our attention to tab 10, Mr. DiFiore. Do you know of an individual by the name of Shane Kobler?
Yes, I do.
Who is he?
He was an agent at that time for a Las Vegas Wedding Bureau.
Are you aware of an affidavit he signed on June 4th, 2003, involving threats made by Chris Kindle on June 2nd, 2003?
Yes, I am.
At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd like to read Mr. DiFiore's summary of tab 10, also reminding you that we're going to get more about Mr. Kindle when we get to tab 27. On June 2nd, 2003, a complaint was filed by Shane Kobler, an agent of Las Vegas Wedding Bureau, who stated that while he was conversing with a couple at 215 South 3rd Street, Chris Kindle, an agent of a Las Vegas Garden of Love, came and stood directly between a couple he was talking to. Kindle harassed the complainant until the couple walked away to avoid the profanities that were directed at them. Kindle was threatened with bodily harm. In a signed affidavit, Mr. Kobler related that Mr. Kindle threatened his wife, brother, and mother. Kindle eventually went back across the street where Kobler saw him talking with Cheryl Lewell. He came back across the street where he continued to harass and make comments about his family. Turning to tab 11, Mr. DeFury, do you know of an individual by the name of Melinda Alonzo?
Yes, I do.
Who is she?
I believe she's an agent or a owner of another wedding chapel in the Las Vegas downtown area.
Are you aware of an affidavit she signed on June 4, 2003 involving threats made to her by Cheryl Lewell during the middle of May?
Yes, I am.
And I'd like to read Mr. DeFiore's summary of tab 11. On June 4, 2003, a complaint was filed by Melinda Alonzo, who stated that in the middle of the month, Cheryl Lewell, without provocation or cause, approached her, became violent, and screamed at her, yelling malicious lies, slandering her and her chapel of dreams. Ms. Alonzo claimed that Lewell's agent, Chris Kindle, jumped into her limousine and their driver could not make him leave. In her affidavit, she also stated Ms. Lewell made other threats such as, "I know where you live." Turn your attention to tab 12. Do you know, Mr. DeFiore, of an individual by the name of Lori Power?
Yes, I do.
Who is she?
An agent for Stained Glass Wedding Chapel.
Are you aware of an affidavit she signed on June 3, 2003 involving threats made to her by Cheryl Lewell during that time?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, members of council, I'd like to read the summary of Mr. DeFiore.
We've received the booklet. I'm sure all the council members have reviewed the exhibits that are in the booklet. This is very repetitive. I think that the showing you're trying to make, and it's pretty self-evident that's the showing you're trying to make, is that threats were made regarding different people who were involved with wedding chapel businesses in the downtown, and purportedly the threats were made by employees of a Garden of Love. I'm going to hold Mr. Stein to the same standard. To me, that's very repetitive, Mr. Jervik. Let me ask you this. Did any arrests take place as a result of any of these complaints?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did any convictions take place as a result of any of these complaints?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Why don't you just address those? Because we have I think we have the position of the city that you want to show that there were a lot of complaints or affidavits filed. They're not affidavits. We don't know who prepared it. They're delivered anonymously to Mr. DeFiore. I mean, I'm not too excited about it, to be honest with you. But I would really like to hear if, in fact, there were any arrests regarding these complaints and whether any convictions resulted.
I will address that right now, Your Honor. Let me just state for the record that I had the same feeling that you had. When I first received this book and I looked at the affidavits, I thought to myself, if all we
It's
have...
really not. See, that's a misnomer. They're an entitled affidavit for purposes of easing the record, but they're not affidavits. Right. These are anonymous documents that, to me, have very little weight whatsoever.
Right. I thought the same thing when I read them. I thought to myself, you can title a document an affidavit. It doesn't make it an affidavit. You can say it's sworn and true. It doesn't mean it's sworn and true. And to simply have them deposited with the Department of our Business Licensing Department is not, in my opinion, enough to deny a license. And I wouldn't stand up here today as your counsel and suggest that based upon these documents, you should do that.
Well, why don't you give us the best of it as to why you feel that Mr. DeFiore acted properly in refusing to renew the license?
Perhaps I can summarize and I'll tell you where I'm going with it.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes.
Okay. At what time or when did all these incidents take place? Was these at the wedding chapel, or why did they take place?
Most of these incidents took place at or around the courthouse. Not all of them. Some
okay, but there's where I'm a little bit concerned here today is because I didn't realize I was understanding that we're going to take away the wedding license itself. So what we're discussing here is what goes on basically with the handbill license, which we're not supposed to be hearing about today. I mean,
we certainly would receive evidence concerning conduct with handbills as it goes to the wedding chapel's non-renewal, but as far as that license is concerned, we're not going to act on that today.
Okay, I understand.
Okay,
thank you.
I would state that all of these allegations mean absolutely nothing but for what's coming next.
Okay.
And as I was reading through it...
As a half an hour later for what's coming next.
Well, I just need to put it all in the record, Your Honor. You can appreciate the fact I need to make a record for whatever decision this council makes.
Okay, well, it's in the record for all intents and purposes because this document has been tendered as Exhibit Number 2 as a whole, and if you move for its admission, I'm going to admit it and give whatever weight it's entitled to in its present form.
You heard reports. Let's turn to tab 20. We'll move ahead.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Zaremba, who you heard about earlier, who alleged he was a victim of some of the bad practices of the Garden of Love, filed an incident report with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in addition to the document titled affidavit, which I read into the record or read the summary of. That is behind tab 20. You can see everything, and I'll get right to the narrative. This is, again, filed on August 29, 2003. The subject is Incident Crime Report, Coercion with Physical Force, taken by Officer Pence.
I know, but you know what bothers me about this, Mr. Jervik? And I'm not trying to interfere with you, but I want some meat, right? If you had the bone, let's get some meat on the bone. This apparently, if I'm reading the report correctly, was denied by the DA.
Yeah, there are a lot of charges in here that are denied or were never filed, Your Honor. There are a lot of allegations, and I'll let this counsel give you whatever weight you think you should give it. But given the practices around this courthouse, given the practice of this particular business, I don't think it's particularly unusual, given the amounts of threats and the style of business that these people conduct, that many of these cases aren't prosecuted, and in fact, some are not even reported. You go from a period of time in early May where you have people saying things happened to a period later that year in 2003 where they're actually reporting things happening, to later on you're actually finding some of these things going to trial, and in one case somebody actually filing for a restraining order. I'll be glad to put all that in the record, but I think if you're looking for a smoking gun here, some conviction, some absolute indictment of the Luls for some kind of conspiracy to operate this business as a racket or something, you're not going to get it here today.
Am I going to get any conviction here today?
You are.
Can you go to that exhibit so we know what you would be relying upon, which resulted in a conviction?
Let me give you your indulgence, Your Honor. Let me get through my notes.
And the reason I'm doing this is I'm going to hold Mr. Stein to the same standard.
If you look at page 2 of Mr. DiFiore, I'm sorry, this is a memo for me. Jump ahead here to tab 27, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Under tab 27, Your Honor, if I may use my notes correctly, Jeffrey Dukes was employed by a rival wedding chapel, filed a battery report on May 3rd, 2004 against Chris Kindle, who was an employee of the Garden of Love, for kicking him in the head multiple times. There were 3 witnesses. Mr. Kindle pled guilty to battery and paid over $3,000 in restitution.
Is that in this record?
That's behind tab 27, Your Honor.
Does the plea of guilty, is that in this record?
Mr. DiFiore has provided me with information that he pled guilty and paid a $3,000 fine. I don't have that documentation in the record.
Well, wouldn't you think that that's relevant?
Well, we'll be glad to get it and bring it to this council.
Well, this is the time for the hearing, and you would think if a man's pleading guilty and getting fined $3,000 that's relevant instead of these anonymous complaints. Maybe I'm all wet. Go ahead. I just don't see it so far.
Let me state why, Your Honor. Every time you get a confidential backup book from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department recommending denial of a new license, you don't get copies of the conviction. You don't get anything other than Metro stating, we as officers know this person had a conviction. We read their scope. We read their record. If you'd like, I'll be glad to examine Mr. DiFiore as to why he put that information in his report. But I have no doubt as to its accuracy based on Mr. DiFiore's recommendation. We have never before brought certified copies of convictions or anything like that into your backup book. But if you want to elevate that standard, we'll be happy to provide it.
You're missing my point. My point is, if you have a conviction, I think we're entitled to see a document that says there's a conviction. But go ahead, please.
Mr. DiFiore, are you familiar with the allegations contained in tab 27 of the book provided to the council as backup?
Yes, I am.
Did you prepare your summary of that information for the council?
Yes, I did.
In the course of preparing your summary, did you supply the council with voluntary statements and other information supporting the charges against Chris Kendall on May 3rd, 2004?
Yes, I did.
In the course of your researching the history of those charges, did you reach any conclusion as to whether or not Mr. Kendall had resolved those charges in court?
Yes, I did.
And how were those charges resolved in court based upon your research, Mr. DiFiore?
Those were resolved, and a fine in the amount of, a restitution in the amount of $3,067 that he was ordered to pay on November 29th, 2004.
You also indicated in your summary that Mr. Kendall had pled guilty to battery as a result of those incident reports. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that also based upon your research and looking at court documents regarding that particular charge?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Your Honor, I won't spend more of the council's time than necessary. There is a voluntary statement. There are several voluntary statements by independent witnesses to this incident. I'll be happy to read them into the record at this point in time. There's one in particular that I think is just illustrative of the type of conduct that's going on with respect to this chapel. This is by an independent witness who said, I was standing on the east side of 3rd Street between Bridger and
What
Carson.
document are you reading?
I'm sorry, we're behind tab 27. We're on page 2.
All right, thank you.
I was standing on the east side of 3rd Street between Bridger and Carson talking to my limo driver when he looked across the street and said, hell no, and ran across the street, and I said, what's on? And I followed him to where Chris Kendall, the name is misspelled in the report, but it's Chris Kendall, kicked Jeff, a guy that I supervised from our chapel, in the head. One last time, and a couple who were getting married at the commissioners were trying to pull Chris away from Jeff. Then Chris turned around and slugged a guy named Ashley from Las Vegas Wedding Bureau in the face. I started to dial 911. Someone said, call the police. I said, I am right now, and Chris ran to his company car and drove south to Bridger, then turned west. The ambulance came right away, but the police took around an hour, so the couple who witnessed everything left. That is the incident where Chris Kendall, agent of the Garden of Love Wedding Chapel, was alleged to have battered another individual, pled guilty to that battery, and paid $3,000 restitution. If I could also turn your attention to tab 24. Under tab 24, you'll notice it was alleged that 2 agents from a Las Vegas Garden of Love started a fire of a competitor's wedding brochure, that is, lighting a brochure on fire that a competitor had out by the courthouse, and picked up the burning brochure and flipped it at one of the competitor's feet. A person was charged in connection with that who was employed by the Las Vegas Garden of Love. He pled no contest at trial, was sentenced to 60 days jail suspended, to stay out of trouble for 1 year, a $280 fine, and impulse control. If I could turn your attention to tab 24. Let me read the victim statement that supported that conviction and that charge. This is by Flores Esmeralda. I'm sorry, a witness. I was standing against the wall by the commission sign at the courthouse, and Hector and Alex from the Garden of Love were standing about 6 or 7 feet in front of me by a no parking sign, and Hector was holding a Las Vegas wedding flyer in his hand, and I heard him say, this is a piece of expletive deleted, and he lit it on fire after taking his lighter from his pocket, which I saw with my own eyes. When the flyer was burning real good, he dropped it. Then Alex picked it up, and Ashley from the Las Vegas Wedding Chapel happened to pass by at that time, and Alex intentionally threw the burning flyer at Ashley's legs on his tuxedo pants, and it appeared to me that Alex and Hector were trying to light Ashley on fire. Hector and Alex started laughing at the fact that Alex did that with his flyer, and I felt sorry for Ashley because it was not right that they did this to him. Garden of Love people have been harassing Ashley ever since the first day I started working for the chapel in January. I've seen them spit on him and say horrible things to him. I've also seen them harass people from other chapels, especially Hector, who does the worst to Ashley. P.S. Alex's nickname for Ashraf Yashin. Again, that is the victim statement, or the witness statement, that supported the conviction of the individual that I read into the record.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes?
Please. Mr. Jervik and Mr. DiFiore, one question I will want to know is whether or not Mr. Kendall, who was an agent, and that's the word that's in the summary, and whether or not Mr. Yasin, who was an agent with regard to exhibit number 24, if they are still employed, or was any action taken against them by their employer as a result of these actions. In other words, if they're under the employment, whether it's an agent, employee-employee relationship, or what have you, of the chapel at the time, and they were convicted of crimes as a result of their employment, did anything happen? Were they fired? Were they disciplined? Was any action taken?
If I may respond, Mr. Kimball is here as one of my witnesses, so you will give direction.
All right, thank you. Are you able to, Mr. DiFiore or Mr. Jervik, are you able to answer the councilman's question?
I'll answer by saying I do not have any knowledge of that.
Well, certainly, Mayor, we're going to hear from Mr. Kendall. Do you know anything about the other agent, Mr. Yasin?
Well, we'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Please go on.
That's right. He according to Mrs. Roel,
Well, I
didn't
want...
work for her at the time.
Okay, fine.
And he does not work.
That will be your case. Okay.
Let me go to tab 28, Your Honor. This is not the conviction you're looking for, but I will point out that the conduct of the Las Vegas Garden of Love Wedding Chapel rose to a level so serious that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department got involved, not only in taking the individual reports that I referenced earlier that are also tabbed. Some of them I've read, some of them I haven't. But on July 31st, 2004, the individual Cheryl Lowell and Craig Lowell were served with a notice and declaration of chronic nuisance based on the behavior of the Chapel of Love, or the Garden of Love, at the Las Vegas Courthouse. And it states on June 24th, your employee, well, I'll skip the first part where it says, please take notice. I'll read the relevant part. On June 24th, 2004, your employees were seen standing in the street, jaywalking and soliciting business on courthouse property. On June 26th, your employees were seen walking in the roadway, soliciting on courthouse property, soliciting without a permit, jaywalking. One of your employees was arrested for pedestrian and roadway, obstructing a police officer, and resisting a police officer under this event number. And on July 24th, your employees were seen soliciting without a permit, standing in the roadway, and obstructing vehicular traffic. And then it goes on to talk about what a public nuisance is and what the penalty is, and request that they abate the nuisance immediately. The Transportation Services Authority became involved with the Lowells in 2004.
Right, but as far as the notice and declaration of chronic nuisance, what happened as a result of that?
I don't know, Your Honor. I know that it was, and Mr. DeFiore is going to fill in the blanks, but we don't have any documentation to support what happened after the notice was filed. Mr. DeFiore?
Yes. That resulted in both Cheryl and Craig Lowell being prosecuted by the City Attorney's Office, and in May 2006, they pled nolo at trial, and they were rendered a judgment rendered in a fine of amount of $1,000 each on each individual, a suspended sentence of 9 months with an order to stay out of trouble during that time.
What did they plead nolo to?
They pled nolo to public nuisance, being a public nuisance.
Okay. All right. They said no, they're not going to contest the charges. You're then found guilty by the judge.
The Transportation Services Authority had fined the Chapel of Love, and this is behind tab 29.
Can't be used against them in a civil case. That's the only difference.
This is page 2 of the record of the Transportation Services Authority, and I think this is for not having a certificate of public convenience for the limousine. And finally, let me just skip to the last reports here. I'm going to skip all the way ahead to tab 43. And
Okay.
then I'll come back and I can address some of the questions, and maybe I can even do it through examination of Mr. Stoney.
Fine, and I'm not trying to limit you, at least in my opinion, unreasonably. I'm just trying to, what's going to be good for the goose is good for the gander here. So I want to hear things that you think are important, relevant, people's
rights are being affected here, and I'd like to get to the essence of it rather than the airy persiflage.
I'll go back to some of the other tabs later on, probably even on rebuttal, but let me just go to tab 43 right now. What you have in your backup book are a series of allegations of conduct by the Lulls and individuals employed by the Lulls at the Regional Justice Center or near the Regional Justice Center regarding potential clients for the wedding chapel. What you have are police reports filed by some of those individuals in addition to the documents that are titled affidavit that reflect similar conduct. What you have on top of that are, in a few situations, convictions of individuals employed by the Las Vegas Chapel of Love for conduct consistent with that conduct in the documents titled affidavit and in the police reports. And what you have on top of that is the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department getting involved because this rose to a level where they thought they had to abate it as a chronic nuisance. One of the reports, and this is just an officer report, it's not a conviction, it's not going to be a smoking gun if there's any one particular incident that somebody's looking for, but I thought when I read it, it was just illustrative of the consistently horrible behavior exhibited by the chapel or the Garden of Love and their employees in connection with this wedding industry. This report is under tab 43. Its date and time occurred 4/07/07. So now we have conduct that began in 2004.
April 10th, 07.
I'm sorry?
April 10th, 07.
I'm looking at the top of your honors. April 7th, 2007 is the date it occurred. It may have been filed on the 10th, but at least the report references the 7th as the date it occurred.
I see it. Thank you.
Under the details, this is Detective Rod, who you know very well from his appearances before this council with special investigations with Metro, and Detective Sheehan. And they are on patrol in their regular capacity. And this is at the time of the Las Vegas Grand Prix, an event that we hoped would be a pretty significant event for the city, and one more reason we should be on the map, and reason for people to come here. On that day, they responded to 3rd and Clark and observed the limousine in question driving away. Let me back up a moment. I think I have to read a little bit further. While stationed at Charleston Boulevard and Las Vegas Boulevard, we were approached by a limousine driver, later identified as Tim Redeker, who advised us that he had witnessed a fellow driver being assaulted at 3rd and Clark. Redeker further advised that the suspect had driven away in a black company limousine from a Las Vegas Garden of Love. We responded to 3rd and Clark and observed the limousine in question driving away. We initiated a stop of the vehicle and determined that the driver had in fact transported a fellow employee, later identified as Angel Huertas, to another location away from the crime scene after the incident in question occurred. That driver, Greg Martinez, was questioned as to what had necessitated him giving Huertas a ride. Martinez stated that he was parked awaiting patrons at 3rd and Clark when Angel jumped into his vehicle abruptly in a very excited and panicked state and demanded that he drive. Martinez stated he did not know what happened, but he followed Angel's instructions. Martinez further stated that he knows Angel is a fellow employee from a Las Vegas Garden of Love. Martinez stated that he dropped Huerta off Las Vegas Boulevard and was returning to the area of 3rd and Clark when we had stopped him. When I asked Martinez what Huertas had said about the transport, Martinez stated that Huertas told him that he had gotten into a fight and needed to get out of there. Martinez agreed to complete a voluntary statement and to that effect and did so for the police at the scene. Since this incident involved 2 employees from the Las Vegas Garden of Love, the business was contacted and the manager, Charles, responded and came to speak with the police. As this was occurring, Detective Sean made contact with the victim, Ernesto Sotelo, and requested that medical personnel respond and assess his injuries. Sotelo was visibly shaken and had blood coming from both nostrils and an area around a lower lip stud located above his chin. Sotelo was questioned about the incident and advised officers of what occurred. He stated that while he was parked on Clark and at 3rd Street discussing an affair with potential clients, Huertas approached him out of Sotelo's line of vision and punched him in the side of the head for no apparent reason. Sotelo states that he was dazed and tried to collect himself when Huertas came again and struck him with a closed fist, striking him in the face and causing the injuries observed. Huertas, who's reportedly a handbiller for a Las Vegas Garden of Love wedding chapel, reportedly yelled out, "That was my fare. I was here first. Don't F with a Puerto Rican," while he was punching Sotelo. Huertas fled into the company limousine driven by Martinez after his attack on Sotelo. It was determined by interviewing several people at the scene, the victim and other people affiliated with the wedding chapel industry in the downtown area, that this is an ongoing problem, wherein a Las Vegas Garden of Love is attempting to position itself as an entity willing to use force and intimidation to control the industry. The business now has several pending criminal cases before the court where such violent activity and tactics are being used against other company drivers. One case resulted in the stabbing of a rival driver in the hand during an armed confrontation. Several independent witnesses were present and completed voluntary statements referenced this incident, all of which strongly support Sotelo's version of the events. Based on these reports, the injuries observed and probable cause, a crime report was completed in this regard, listing Angel Huertas as a suspect in the battery upon Sotelo. During this process, we also sent another car to the location of the business where it was believed that Huertas was located. It was determined that Huertas had in fact gone to the business, a Las Vegas Garden of Love, after batting Sotelo. However, upon arrival of that area, the car he had already left for an area or location unknown. You can read the rest of the report yourself. I would like to conclude by just asking Mr. DiFiore a few questions.
Certainly.
Mr. DiFiore, are you familiar with the Regional Justice Center in the downtown area?
Yes, I am.
Is that the location where one would go to get a license to be wedded in Las Vegas, Nevada?
Yes, it is.
Is there usually a crowd in that particular area?
Yes, there is.
As a result of that being the location for wedding licenses, has it become also a place that individuals who run wedding chapels or agents for wedding chapels also congregate looking for clients?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe in general the kind of competitive atmosphere that exists at the Regional Justice Center with respect to wedding chapels and their competition for clients?
If you are a couple that appear to be going to the marriage bureau on the courthouse steps, you are approached by at least one, if not several individuals with brochures from their wedding chapels. In some cases, you are handed these brochures and continue on to proceed to the marriage bureau. In other cases, you are confronted, and I'll say confronted from the standpoint that you are asked to consider their services, and in some cases, you are almost not allowed to continue to pass without that individual completing his solicitation for their services.
Of all the wedding services competing for customers at the Regional Justice Center, are you familiar with conduct by agents, employees, and operators of the Las Vegas Garden of Love?
Yes, I am.
Given this competitive environment, how would you describe the conduct of the Las Vegas Garden of Love with respect to the other individuals or agents who compete for business in the area?
I would say that their conduct raises to a higher level of intimidation, of in some cases harassment, from the standpoint of, again, individuals not allowed to continue onto their car, onto wherever they're going, and be able to do so without being confronted by these agents.
Have you received complaints since the Regional Justice Center opened about competitive practices by the Las Vegas Garden of Love at the Regional Justice Center?
Yes, I have.
Are some of those complaints contained in the booklet that has been marked as Exhibit 2 and filed with the court?
Yes, they are.
Are there other complaints that you have received in addition to those which are contained in the book?
Complaints in the essence of knowing that the Metropolitan Police Department has exhibited themselves or has found themselves in a covert operation where the aggressive behavior and the tactics of employees of Las Vegas Garden of Love, that has been reported to me.
Have you received complaints by individuals who have been victimized by the Las Vegas Garden of Love?
Not more recently, no.
Have you received them in the past?
Yes.
What types of complaints have you received?
What's indicated in your packet here that has been entered into as a record.
And based upon the information that's contained in Exhibit 2, that is a book that's filed with the city clerk and given to the city council, based upon the complaints that you received that you've described, were those the basis of your denying the renewal of the license for the Las Vegas Garden of Love?
Partially.
And are there other reasons in addition to that you denied the license?
I think it's important to state here that on February 14th, 2005, a Las Vegas Garden of Love had no valid business license, and yet we're competing with other agents and companies at the Las Vegas courthouse. They were given warning notices that they did not have a valid business license to conduct business at that time. Additionally, the Transportation Services Authority, another state agency, and you touched upon in your presentation, violations of the Las Vegas Garden of Love not having the proper certificates of convenience of public necessity. There are at least 4, if not more, occasions over the last 3 years where they have violated these provisions in Nevada revised statutes, and they have been fined by the Transportation Services Authority. Rising to the level of the complaints, not doing business with a valid business license, violation of Transportation Services Authority, a covert operation conducted by the Metropolitan Police Department in May of this year, the public nuisance charge and a plead by Craig and Cheryl Lewell. Those are the basis for my determining that they were not worthy of having their license renewed on October 1st.
All right, may I ask a couple questions, Mr. Jordan?
No, I'm done with
All right, fine. Mr. DiFiore, apparently over the years, the city has received complaints about the practices by employees of the Garden of Love, correct?
Correct.
And I think you said that in 2005 they did not have a valid business license?
That's correct.
And you were receiving reports about this activity at or about the time of their not having a business license?
Well, let me preface that by saying that on February 14th, knowing...
Of what year?
Of 2005. Knowing that the level that the competitiveness had risen to that at that time, we had officers stationed at the Regional Justice Center, at the old courthouse, to be able to mediate any kind of contact between agents versus agents, or even agents and customers. At that time, we knew that the Las Vegas Garden of Love did not have a valid business license. They were in the process of trying to open up a new business on South 3rd Street. They did not have approval to conduct any business at that time. They were relocating to their present address at 1431 Las Vegas Boulevard. We made contact with the Lewells. We made contact with their agents and served them warning notices that they did not have a valid business license to conduct their operation at that time.
Right. But having this institutional knowledge of these alleged violations that were taking place, notwithstanding that, the city gave them a business license.
Eventually we did.
I have a great deal of difficulty with that concept that if you feel that they're doing something that is inappropriate out there, why would we license them?
This was a decision I made in April of 2005. The Metropolitan Police Department was continuing to investigate the public nuisance part of their investigation, and there was I don't believe at that time there was sufficient grounds for us to deny an application for a business license. I'll make it similar to another license, an alcohol beverage license. When we see work-hard individuals coming before us, and Mr. Jerbick referenced the fact that there are 2 convictions of their agents for simple battery charges. For as much as we know, those individuals may have been fired. The action might have been taken by the Lewells at that time. We do not know that. But when I considered whether or not, and this is not a suitability issue at this point in time because it's a general business license. When they applied for it at 1431 Las Vegas Boulevard South, they met the planning department rules, they met the fire code rules, and there was no basis for me to deny them to go into that location and operate.
But the very activity that you refused to renew their license was known to you at the time that you granted them the license, with the exception
of the Nolo contender plea. Is that a fair statement or not?
That would be basically a fair statement.
All right, then let me ask you this. Why didn't you file an order to show cause why their license shouldn't be revoked at some point in time prior to the time for whether or not it's going to be renewed?
The public nuisance charge was not adjudicated until May of 2006. Their application for the license came in subsequent to February 14th of 2005. So we waited that period of time to see what was going to happen in court. And I'll be honest with you.
I hope so. You're under oath.
Well, I am. But when the city attorney's office and their attorney at that time stipulated to the plea, this was a period of time for me to look at it and say, they're going to stay out of trouble for 9 months, or they could go back to court and they could serve a jail time. For that 9 months, to the best of my knowledge, they stayed out of trouble. And they were basically, in my mind, on probation. And we see that after February 27th, when that 9-month suspended sentence was vacated, the activity started up again.
I see.
By that time, the license was renewed on March 1st, and we're in the process of compiling all of this information for us to say we don't want to renew it October 1st.
All right, very good. Thank you. Are there any council members who would like to ask Mr. DiFiore some questions before Mr. Stein has the opportunity to cross-examine him? Yes, Councilman.
Yes, Mayor Goodman. A couple of questions, probably for Mr. DiFiore. The Llewells, the owners of this business, are usually off-site. What I mean by that is most, if not all, of the activity is occurring outside the RJC. Generally speaking, the Llewells are usually not present. Is that right?
No, I would say in some cases they were present at the Regional Justice Center and even at the old courthouse.
Okay.
Not all the time.
My next question is that it seems that at least the persons that were convicted and at least accused of doing other things, whether they were prosecuted or not, were the agents. Do they work on a commission basis?
To the best of my knowledge, they do.
Do you have any more specific information on that? I mean, do they work on a 10%, 20% basis? Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to determine what their motivation is. I think it's obvious. The obvious motivation is to get people to hire this chapel versus the chapel down the street. But we're talking about the agent on the street, not the owner. So does the agent have a monetary motivation to engage in some of this conduct?
That I don't know. I would like to pick up on your question, though, and maybe expand on it a little bit. There is more than just allegations of the Llewells using hired agents. There's allegations behind tab 25, 26, and 27 about them hiring homeless people, paying these homeless people $1 a slur, basically, to go up and call a competitor a pervert or some other derogatory name in front of other customers. Once this happens, and the homeless person, or whoever it is, does this, they have seen that person go up and be paid by Cheryl Lowell for what they believe is the conduct. That's in your backup. I'll be glad to read it all, but that's in your backup. What you have is not just that conduct, but you have one of the homeless people eventually coming forward and giving a statement and expressing remorse for his conduct, saying he was drunk the day before he had done something like this and been paid by the Lowells. This isn't just the Lowells, their agents. This is them on the street with street people doing whatever they can to harass, threaten, and intimidate their competition. And I think this entire book shows a pattern of that. I'll be glad to present more evidence if you want me to, but that's in your backup.
If you please. Mr. Stein, I didn't get a great answer to my question, so sometime during your presentation I'd appreciate it.
Any other questions of Mr. DiFiore at this point? Councilwoman?
I just want to make sure that I understand this. You had several years went by where there were numerous complaints about harassment and other things similar to that, which involved those people who were hired by the chapel and also the Llewells. The statements in here and the actions. And even though these are not under oath affidavits, they are statements where people signed their names, and that's sticking your neck out some, and in a fierce situation, which is something not usually done unless there's a really strong pattern and people are trying to stand up for that. You had an arrest and a conviction and a fine. Is that correct? You had, on the NOLO, you had a fine, right?
Yes.
And the police department report using the chronic nuisance ordinance states that this is a chronic nuisance. Am I correct in that? Okay. And they themselves are operating without a license in February, or excuse me, or was it April of '05?
It was February of 2005.
Okay. Now, is there anything else that you are stating that I haven't got down here as far as your fee? I understand the numerous complaints, and even, I'm not a lawyer, but I do work with people a lot, and I know just signing a statement is a big thing for people usually. So that's what I needed to know. And the arrests, the NOLO, the fines, the police department report, the operating without a license. Was there anything else that I've missed here upon which you're basing?
Just the blatant disregard for Nevada's Transportation Services Authority regulations.
Okay.
Over a period, I believe, of two or 3
The transportation authorities.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to summarize in my mind.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilwoman Tarkanian's question, okay, you said he was without a license in April of 2005?
They obtained a license for 1431 Las Vegas Boulevard, April 11, 2005. They were conducting business down at the courthouse and at 1431 Las Vegas Boulevard South on Valentine's Day 2005 without a valid business license.
And what happened by the time they was told to cease and desist from February the 14th until they got their license? What happened in that time span?
Well, they subsequently came in and filed for a business license at that point. They filed for the handbill license. They filed for...
But no, I'm saying, did they continue doing business between February and April after they'd been warned not to?
That I don't have specific information on.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? All right, your next witness?
That's it, Your Honor. That's the information that's before you used to formulate his decision.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Mayor,
you're right, absolutely.
Mayor,
Cross-examination.
before you move forward, I just have one question, maybe a couple, but it's in regards to the affidavits, as to your explanation that it was dropped off to your office. Being that the affidavits are all similar in typing, it looks like, as Councilman Wolfson stated, it's very similar as far as all of them compiled. My concern would be the authenticity of the affidavits, not to say that the actions don't reflect the conviction, but more so how true or how close to the truth you can provide in your explanation as far as the authenticity of these affidavits that have been brought forward.
If the council wishes, I know we have wedding chapel owners and agents, I believe, of the other wedding chapels here in the audience. The wedding chapel owners could verify whether or not these were authentic affidavits, or could verify that these individuals worked for them at the time that the complaint was filed.
My concern would be just making sure that the signatures and the dates on each of the affidavits are actual people. You understand what I'm asking?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add that some of those statements, I won't call them affidavits, some of those statements match up with police reports and other things that you have. So I think that substantiates to some extent.
Your Honor, if I could, I'm having a little bit of a problem now because of what we're asking, the questions we're asking here, as far as authenticity of these statements. And so Mr. Stein's going to have witnesses come up telling us that these things probably didn't happen. And so, when Councilman Barlow and Councilman Wolfson ask these questions, I too would like to know. I mean, it's fine to say that these events did happen, but I think we need to make sure that even if we have one or two people tell us that they did happen. And then I know I don't want to get into a prolonged discussion about it, but I know Councilman or our city attorney is telling us that he's through, but and the questions have been brought forward that maybe these are not authenticated, and it bothers me a little bit.
Well, for me, Councilman, even if there's someone in the audience that has signed one of these statements, if they're even here to basically just bring some life to at least 2 or 3 of the statements that have been presented as affidavits, that will help me. just so that I'll know that these are actual people versus just names that have been signed and dated.
All right, I think a request is being made then to, wait till Mr. DeFiore is through. Request is being made to you, Mr. Jervik, to ask whether or not, and you don't have to accede to the request, to ask whether or not any of the, quote, affidavits, end quote, which are basically statements, whether the signatory to it is present here today.
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. I think that if the council has a question, we're always happy to answer it. Again, I'm not standing here telling you, for the record, that I know anything more about these documents than Mr. DeFiore has told me. And when I submit them to you, I submit them to you in all candor. They are what Mr. DeFiore based his decision on in part, and to the extent that some of them contain names that are later contained in police reports, I believe them, based upon those two things, to be real people. Those that are not corroborated by police reports, you don't see the name later on, I'll let you draw your own conclusions about. But with respect to the affidavits themselves, anybody whose name was on these affidavits, are you present in the audience today?
I'm Minister Sherry Clute.
Okay. Sherry Clute is here.
All right, and what exhibit is that?
I'm sorry, Ms. Clute is, the pardon for me, Your Honor, is tab 9.
Tab 9.
And Ms. Clute, could you step forward, please?
All right,
Would you like to have Ms. Clute sworn?
Ms. Clute, swear in, please.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Sherry Clute.
And could you spell your last name?
K-L-U-T-E.
And who are you employed by, Ms. Clute?
I'm the minister. I'm also the owner of Spring House Wedding Chapel.
Okay, you're the minister there?
I'm the minister.
You perform wedding ceremonies. And you've heard of Garden of Love?
Yes, I do.
They are for want of a better term, your competitor in the industry? I'm going to show you a document that is behind tab 9 in your book, Your Honor, that is titled affidavit. That's not to say it is an affidavit. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign it?
That is my signature.
Are the representations contained in that document true and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Can you tell us for the record who prepared that document?
I believe that this information I gave to an individual, it would be Cliff Everett who typed this up for me because I don't type very well, and I asked him to prepare this with my signature to make a record of the incidents that had been happening on a regular basis, to make a history of things that were occurring on a regular basis.
And Cliff Everett, that's E-V-E-R-T?
Yes.
And who is Mr. Everett with respect to the wedding industry?
He's the owner of Vegas Wedding Chapel.
And that is also, for want of a better term, a competitor in this
Yes,
business?
it's also a downtown wedding chapel.
Are you aware of other affidavits that Mr. Everett prepared?
Yes, we were trying to compose a composite of things that we could not, when nobody listens, you have to make a history, you have to make a record, because it seemed like we were talking, nobody was listening. This was a very serious, very dangerous, very scary time.
Were you sitting here during the early part of the presentation where I was reading through documents labeled as affidavit?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear the names that I read into the record?
Yes, I have.
Do you know an individual by the name of Stephen Smith?
Yes, that's my husband.
Okay. Mr. Smith, what is his relationship to the wedding industry?
He's a minister as well.
Turning your attention to tab 4. I'm showing you a document purported, or titled affidavit. Do you recognize the signature on that document?
That is my husband's signature, Stephen Smith.
Did he sign that in front of you?
He might, yes, he probably did, or he said, but this is definitely his signature.
Do you know an individual by the name of Edward Shiner?
No, I do not, but I do know who Michael Joseph is.
Okay, let me go either forward or backward here for a moment. Turning to tab 2. Who is Michael Joseph?
Michael Joseph was a former employee of a Garden of Love who, after an incident with John Zaremba, he told us of an incident where he was a witness to the procurement of getting someone to attack another person, and he was very scared, and he came to me and told me this horrifying story that I had to sit back and listen to, but I really, after it happened, I believed it was true. Plus, the man who did it later, but I know, but these.
I'll stop there.
There was a concern as to the authorship. I think that's been answered. So.
Thank you very much.
Does that answer you?
Yes, I just want to make sure that the folks standing there are also standing as far as names on the affidavits?
All right.
Okay.
You've heard your names being referenced on affidavits, and you did in fact sign those? All right, thank you.
Okay.
If I could, Your Honor, one witness will probably clarify a little bit of this too. His name's Chris Everts. He's present. I'd like to just call him briefly.
All right, fine. I'm concerned about you folks standing up. Have a seat, please, and if need be, we'll call upon you. We'll certainly get your names for the record.
Thank you. Could you...
Excuse me. I think that Mr. Stein should cross-examine.
I'm sorry? I was wondering about my cross-examination.
No, you should cross-examine Mr. DiFiore if you have any questions of him. Mr. DiFiore, why don't you come up and then...
Well, I can wait until after Mr. Everts. Quite I don't even see Mr. DiFiore.
All right, we'll have Mr. Everts. I assume that's going to be foundational.
And all the witnesses are going to be here for Mr. Stein to
Okay,
examine
fine.
any way he sees
All right.
fit. Could we have the witness sworn, please? I do. Would you please state your name for the record?
Cliff Everts, City of Las Vegas.
And your last name is spelled?
Evarts.
And Mr. Everts, by whom are you employed?
I'm the founder CEO of the Vegas Wedding Chapel, and I also have a real estate business.
And is the Las Vegas Wedding Chapel a competitor, so to speak, with the Las Vegas Garden of Love?
It's actually the Vegas Wedding Chapel, and we're a competitor with all the other chapels in town.
Gotcha. Have you heard the testimony here in chambers today prior to coming to the podium?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the documents that were referred to as affidavits behind the various tabs that were introduced before the City Council, that is tabs 3 through 12?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how those documents came into being?
Yes, I am.
Could you please describe for the council how they were created and who created them?
I was in the process of preparing a restraining order against Craig and Cheryl Llewell. My attorney at the time was Steve Stein. It still is, actually, I think, in that case. He advised me that I should prepare affidavits with all of the people and present that to the court in an attempt to get a restraining order. And so I acted as described for many people because that's what not only I needed for the restraining order, but also, as Mr. Stein indicated, he was working or trying to work with the City of Las Vegas, and he was my attorney, and trying to come up with some rules or regulations to do this. And so he also wanted those submitted to business licensing. So I also delivered those to business licensing. But they were actually created as part of a restraining order upon the advice and recommendation of Mr. Stein. He never advised me, as now, that they had to be notarized. I simply acted as described. And that's how they were prepared. Many of those people, I don't know all the affidavits you referred to, but of the ones you've heard, there's probably half a dozen people here in attendance who can verify that those affidavits are in fact true. They are in fact real people.
All right. Okay. Have a seat.
Can I ask a question, Your Honor?
I'm scared to hear the question.
Well, I always like to hear about the conflict of interest, ethics.
I recall Mr. Everts hiring me regarding a restraining order and regarding something to do with the city and this business. But I also recall that he was not happy with my services and he terminated me. That's my recollection.
This happened during the time that he represented me. In fact, he appeared in a court case on my behalf in 2004. So he was still my representative. I hired him in February of 2003. Right. That was the time when, as he just admitted to, that's when I applied for the restraining order that he referred to. He was my attorney. I acted on his advice of how these should be done. And so therefore, during that period of time when most of these affidavits were prepared, he was my attorney, and I prepared him on his advice, and I prepared him the way he told me to do that. I realize he may not find those acceptable today, but that's what he told me to do then. And I did, in fact, submit it to the business licensing, and I submitted them to the court.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there were other folks who stood up. I don't want to get anything other than your name. What is your name, sir?
Ashley Silver.
All right, thank you. And there were some ladies that stood up as well.
Mayor, it's Joan Mavorkis with Vegas Adventure Wedding Chapel. I just was clarifying that one of the items that I thought was included in there. Would you like me to come forward?
Yes, but you're not going to testify now unless somebody calls you as a witness.
Your Honor,
and we're not going to accept exhibits from anybody unless one of the lawyers puts it into the record. Please state your name for the record again.
It's Joan Mavorkis with Vegas Adventure Wedding Chapel. I thought that one of the documents that I have for my specific chapel was included with this. I just got clarification that it is not included with this, so I have my name and my chapel, to my knowledge, is not included with this.
Very good.
We came on board after all of this headache.
Fine.
And have new headaches.
Perfect, thank you. All right, young lady, was your name mentioned as one of the...
My name is in there, yes, sir. My name is Sierra Valderrama.
Oh, you have to come up and give us your name. Please come up. And speak in the mic, please. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sierra Valderrama. I'm a former employee of a Las Vegas Garden of Love. I worked there for almost 3 years.
And one of your statements is included in...
Yes, it is. It's way towards the very end. I have actually a police report that I used to get a restraining order against Cheryl Llewell.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so I think the concern about veracity or authenticity has been addressed, at least to my satisfaction. And your turn to cross-examine Mr. DiFiore and Mr. Stein. How are we doing, Ms. Bridges, on the staff? Okay, what we'll do is we'll finish up Mr. Stein, we'll finish up the city's presentation, and then we'll take a break, and then come back for the presentation of Mr. Stein's case.
I can tell the council that my cross-examination will be all of about 2 minutes.
Well, let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm done, Your Honor.
Okay, fine.
Submit at this point in time.
I understand, but Mr. Stein has to cross-examine Mr.
I've
DiFiore.
told everybody who was present at the podium to remain present so that Mr. Stein can ask any questions he wishes to ask during the course
Very
of the
good.
hearing. Everybody's going to stay here.
Okay, cross-examination, please.
Mr. DiFiore, and you confused me, and that's why I have you back up here. According to the paperwork that I got, the public nuisance filing by Metro was in July of the year 2004.
Correct.
And I believe I heard something stated that it was 2006 that it was resolved?
Correct.
When was a filing, when did the city attorney file the charges in municipal court?
Well, I know that was adjudicated in...
I didn't ask that, Mr. DiFiore.
Okay.
When did they file the charge?
I don't have a specific date for that.
Do you know when the plea was taken?
The plea was taken, I believe, May 25th, 2006.
In what department, do you know?
I believe it was Department 5 of the Municipal Court.
Okay. And according to your records, they pled nolo, both pled nolo and were fined?
Correct.
Do you have any abstract of that, any printout of that, any J&C of that with you here today?
I don't know what J&C means.
Judgment and commitment.
Okay, I don't have documents from the court for those two, or for the stipulations that were read into the record.
Were you present in court during any of those proceedings?
No, I was not.
Were any of your agents from your, under your authority present?
No, they were not.
Okay. Nothing further?
All right, have a seat, Mr. DiFiore.
Real quickly, this should be something that can be confirmed or not. I mean, there's a, I don't know if my mic's on, there's the municipal court clerk's office.
I understand.
Over the break, we can send somebody down. You know, I would think we don't have to wait in line because it's us asking. Let's get the records.
Well, I'm not sure it's our obligation. This is an adversary proceeding, and each party has their own burden.
And I agree 100%, but it still is an open question in my mind.
It's a good question, too. All right, so, Mr. Jervik, you rest?
I have rest, Your Honor.
All right, very good. We'll take a recess so that the clerk will be able to get refreshed, and we'll be back here at 1:15.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is somebody checking what Councilman Wolfson suggested?
That's up to the parties.
Oh, that's up to the parties. So, Mr. Jervik,
That's up to them, Councilwoman. I'm not going to do the work.
are you, Mr. Jervik?
Yes. Yes.
Brad,
Doors are open?
are you checking this Councilman Wolfson's request? All right, thank you.
I ran a school, and I didn't find I didn't even know you filed a charge. How's that, Brad? Tim, who?
I read that through the newspaper, and I think it's right here. I am only allowed to present evidence to the council that was used by Jim DiFiore in making the decision to deny the renewal of the license. You have your story if you like. Therefore, I'm not allowed to claim this. if Mr. Stein does something that you think is smart to do, that opens the door to allow me to call you, I will. I appreciate your being here, but if you just want to see the outcome of it, I appreciate your story. I don't have a doubt about it. I'm not going to use you unless Timothy or you about you before you. Oh, good to meet you. Good to meet you. That's your medicine?
Steve, do you need anything? Are you all right for now? We'll go back in about 30 minutes.
I'm fine. I'm not going to get anything to eat or anything. I just want...
Okay, I'll maybe wait for the minute and I'll just sit back in. All right.
Yeah, he's good. Something.
So Sharon's doing well. She's still with us.
No, she's not there and she's being media representative from some cat. Not me. Communications back.
Is she still in D.C. with us?
White House in Maryland?
I didn't get communications out of Reed's office, so I didn't know what happened. My best was to talk to her. She's always like,
And you're a little late now. I don't have time for...
thank you. J-E-R-E-S. And you are the prosecutor?
I'm the city attorney. Yeah, I'm not prosecuting. I'm representing the case for the city. No, the mayor wants Steve Stein represented. Oh, the video.
You're late now. I got 15 minutes.
I may call it rebuttal if you want it early. You can see it early.
I'm not going to see it.
I got a laptop. I'll bring you up there. We'll sit down. We'll have a couple of talks. I have the radio.
I have to talk to my client.
Oh, good to meet you. Nice recording.
Yeah, and my number. You can mention it. I'm going to call you up here. Cheryl? Craig? Come on, we got to go talk.
Well, they never Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna take yours. Yeah. And just another couple of weeks. That's what I
So we got something to eat?
Mike, how are you? Good to see you again. I've seen you twice in 3 months. I didn't see you for a year. Good to see you. Where's the usual?
I didn't know this was there. Oh, okay.
Hi, Ashley. Hi. Hi. Good, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to.
Yeah, okay.
Been here for
She's over there.
Right. Are you a tree?
Yeah. Okay, well, she was writing down.
Oh, okay.
She was on that item.
Very good.
Well, we had to go back.
Oh, okay.
So we had to go back. So you'll have to do a motion. And then, so what did you find out last night?
No.
What happened on Saturday?
We'll see. They're going to appear out all over. You won't be able to get in there. Maybe not today because we got off. On a normal day. You won't be able to get in there. Every day. That's it. I can see you.
Try that. Swing it the other way, Dan, and you can put the legs up there, and or can you get it that way?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Pardon me. Pardon me.
Oh,
Are you serious?
No.
Don't go away like that?
You're amazing.
I mean, so it's just.
They don't get the customers.
Yeah, it was.
They do. Last night.
That helped.
We didn't have a business license. So they couldn't get in.
Hey, Dan, you need some help, too?
We don't have
You need some help? I'll see if there is.
Are they in the
Couple of them are.
Oh, they just had it.
Someone brought it down. Mayor and There's stuff back there. Very. See, that made a huge difference. I'm not seeing any shine off.
Do you guys need any help?
Nothing shine off the line.
I just have it the same angle as that one.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Do you mind going up there?
Can you get back there and come personally?
It's not for tomorrow, so we have a couple days. Maybe it's in the bag. It's for next.
With them all?
Yeah, Have you heard about my concern?
I mean, I've got a little more shine off the top reflector. Let's go with that. Probably pretty down. No, it's all right. It looks good there, so I'm happy with that.
That may be key. I mean, visibly, yes, yeah, it's up a little bit higher than that one. I'd like to see more at the bottom reflector.
Okay, maybe that'll help her out a bit. Probably not. I think we'd have some.
One person, everybody else that's what's happened here. Anyway, thank you very much. Okay, thanks.
Yes, I've been one of the correct license twice. Myself, battery with a substantial arm. Oh, here's my cell phone knocked out of my hand. I'm calling the 311. I'm on the phone for
It's okay. I think we're done.
8 minutes, 6. When I knocked my phone out, my hands off the battery. I was in auto accident.
try to email her.
Sergeant Warburton? Can I see you for a moment, please?
What? What? What does it say on the notes?
Just want to tell the folks who are here for the afternoon calendar, we're in the middle of a hearing, and we could very well be another hour and a half. So if you have business that you'd like to attend to or leave the council chambers, we won't, I think, I in good faith could say we're not going to be calling any of the afternoon items till at least 2:45. And it goes without saying that anybody who was here in connection with this case that we're proceeding on, please remain, because we're going to go forward this afternoon on the matter of a Garden of Love. Mr. Steiner.
Thank you. I don't know. I didn't move it.
This way?
Which way, Mayor? Oh, sure. You get a chance to sit on it? Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon once again, everybody. We're in the middle of item number 58, which is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of non-renewal of a wedding chapel license for a Las Vegas Garden of Love. The city has rested in its presentation. It's now time for the Garden of Love and their counsel to make a presentation to us. I'd like to state for the record that during the noon recess, I had the opportunity to discuss with Mr. Stein as well as Mr. and Mrs. Lewell an issue of a possible conflict of interest which arose this morning, and I explained to them that even though it may be disputed, a gentleman testified that Mr. Stein was his lawyer, and that gentleman was acting in an effort to prepare documents which would be used to close a Garden of Love, and Mr. Stein is now representing a Garden of Love, trying to keep it open. So to me, that was at least a ostensible conflict. Mr. and Mrs. Lewell said they recognize that. They waive any conflict of interest. Mr. Stein is in a position where he could go forward representing them. Mr. Jerbick was present when we had that colloquy, and Mr. Jerbick says that the city waives any potential conflict of interest, so that's behind us at this point in time, and we'll go forward with the presentation of evidence on behalf of the Garden of Love.
Your Honor, I would just like to state for the record as well, everything you said is true and accurate, of course, but at the just before I rested, you indicated that you might want copies of court records that back up representations regarding plea agreements or restitution or things like that. I would like to reserve the right to supplement the record with those documents as they come out. I've asked Mr. DiFiore and his staff to get those documents during the break, rather than take time doing that now. If you'll let me supplement later, I'll turn it over to Mr. Stein.
Very good. There's no problem with that. And we're going to use a procedure that folks will be called up to the podium rather than to just come up to the podium. They'll be called there by the counsel who are representing the respective parties. If, in fact, somebody wants to speak and they're not in a position where they've been called up, I ask them to raise their hand. I'll have them come up individually and not en masse and hear what they have to say, and then consider whether or not we'll consider their statement as part of this record. So with that in mind, Mr. Stein, we're ready to hear your presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the council. The first witness that I will present is Cheryl Lewell.
Ms. Lewell, if you'd be kind enough to go to Ms. Bridges, our clerk, and be sworn in.
Yes.
And I guess you can have a seat, Paul. And so that the council understands, I call Mrs. Llewellyn first because she is the one primarily involved in the running of the business and in the handling of all business affairs for the garden.
Okay.
So Mrs. Llewellyn.
Okay, let's do this. There's a handheld microphone. I'm going to ask Mr. Stein to use that. I'm going to ask Ms. Llewellyn and any other witnesses to speak into the microphone that's in front of you.
Thank you.
That way the record will be able to reflect everything that's being said.
Mrs. Llewellyn, can you please relate to the council and the mayor your history in the business of wedding chapels?
That's fine. Back in about 1997, I worked in a tux and gown shop called Balance Formal Wear in the Target Shopping Center on Flamingo and Maryland Parkway. We went to a place called the Cashman Field for a bridal spectacular. At the bridal spectacular, I was a manager at the tux and gown shop. He told me that he did a rental on wedding gowns. He told me that he wanted to do a sale on them to get rid of all of his old stock. So I told him how to promote and market it by actually price marking up the wedding gowns and then putting a sign out for all brides, 75% off. Okay? At the bridal spectacular, we brought 200 wedding gowns. We ended up leaving with 3. I did all the sales there. Brides were grabbing the gowns like crazy. I was approached by Miss Charlotte Richards and Joni Williams, which owned a little white wedding chapel. She gave me a business card, Miss Joni Williams did. Charlotte asked me if I knew who she was. I denied. I didn't know who she was. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I didn't know anything about wedding chapels. Proceeded 6 months later, the owner of Balance Formal Wear was looking at selling the business. I called up Miss Charlotte Richards. She asked me to meet her at a Denny's on Las Vegas Boulevard and talk to me about how much money I could make in the wedding chapel business working for her. I then proceeded to do a training period, which Miss Roseanne Barr, which is present, trained me at Little White Chapel. She gave me the initial of M, for more money, more money, more money, the movie that was out back then. She said, I have the feeling that you're going to make me a lot of money. My commission at Miss Charlotte Richards' place was $6,000 to $7,000 a month. And what I mean by that is we received 10% of what we sold. She handed out flyers every month of who was the highest salesperson, and that was myself. Charlotte then treated me like her daughter, then let me drive her Corvette, then had me run the other chapels that she had, and also after that, proceeding 3 years into working for Charlotte Richards, I left. I quit. I couldn't stand the politics anymore, and I left. I went to live in my home with my family that I take care of, and said, for the next 6 months, I am going to buy rummage sale stuff and resell it at my house. For 6 months, I did well, but I didn't have insurance. Island Wedding Chapel, went there, Miss Linda Swift. Island Wedding Chapel was at the Tropicana. Miss Linda Swift supposedly was losing a lot of money, and she wasn't doing well. I then came in and showed her how to proceed with her business. She was actually printing out photos and giving the the customers would come back and look at the photos.
Excuse me. And we're now referring to the item
July 10th,
July
2000.
2000.
Correct.
Tab number 1.
Correct. Miss Swift met my husband, Craig Llewell, and offered him a job. Not myself. I did not bring any of my family members to work for Miss Swift. On top of that, she met my mother, Miss Barbara Ludwig. She also proceeded to hire her. On top of that, she met Constantina Lisa Manvella, which is my aunt, and hired her. And the other person that you have on file is Christina Manvella. That is my other aunt. That wrote an affidavit against me, just so you know, was cheating on my uncle. Let's revolve around that, okay?
You know...
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry, because we can't be here forever.
No, I understand.
Now, the only...
Basic thing was I was...
Wait.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Stein, rather than have a narrative, ask questions, okay? Because this narrative could go on for an hour.
You went to work for Linda Swift at the Tropicana
Correct.
Wedding Chapel on July 10th, 2000.
No, I worked for her prior to that.
Prior to that.
Correct.
And you read the allegation contained
Correct.
in number 1.
I was... and
Did you embezzle any money while you worked there?
No, I did not. It had nothing to do with payroll or financial dealings.
What was your job?
I just ran the wedding chapel, made sure all the couples were taken care of, and we got a commission off of what we sold, just like when I was at Little White Chapel.
Okay, now, after you worked there, did you quit or were you fired?
No, I was actually let go by Miss Linda Swift,
Why?
because I had a $10,000 commission check that she didn't want to pay me for June of 2000, which I never received and went to the labor board against her. But because I received more than minimum wage, she didn't have to pay me.
Were you ever charged with any crimes for any actions at that
No, sir, I
employment?
wasn't. No, this is the first time I heard anything about it.
Following that, did you stay working in the wedding chapel business?
No.
Did you come back
Yes.
into the wedding chapel
Yes,
business?
I did.
And what year was that?
November 21st, 2002.
And where did you go to work then?
I opened my own wedding chapel on 200 West Sahara Avenue.
What was the name of that wedding chapel?
It was called A Las Vegas Garden of Love.
Was it licensed
Yes, it was,
by the city or the county?
by the city of Las Vegas.
Did there come a time when you moved, you closed that location on West Sahara?
The location was torn down by a condominium that was being built.
Where did you move your business to?
I called up Chapel of Love and asked them if they would proceed to do my weddings.
Chapel of Love, not being your...
Not Garden of Love. No, incorrect. It was Chapel of Love at 1431 Las Vegas Boulevard South.
Did you then proceed to do business at that location?
I proceeded to handle all of the business that was handled at Chapel of Love, not Las Vegas Garden of Love at that point in time.
Now, you heard Mr. DiFiore state that on February 14th, 05, you did not have a license as the Garden of Love on the Las Vegas Boulevard location.
That is correct.
Did you have a license?
Yes, we did.
Whose license?
Chapel of Love.
You were operating under their license?
Correct. And we were handing out flyers, as you can see, as I have one, Chapel of Love, home of A Las Vegas Garden of Love. So because of all my pre-booked weddings, I wanted them to know we were in the Chapel of Love location. And he has the flyer that we handed out.
Well, why don't I just mark this as and pass it around to the... But that was not your license, it was somebody else's
Correct.
license. And you were operating under it.
Correct, because they were trying to help me out for all the weddings that I had.
Have you moved the admission of this?
I would move the
All right, it's admitted.
When you were approached by business licensing in the city, did you explain the situation to them?
Correct, we did.
And who did you meet with and explain the situation?
Lon Grismick, and then there was another, actually, they came into the wedding chapel, Chapel of Love, on February 14th. I have a videotaping of it also. They came into the chapel and told us that Las Vegas Garden of Love did not have a license. We said, we're the Chapel of Love. And two, Lon Grismick and another black lady, I do not know her name, I apologize, from the business licensing, said, well, who informed you of this? And we explained, Carol from the business licensing said it was okay. It's on video. They said, okay, well, we're going to give Carol a call. Gave Carol a call. They did not give me a ticket. They did not ask me to close the door. So from February to April, until I did receive my own license, we were there doing business. It was never closed down. We were never ticketed. We were never anything.
And after they came in, you did apply for a license, did
Yes, they said it would be easier for the city of Las Vegas to just apply for your business license and just do a change of address. They said it's $30, it takes no time, and just explain it that you're doing a change of location.
And that's what you did?
Correct, I have all the paperwork on it.
Now, going back to the allegations, which are basically, and we've been through them, contained in the May, June 2003. Let me direct your attention to the one on May 22nd, 2003, which is Exhibit 5, where an individual by the name of Edward Shiner stated he worked for the Little Wells and that he witnessed a large number of intimidating actions. Did Edward Shiner ever work for you at any location where you owned?
No, he did not. Edward Shiner was never an employee by Las Vegas Garden of Love. He was an employee of Cliff Everett's from Las Vegas Wedding Bureau. He never worked for me.
And you've read all of these
I
allegations?
have read every complaint and allegation. I sat and cried because
Well,
I'm sorry.
that's it. We don't
All
have
right.
to hear about the crying.
All right.
Are any of them true?
None of them. Oh, the TSA. I apologize. The TSA is correct.
Now, you also heard testimony today about a nuisance filing by Metro.
Correct.
Following the filing of a public nuisance by Metro, were you in fact charged in municipal court for the city of Las Vegas with a nuisance?
Yes.
Was your husband also charged?
Yes.
Did you hire an attorney?
Yes, I did.
And who did you hire?
Mr. Jerry De Palma.
And did there come a time when you went to court on that citation, that case?
We did a whole bunch of sit-downs prior to this, and then we went to court, yes.
And who did you appear in front of, if you remember?
Judge Cedric Kearns.
How was that case handled?
I believe it was the city attorney, told us that he believed that we would stay out of trouble for 9 months. As long as we stayed out of trouble for 9 months, everything would be dismissed. And we did that, and we returned back in court 9 months later, and he dismissed everything on the case.
So it's not a conviction, the case was dismissed after you stayed out of trouble?
Correct, because I have had no record, and that was a big thing for me not to have a record.
Was there a fine?
I can't recall if we even received a fine. Jerry De Palma actually handled the fine portion. I remember that they had put a bail prior to, correct, prior to that. And I believe we got the bail back. Sorry.
It was submitted on the record, you had to post cash bail, if you stayed out of trouble, it would be dismissed, and the cash bail might have been...
returned.
Well, it may have been returned, or it could have been transferred over as a
fine that
a fine.
It could have.
But the case was in fact dismissed?
It was dismissed.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
May I ask a question, please? Mr. Stein, just because we're on the topic right now, do you have any criminal record at all?
No.
Nothing at all? You've never been convicted of a crime?
No.
Thank you.
Now, you've heard quite a bit of allegations about employees of yours. Well, first of all, let me answer Councilman Wolfson's, maybe you can answer Councilman Wolfson's question. You have handbillers who work outside the RJC in the old courthouse prior.
Correct.
Do they work on commissions?
No.
How do you pay them?
They get paid an hourly rate, $10 per hour.
To your knowledge, do any of the other
Yes.
wedding chapels pay commissions?
Yes, they do.
But you do not.
I do not.
You've heard these allegations about fights between your employees and employees of the other chapels.
Correct.
Have you ever fired an employee, a handbiller, for being involved in a fight?
Yes.
And would that be after you have done due diligence and researched them and found out that they were wrong or they caused the fight?
Well, for instance, the Michael Joseph case right here.
That's May 16, 2003.
No, yeah. Well, he filed it on that date. I don't believe that's the date that it actually happened on. Both of those handbillers were my employees. They had
Both of them?
Correct. Michael Joseph and Bradley were both my employees at the courthouse. It's not like they were fighting another chapel. They had a fight with each other. And the reason was Michael Joseph didn't like Bradley. They got into a fist fight. I proceeded to let both of them go. The very next day, Michael Joseph went to work for Stained Glass Wedding Chapel.
Now let me jump out of there and go to the TSA. The Nevada Transport Regulatory Agency has cited you, and there are several of them in here, for operating improperly.
Correct.
You had in place a procedure where all of your drivers were taught about the regulations and rules, correct?
Correct.
And who was in charge of your drivers?
Edwin Wright.
And when the drivers got cited, you paid fines, did you not?
Correct.
Did you terminate the drivers after your investigation and you determined that they had not lived within the regulations?
All drivers, after I had been fined, were terminated.
Now let's go to, which one would you like to go to? Which allegation do you feel that you have?
May 30th,
Of what year?
2003.
Okay, that's a complaint by...
Right here.
Complaint filed by Jason Miller, and that would be tab number 7, Your Honor. And what can you tell us about that?
I just would like to tell the court that Jason Miller has never worked for Las Vegas Garden of Love. Jason Miller worked for Stained Glass Wedding Chapel. And the reason why I know that is I had 2 little boys, and Jason Miller is a Nevada registered sex offender.
And
I would not hire him.
And I believe you gave me
I gave you copies of everything.
copies, which I would
Yes.
like to hand up.
Right here.
I would like to move the admittance of this handout, which is a Nevada sex offender registration printout for Jason Miller.
Give a copy to Mr. Jervik, and could you mark it, please, so we'll be able to have a record of an exhibit?
Yeah, I have one for everybody.
Could you mark it to Exhibit A or B, or?
Well, I think we've already had one exhibit, so it'll be 4.
All right, Exhibit 4.
You want all copies, Mark?
No, just the one for the record.
Okay.
Mayor Goodman. Mayor Goodman, may I ask a question?
Certainly.
Mr. Stein and Mr. Jervik, the only information we have on a Jason Miller is in the summary that precedes the tabs in your book and identifies a guy by the name of Jason Miller. And then in the tab, we have the document labeled Affidavit Jason E. Miller. So how do we know, Mr. Stein, that your Jason Miller is the same as the other Jason Miller? I mean, Jason Miller is a fairly common name.
Any of the handbillers that worked down at the courthouse would know who he was. On top of that, I worked at the courthouse handing out flyers prior to this. And I'm the one that bought Jason Miller food because he was hungry when he worked for the chapels.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, you can go there.
Okay, let's jump now to
June
June 2nd, 2003, exhibit number 10. Complaint filed by Shane Kober, an agent of Las Vegas Wedding Bureau.
Also, I knew who Shane Kober was. He actually used to play golf with my brother-in-law. Just so you guys know, Shane Kober, after I found out about that, he golfs with my brother-in-law, and on top of that, I knew nothing about any of these charges, but I investigated into Shane Kober because I knew who he was, and you'll see the investigation.
I would now move, well,
But I have never threatened Shane Kober. I know Shane Kober, which worked for Vegas Wedding Chapel and Stained Glass Chapel. You'll see the same names of the same chapels coming up over and over.
marked as Exhibit 5 is a district court case inquiry regarding a Shane M. Kober with a Justice Court grand jury number showing a charge of sexual conduct between employees of school and pupil and the resolution of those charges. With copies for each of the...
I guess it goes to credibility if he has a conviction.
And I point out that you can get criminal records if you have time.
Thank you.
Mr. Jervik.
I assume that the reason that this is being offered is to impeach the credibility.
Credibility of the statements, which are delineated as affidavits.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask if it's to support or not support the credibility of the statements? A couple of things that were said here. For example, Jason, what was it? What tab was that? What tab was that?
That would be...
And you were saying that he never worked for you.
Correct.
But he doesn't say in his statement he did work for you.
No, it says an employee by Las Vegas Garden of Love. Well, an agent of for a Las Vegas Garden of Love.
Where are we?
On May 30th, 2003.
May 3rd.
Correct.
2003.
Says a complaint was filed by Jason Miller, who stated that while he was an agent for a Las Vegas Garden of Love.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that tab again? I'm lost in these tabs.
Tab Exhibit 7.
That was where his statement is?
Correct. It refers, the evidence backing the conclusions from Mr. DiFiore are contained in the affidavit behind Exhibit 7.
And what you're saying is he never worked for you in any way as a independent contractor or as
Correct.
Okay.
When I was down at the courthouse, ma'am, I did the hand billing myself at one
Okay.
point in time, and I just fed Jason Miller, gave him food because he was hungry.
And who were the other ones? You named two. You've named
Shane
three.
Kober.
Shane Kober. Okay, and that was 10, huh?
That's on June 2nd, 2003, Exhibit 10.
And what were you saying that he didn't say that was true? That was not, what did you say he said was not true?
No, I actually said that I know the gentleman, and he was working for Las Vegas Wedding Bureau at the time, and then he went from there to Stained Glass Wedding Chapel.
But I mean, you were talking about credibility now, and I'm trying to determine the credibility here. Why are you saying this was not credible? Because he worked for another wedding agency?
No, because on this affidavit, Colbert said that he saw me talking to Chris Kendall on June 2nd, 2003, and then he said that Chris Kendall was harassing him and things like that.
But you're saying that's not true. He's saying that is true. We don't know if that's true or not.
Correct.
Okay, and what was the third one? I'm just trying to...
Edward Shiner. It's over here. Which he is present today also, just so you know.
May 22nd, 2003, Exhibit 5.
Where Edward Shining claims an employee of Las Vegas Garden of Love, and he has worked for Llewell's at a Las Vegas Garden of Love and witnessed a large number of intimidating actions by Miss Llewell. He has never worked for me. He has always worked for Cliff Edwards.
And he said that he worked for you in what paragraph is that?
May 22nd, 2003.
Where does he state that in his statement?
Okay, hold on.
I'm on 5. I'm just trying to find out where he states that.
Oh, where he said it?
Well, where he said that he worked for you.
Where
are you claiming he did not say the truth in this?
On the memoranda, on May 22nd,
Fine.
2003.
On
Page 3.
Mr. DiFiore's memorandum of what's contained in the
So we're not
exhibit.
talking about tab 5. We're talking about something in 3? See, my understanding is you're talking about credibility of witnesses here. So far, we've gone over 2. And one, there is a misstatement. He said he worked for you. You said he never worked for you. The other one, I didn't see any problem with credibility, because you're saying you did it, you did not do it. He's saying you did do it. We don't know who's telling the truth.
Correct.
Okay, so where's this one? So I know.
Edward Shiner, what we're referring to is that in Mr. DiFiore's synopsis of the affidavit, he states that Edward Shiner, an employee of the Las Vegas Wedding Chapel, stated that he worked for the Llewells at a Las Vegas Garden of Love Chapel and has witnessed a large number of intimidating actions.
Okay, so
That
that's
is
Mr.
untrue.
DiFiore. As far as Mr. Schneider's statement, he does not say that. He says that he saw these intimidating things, but he didn't. He said he knew you, but he didn't say that he worked there. I'm just into details.
Okay, you
I'm
are
sorry.
correct. I guess that the synopsis by Mr. DiFiore
Right.
was not.
Yeah, the purpose here is to determine credibility, and that's why I wanted to check. So 2 out of 3, and 1 out of 3 on the other one.
Doing well.
Thank you. I'm trying.
Next. Sandy Scott,
Yeah. Sandy Scott, June 25th, 2003.
Exhibit 16.
Sandy Scott actually on October 22nd, 2005 worked for a Las Vegas Garden of Love. I brought a paycheck. Her name is Sandy Scott Medford. She also worked with me when I worked at Little White Wedding Chapel. So I'm just saying, if she was scared and all these tactics that I did and she wrote a statement about it, why would she come and get a job with me?
And I am passing up after it's marked the paycheck to this lady. The original can go into evidence with copies, indicating that she in fact did work there 2 years later, which is contrary to what she has stated in her statement about being afraid.
And what tab was that?
Exhibit 16.
Okay.
Thank you.
August 15, 2003.
Okay. That would be Exhibit 19, the entry of August 15th, 2003.
I did proceed to go to court, and it was Judge Bixler's court for a protective order, which I do have copies of the actual, it was in the newspaper articles. And Judge Bixler told us that he would close both of our chapels down if Cliff Everett or myself, and meaning the agents of A Las Vegas Garden of Love or the agents of Las Vegas Wedding Bureau, didn't act in a correct manner. And the protective order was denied.
Mayor, may I jump in real quick?
Certainly.
Can we go back to
Councilor
16?
Yes, sir.
And regarding Sandy Scott,
Uh-huh.
and you mentioned that Sandy Scott worked for you
2005.
2005.
Correct.
So what is your rebuttal to
Well,
her
she's
statement?
saying in her affidavit that she has witnessed plenty of threats, things for the buildings, things of that order. And, well, if I threaten somebody or people are scared of me, why would you come to work for me? And Sandy Scott, if you knew her from when I worked at Little White Chapel, we were like best friends. And then she went to work, actually, I believe she got terminated from Little White Chapel and went to Las Vegas Wedding Bureau. I saw her at the courthouse.
Right, but specifically, and I understand you're trying to give as much detail as
Right.
possible, but just reading the statement that she submitted, she's just basically making a statement as far as the things that she either heard or seen.
No.
So that's not to me, that's not to say that she was afraid, but more so the things that she has seen.
Well, she told me when she was working for me. She was a wedding coordinator, and she worked for me.
But we're
for-
talking about this statement.
Correct. On her statement, though, she told me that Cliff was having everybody, all these affidavits right here, Cliff Everett was doing at his location. He was having everybody, Stained Glass Wedding Chapel, Crystal Cathedral, which is Stained Glass Wedding Chapel, Chapel of Dreams, they were all going to his location to write affidavits against A Las Vegas Garden of Love so they could get all of these affidavits and take them to the councilman, the business licensing, to the police.
That's, you're not answering.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilman
But
Wells.
she told me that all of this, when she was writing it, she did it because she worked for Cliff Everett. And he was getting affidavits from everyone that worked there or people that didn't work there.
I'm just going off of your statement in regards to, you stated that she stated that she was afraid, and if she was afraid, why would she come to work for you in 2005? I can only base my information off of what has been submitted in her statement and your rebuttal, and so that's what I was trying to get at as far as the clarification.
Yeah, I didn't threaten anybody. I haven't threatened anybody.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I need to know.
Thank you.
I think what he was, if I could, Mr. Mayor, I think what he was saying is that she really doesn't say she's afraid. She was more diligent because of things that had happened in the area, and then she mentions about the nail. I don't think she said she was, yeah.
Have you looked at the picture of the nail?
Yes. It is suspicious to me. I've
Thank
never
you.
seen a nail stand. No, I mean,
Stand straight up, and the car is, I mean, it's just, I didn't see this until I received all this case. I have never seen any of these allegations, so-called affidavits. I have never seen anything. I have been hemmed up by the police on a daily
Okay.
basis.
Thank you. I'm
sorry. I apologize.
Don't apologize, just,
Okay.
Mr. Stein, ask questions and
All
let's
right.
get answers.
The next exhibit, which passed up as Exhibit 6, I guess? 7, is a Review Journal article about Judge Bixler and the temporary restraining order that the witness testified to. And the reason for that is because in Mr. DiFiore's synopsis of August 15, 2003, he stated disposition of the protective order is unknown. The newspaper article indicates the protective order was denied. And that's what Ms. Llewell's recollection is.
Correct.
No, there's the other person.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. There are numerous statements submitted by an individual by the name of John Zaremba. Do you know John Zaremba?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
He was a hand biller for, at that time, I believe, Stained Glass Wedding Chapel and Las Vegas Wedding Bureau.
Are any of the allegations that he has made in here concerning you and your organization accurate?
No, they're all false.
Do you know anything about Mr. Zaremba's personal life that would indicate that his credibility is to be questioned?
Prior to working down at the courthouse, he was homeless, and the wedding chapels hired him to hand out flyers. He was an older gentleman, probably in his 60s, very loud, and older.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but there was a statement that the wedding chapel hired him to hand out flyers. Could we have a clarification as to which wedding chapel that was?
I know I believe it was, I can't give it a definite, so I know he was handing out flyers for a wedding chapel down at the courthouse, and it wasn't a Las Vegas Garden of Love.
You didn't hire him?
No, sir.
I am now having marked and passed up to the council a district court inquiry regarding Mr. Zaremba, indicating that in 1998 he pled guilty to a conspiracy to commit burglary and conspiracy to commit grand larceny.
Also Stephen Smith.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm just slightly confused, if someone can clarify for me in regards to the names that are being submitted. Do they relate to this particular case, or is it just the history of someone's criminal background, which to me at this point doesn't coincide with where we are?
What is happening, Councilman, is they are attacking the credibility of the persons whose statements are before us, most of them with the phrase affidavit on top. And the way they're doing this is there's a rule of law that says if somebody is convicted of a felony, the mere conviction of a felony could be used to assess whether or not they're credible. And that's the purpose of this presentation that we're going through at this point in time. They're showing us that these folks who have given these statements are convicted felons, and therefore, inferentially, their credibility is affected by that.
But then it will lead me to my next question. Would that prohibit someone from, for example, being hired by a wedding chapel to pass out leaflets, whether or not they had or whether they were ex-felon?
No.
Okay.
Mayor Goodman.
Not in and of itself, no.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just for a perfectly clean record, I think this last document that came up shows convictions for gross misdemeanors, not felonies. And Councilman Barlow, with your permission, Mayor Goodman, I don't think Mr. Stein is saying that these convictions relate at all to any of the conduct which we're talking about.
No.
It's unrelated conduct. Mr. Stein is offering to show that these witnesses have convictions for something, and therefore it should affect their credibility. Unrelated conduct is the point.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate the
explanation.
Is that right, Mr. Stein? That is correct. Since I don't have them here to cross-examine them, the only thing I could do was show that their credibility is to be questioned.
Okay.
Mr. Stephen Smith also says that he has, right here.
On the entry of June 8th, 2003, Exhibit 13.
It says an agent of a Las Vegas Garden of Love grabbed the victim, threw him to the ground, and said, "We told you if you come back to the courthouse, we're going to beat you up. Don't come back." These charges were denied to insufficient evidence. First of all, I knew nothing about this matter. I know nothing about an agent. I know nothing about that. But in his clip-clapping through downtown to make a way for his horses that are coming out, he, on May 17th, states
To the city council.
to the city council that Stephen Smith, the owner, resides of the Downtown Community Church, said he walks 4 to 5 miles every day and has a different impression of the downtown and its reputation. It says, "I've never had a problem," he said. Now, maybe if you walked in the wrong parts of downtown, you could have a problem, but you'd have a problem in some parts of any major American city. So if he didn't have problems, how did he write police reports that he was being beat up?
And again, this is a Review Journal article. concerning his testimony before the city council.
Not to defend anyone, Mayor, but wouldn't that be taking this out of context as far as that item that came before council and this one, as far as not having any issues in relation to that particular item?
We could give it whatever weight it deserves. I think it's being offered to show a prior inconsistent position, and it may be entitled to no weight.
Okay, but where's that paperwork? I got it.
Next, we would refer you to the entry of March 20th, 2004, referring to Exhibit 24. And I believe you heard testimony about an individual who had some fire, something was lit on fire and was thrown at an individual, and two people, well, one person pled nolo and was sentenced to 60 days suspended. I have here, without copies, a copy of the transcript of the proceedings before the Honorable Cedric Kearns on September 21st, 2004, in case number C582125, City of Las Vegas versus Ashraf M. Yassin.
I had heard that his name is Alex, said that he worked for my wedding chapel at the time of this. So I proceeded to get the transcript, and it's dated September 30th, 2004.
No, the transcript is not.
No, I mean when I purchased it. Alex never worked for me at that point in time. After he lit the flyer on fire, he wasn't working for me. It's in the transcript that it says...
Was he ever working for you?
After, yes. After, but not during.
How much
I didn't
after?
know, probably a month, 2 months.
Okay.
I didn't even know about this until I heard it from one of the other handlers that supposedly he used my name, but my name is not in here for a Las Vegas Garden of Love that he worked at. He had told the judge, do you work for that chapel anymore? Let me find the page, because I don't want to give you any inconsistency. It says, are you still working at the same place of business? The defendant says no. Oh, it's a different place completely? Defendant says yes. You have no reason to go within 100 miles from him. And 100 yards. Hold on. I apologize before that.
Okay, well, what is the...
The point is, he says on here, at the point in time, Alex says on this thing, on March 2004, in this statement, it says Alex worked for a Las Vegas Garden of Love. I have the transcript that shows he did not work for me at the time that he lit the flyer on fire.
All right, thank you. You want to make that part of the record?
Yes, I do. And I don't have copies.
You want to show it to Mr. Shervick? Very good, no problem.
Mayor Goodman, I know we're going all over the place on this, but just for a clean record, I'm reading the voluntary statement that's behind tab 24, which is relating to what you're talking about now, and apparently it's the alleged victim, Esmeralda Flores, that states that Hector and Alex from the Garden of Love.
She wasn't the victim. The victim was Ashley Silver.
Well, okay, maybe it wasn't a victim, but it's on a voluntary victim witness statement. My point is that a third party said this person was working for the Garden of Love.
Okay.
So maybe that's where Mr. DiFiore got his information.
Okay.
So
I just wanted
maybe,
to make sure.
excuse me,
Sorry.
maybe the person who you're saying is lying wasn't lying. It was the independent witness who said this guy was working for the Garden of Love who may be mistaken.
Okay.
So Mr. DiFiore wasn't wrong, and this guy Alex, or whatever his name, wasn't necessarily wrong either.
We wanted to clear up the innuendo that he did work for the Garden of Love.
Very good.
You should say I'm clearing up an innuendo and not the way it was presented.
All right.
I just have a question that it keeps coming back to a person by the name of Chris Kendall or Christopher Kendall. Does he work for you?
Correct.
And he seems like he's always in the middle of all these so-called incidences and stuff.
Quite a few of them, yes.
But he's
So does he still work for you?
he wasn't at that point in time after that, but he does now. But he's worked at every wedding chapel. He's worked at Stained Glass. He's worked at Chapel of Dreams. He's worked for Adventure Wedding Chapel. He's worked for a Las Vegas Garden of Love. He's worked for... He's here. Stained Glass. He is here.
We're going to call him.
Okay, thank you.
The fight for Angel.
Okay, now directing your attention to the entry of April 7th, 2007, referring to Exhibit 43.
We're making progress.
That deals with
We're making progress.
the two detectives going out to investigate the crime. I believe it was the last thing that Mr. Jervik presented. And Angel Paredes was the individual they were looking for. To your knowledge, Mrs. Llewell, was Angel Paredes working for your organization on the date of this incident?
No.
Did you check the employment records with a Constance Manville, who is in charge of your employment records?
Yes.
Do they show that Mr. Angel Paredes was not working that day?
Correct. He was not scheduled to work at all.
But in fact, he did get charged with a crime, did he not?
Correct.
And it says in the in Mr. DiFiore's synopsis that he failed to appear and a bench warrant was issued.
That's incorrect.
Well, he did fail.
Well, he was picked up actually by his probation officer.
Okay. He was on probation at the time of this incident.
Correct.
And he was charged with this crime, correct? This crime of battery.
They didn't charge him. They reinstated him.
All right, that's different.
Okay.
They charged him with the
Okay,
crime.
they charged him. I'm sorry.
But after that, do you know what happened to his
Everything.
probationary status?
It was reinstated.
What was he on probation for, if you know?
I don't know.
I do have the document showing that he was reinstated on probation in case number C223519, which is a district court case number, on August 8th of 2007. Is he now an employee of yours?
No.
And when did you terminate him?
When I came back from the UFC fight, I was in Houston on that day.
On the day that this occurred?
Correct. I was at the UFC fight in Houston.
On April 7th, 2007?
Correct. And the police officer, the detectives told me that I was in town and I was actually out of town.
And you terminated him because of this?
Correct.
Okay, well, let me ask you a general question. While we've been specific with exhibits,
Correct.
you have read these allegations through.
Correct.
You have read the backup materials.
Yes.
The allegations about you're intimidating people and you're hiring people to intimidate people, is there any truth to that, ma'am?
No.
Have you ever intimidated anyone regarding your business or any of your competitors?
No.
Have you ever asked anyone to intimidate, coerce, or batter any of your competitors or their employees?
No. Can I say one thing? Sure. I was the only hand biller for a Las Vegas Garden of Love, just so you guys know. I didn't have hand billers at that point in time. The other wedding chapels, meaning Las Vegas Wedding Bureau, Chapel of Dreams, and Stained Glass, had other employees. I did it myself. I was down at the courthouse steps from 8 o'clock in the morning until midnight every single day. Chris Kendall, at that time, was working for another chapel. He did not work for me. I was just his competitor, as you would say. I never had problems with Chris Kendall. I never had problems with the other handbillers. The only problems that they had with me is the handbill rules and regulations state that they're only supposed to hand out a flyer to the couple that comes down and not solicit. A wedding chapel owner can solicit their business and kind of explain things to a wedding couple. So I was down there, hey guys, how you doing? I'm the owner of Las Vegas Garden of Love, and I received a lot of couples from it. After that is when I started being pushed around, hit, just numerous things, bomb threats, hitmen. It was ridiculous, and I'm an only child, and my mother said, you can't go down to the courthouse anymore. And that's when I hired handbillers.
Back then you did not.
No, I did not. There was actually a Las Vegas Weekly article of a woman by the name of Kate Silver that did an investigation on all of it. And she was in my chapel. She watched what I did. They went down with fake wedding couples to the courthouse, and she investigated the whole thing, and she went to the hitman that said he was going to kill me. And that was
now
back
passing up an abstract of the article from the Las Vegas Weekly.
It's all over. Everything in here is actually.
Now, Ms. Llewellyn, there are quite a few complaints and letters and affidavits, I'm going to use quotes around that, from an Ashley Silver contained in this pamphlet, this booklet handed out. Do you know Ashley Silver?
Correct, I do.
And who is Ashley Silver?
He was a hand biller for Las Vegas Wedding Bureau, and then he drove limousine after that.
Are any of his allegations true?
There's a lot.
There's a lot that's true? or
No, a lot of allegations.
Oh, okay. For instance?
2004, I know nothing of it.
April 18, 2004,
Correct.
Exhibit 25?
Correct. It says that a complaint was filed by Ashley Silver stating that an agent from A Las Vegas Garden of Love was harassing and trying to intimidate him by shouting vulgar names. He also related an incident when an agent followed him when he entered his vehicle and slammed the door to the vehicle, knocking over his briefcase and the doors passed.
You know nothing about that?
No.
And where else do you see Ashley Silver?
He's all over in this exhibit. The only exhibit that I know that is correct was there was a fight between Jeffrey Dukes, Chris Kendall, and Ashley Silver.
And that is accurate?
That is accurate.
Did you know about that?
Yes, I did.
Did you participate in it?
No.
You knew about it afterwards?
Correct.
I'm now handing up as an exhibit the NCIC check on Ashley Silver.
Your Honor, before he does that, may I interject here?
Councilman Ross?
You just informed us that Alex, the hand biller, didn't work at you at the time he started the fire at another flag? That's not what this article says.
The article says that Hector worked for me. The article, Alex
2
never
weeks
worked
ago, Alex, a hand biller from a Las Vegas Garden of Love, was handing out flyers. A hand biller from rival. Okay, he was working for the Las Vegas Wedding Bureau at the time.
Thank you.
I apologize.
No problem,
Forgive me,
sir.
Your Honor.
No problem.
Thank you. Ashley Silver, the only incident that I didn't know that is correct is the fight down at the old courthouse at 201 Clark Street.
And I passed up an NCIC printout on Ashley Silver indicating a burglary offense, a harassment offense.
Actually, just expedited him right here.
And I will also hand to the council.
While all of this was going on, Ashley Silver, I guess, was a wanted fugitive, and they just expedited him 2006.
I'll pass up a district court inquiry case action showing that Ashley Silver was ordered extradited in February of 2006 by Judge Bixler from Judge Bell. And for those who don't know what extradition means, it means another state wanted him for a crime or a probation or parole violation because he committed some wrongdoing. It was Oregon that requested him, and the state of Nevada sent him back to Oregon to face whatever it was that Oregon wanted.
Counsel, if you read some of these allegations of me...
There's no question before the witness.
Is there anything else you would like to tell the council?
Yes, sir. If you
No,
read...
no, I don't want to hear it that way. Is this a summation or what?
All right. Let me direct your attention
There's more about how I keyed his car. He knows it was done by the wells there.
to February 23rd, 2005, referring to Exhibit 32. There's an allegation in there for malicious destruction of private property by Mr. Evers, Cliff Evers. And while he was driving on Interstate 15, he had a blowout, and the people who came to fix his tires said that it had been sliced. Did you have anybody slice his tires?
No, sir.
Did you slice his tires?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about anybody slicing his
No,
tires?
sir.
Did you ever key his car?
No, sir.
In the entry above that on February 23rd, Exhibit 31?
No. And there's another one that says I didn't rip off his antenna of his car and drive by and beat the horn.
Okay.
Right here.
That's on September 11th, 2003. So those are all false.
Correct. Also when the city attorney said that I paid people $1 to harass people, it says Hector didn't say me. And
Okay.
that's the one that had no allegation.
You heard Mr. Jervik in his presentation indicate that you were accused of paying people $1 to harass individuals in your industry. According to the synopsis of Mr. DiFiore, it's Hector who worked for you who was accused of paying the $1, correct?
That's correct. It says Hector paid Mr. Whelan $1 every time he would harass Ashley Silver and call him ugly names.
Did you have Hector do that?
No, sir. And I knew nothing about it.
You do give out money to a lot of people, don't you?
Correct.
What kind of people do you hand out money to?
Homeless people, people that tell me that they're hungry or I buy them food.
And is that around the Regional Justice Center or the old courthouse?
Old courthouse, new courthouse, bar and grill, everywhere. At my chapel.
So you do hand out a lot of money?
I do. And food.
I believe
That's fine. I mean, I'm
I
good.
believe, Mr. Mayor, that I'm done with my direct examination.
All right, fine. Mr. Jervik, cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Wool. Mr. Stein, at the beginning of his presentation, showed a number of documents which would indicate that persons who indicated they were employed by you either as an independent contractor or an agent had felony convictions of one type or another. You heard all that testimony?
What was that?
Mr. Stein, at one point in time during his presentation, introduced documents to the council showing that several people who said that they had worked for you were convicted felons or had a criminal history. Do you remember that testimony? Somebody was a sex offender, you wouldn't hire a sex offender.
No, they said Jason Miller. I never hired Jason Miller.
Right, and you said because he was a sex offender.
Correct, sir.
The representation was that you knew he was a sex offender and that's why you didn't hire him?
Correct.
Okay. Do you run background checks on people who...
I do run background checks, especially if you've seen some of the people that work down at the courthouse. You have to.
So each of the people that claim that they worked for you, you had run a background check on before making a decision whether to hire them or not. Is that correct?
Not every person. So I'm not going to sit here and say that because I didn't hire some of the people.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Did you run a background check on Angel Herrera or Huerta?
I ran a background check after the fight happened.
And did you find anything interesting?
Yes, I did, and he was terminated.
And what did you find out?
I found out that he was for sex coercion.
You found out
Coercion,
about,
I think it is.
you found out about other employees before you hired them, but in the case of Mr. Huerta, you didn't find out until after this particular allegation.
Angel only worked for me for a short period of time, and Tori Manville is the one that hired him down at the courthouse.
You claim that the date that incident happened, April 7th, 2004, you were out of town?
Correct.
How do you remember that?
Because I was at the UFC fight with, I can actually tell you. I was at a UFC fight because George St. Pierre is my favorite fighter. He was fighting in Houston. I stayed at the DoubleTree. It was actually, you can show me those because the detective showed me that I signed which is not my signature, marriage licenses. The detective said that I was in town. I was never in town. Philip Williams' name is on it, and any minister that works for me, which some of them are here, knows I was not here on that day, and I have, or I will, I mean, I don't have them here, but I had airplane tickets. It was actually myself, Craig Llewell, Barbara Ludwig, Joey Manvella, Tori Manvella, Wes Llewell, John Manvella, all with me at the fights.
Well, I'll let them speak for themselves, Your Honor. Can you take a look at these documents that I'm handing you?
I saw them before.
Are these documents that were shown to you by a detective at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police
Correct, and I
Department?
explained to him that I wasn't here on this day.
Okay, let me just ask a couple of questions.
No problem.
Do these documents purport to be certified copies of certificates, marriage certificates?
Yeah, what they are when the wedding couple comes into the wedding chapel, they need a witness on them. Okay, so the witness is actually what the ministers do is print a name on there, and they were using my name, and I was not there.
These are stamped by the...
Well, folks?
These are stamped by the...
I'm not the
clerk?
minister. I didn't perform the wedding service.
These are stamped by the county clerk?
Correct.
Have you had a
Because
chance
after
to
that,
examine each one of these?
I saw there was numerous ones when Mr. Shonen brought it to me.
Did we stipulate that there are 17 of them?
Is my name on this one? Where's my name's not on this one. And as you see for some of them, and some of them are printed and some of them have a stamp with my name. And I'd love to print for you, that's not my handwriting.
If I could, Your Honor, let me go through these one by one then. Showing you the first certified document, does it purport to be a document?
Correct, it is.
Yes, you have to speak into the microphone, Mr. Jervik.
I'm sorry, there's one right there, Brad. Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Does the first document that I'm pointing to purport to be a certified document?
Correct.
Executed April 7th, 2007?
Correct.
That stated that a wedding occurred, and I'm reading the operative language, with their mutual consent in the presence of Cheryl Lewell.
Correct.
And that is stamped by the county clerk.
But I did not sign it. I was not there. You can ask my ministers. I had a talk with Mr. Philip Williams after this happened and said, and my exact words were, why would you put my name on this? I wasn't here. So I told him to go rectify it with the courts, and he did not. That goes for his license, not mine. He is an independent contractor or independent minister that comes in and performs wedding services. Who he puts as a witness, he has to know who the witness is and make sure that they're over 18, and they have to be present in the room when he's performing the ceremony. I was not present. He did not have me present, and I told him to rectify the situation, and he didn't. And if you'd like to know more about him, I would be happy to tell you.
That appears to be a wedding between a Mr. Smith and a Mrs. Whiteman of Tucson, Arizona. Is that correct?
Correct.
On the same date, does there purport to be a similar certificate? Same date, April 7th, 2007, that purports to be a wedding between Mr. Peavy and Mr. Fisher and Miss Peavy?
Correct.
And that also says that you were present?
Correct. Not my handwriting.
Next document?
All the
Let me ask you
handwriting.
this. Do any of these documents have a signature which purports to be that of Mrs. Llewell?
No.
Every one of them purports to have been in her present and appears to be stamped by the seal of the county clerk. So
No, I understand that, but I'm saying, are any of these documents purportedly signed by her?
No, we're not claiming that, but her wedding chapel filed these documents with
My
the
minister
clerk of the
filed
court as wedding certificates performed representing there was a legal marriage in Clark County, Nevada, 17 of them, saying that Ms. Lowell was present on the 7th of April, 2007. Either she was, and these are accurate, in which case there's an inconsistency in the testimony about her being present for the battery report, or these are inaccurate, and her wedding chapel has produced 17 certificates with the county clerk that are inaccurate with respect to weddings that occurred at her chapel.
First of all, the wedding chapel doesn't record the marriage licenses. Each individual minister has to record their own marriage license.
But your wedding chapel produced these, is that correct?
What do you mean, produce them?
Somebody from your chapel put your name
No,
on that
a reverend,
certificate.
a minister performed a wedding.
Let me ask you this, to cut this to the chase. Is the minister here?
No, he's not. And he doesn't work for me anymore.
Is the minister in town?
Yes, he is.
Where does he work?
He might work at Little White Chapel.
What's his name?
Philip Williams.
I'd like to ask
And
Mark.
there's other ministers here that can attest, and every one of my staff members know I was out of town, and I would be happy to go run to my chapel and pull a schedule of me being on an airplane.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I need to ask a question, Mr. Jervik, through you. Did these weddings happen at your chapel?
The weddings were performed at my wedding chapel. Was I present? No.
But you, to me, and again, these weddings took place at your chapel, And this is why we're here. We're having a hearing to see whether you should have your license renewed. You had 17 weddings at this time with your signature on there. I don't care who's responsible. It's your wedding chapel, though.
But how can I stop?
You're responsible, though.
But how can I stop? That would be like me being a minister and performing a wedding and saying Mayor Goodwinman was there. I signed his name.
All I'm saying, this is your chapel.
But I wasn't
Okay,
there.
this is what I want. I want to ask the marshal, a marshal, to contact this reverend. I want him down here. If we have to have a subpoena issued for him, then I'm asking the clerk to issue a subpoena.
Can I see the...
All right, Mr. Jervik, I'm directing you to get a subpoena for the reverend. This is going to be make it or break it here.
May I say one other thing? As you see, the ministers, without my authorization from a Las Vegas Garden of Love,
Okay, I want to see the
they've got a
minister.
stamp with my name on it.
Okay, I want to get the minister here.
That's fine.
I'm going to give him his Miranda warnings, too,
Thank you.
and maybe take him into custody.
Let me represent to the council. I will do my best to produce him. I, as well as you, do not even know where to find him,
understand,
but I will do my
let's
best
get
to
this
locate him
minister in
He lives at, I can
have
give
him
you...
produced.
I can
What is that?
give you a
Wait,
phone
wait.
number.
Anything will help.
You know, Mr. Jervik, I want this minister here today. If we have to send the marshals out to arrest him, I want him here today.
I'll do my very best, Your Honor.
Mayor, I have a question after you're... go ahead and finish, Brad, but I do have a...
I just want to state that while there was some conversation between Ms. Lowell and the council, Mr. Stein and I went through these documents, and I think hopefully we can stipulate there are 17 of these certificates for 17 different marriages, all on the same day, all purporting that Ms. Lowell was present.
I also want to find out from the city attorney's office. Do we have a city attorney here? Yes. Yeah, Mr. Emery, I want to find out whether or not, if in fact there was a fraudulent entry here, whether that nullifies 17 different marriages.
He should have went in and, like I told him, and taken my name off of, but
Well,
he
I'm
didn't.
just saying, I want to find out what kind of mess has been created here, if any.
Okay.
I don't want to undo 17 marriages of people who think they're happy.
Actually, Mayor, that's exactly where I was headed. as
Well,
far
you just
as-
got married, so you don't have any standing.
You're right. And that's why I wanted to at least stand up.
Now you're nervous. Where did you get married?
In California.
You know, we have to hear you this. I don't blame you. How do you like that, Councilman?
Listen, that's exactly the direction I was headed. Just to, hearing this, it seems like if in fact this was fraudulent, then what is, and I know that we can't oversee these 17 marriages, but, it does bring into question as far as what the validity or the level of their license stand. But let me ask you this question as well. So in your absence, are you stating that your business is shut down in your absence and there's no marriage to take place
No,
in
sir,
your
that's
absence?
incorrect. In my absence, Constantina Lisa Manvello was the manager, but the weddings that are performed, a minister goes in and performs the wedding, goes into a minister's office, fills out all the paperwork. We don't look at the paperwork that they fill out. They have to record their own paperwork. The wedding chapel only sets up the weddings, and then a wedding minister comes in and marries them. Okay, I'm not a minister. But we don't record the licenses, we don't touch the licenses, we don't have anything to do with the documentation.
So let me ask you this question. I understand that. Let me ask you
All
this
right.
next question. Then in your absence, what is the protocol for someone to conduct business in your absence? With the appropriate stamp.
I don't understand what he's saying.
Okay.
All right.
What you're stating right now is that someone either wrote your name or stamped your name
Correct.
incorrectly. In your absence,
As the witness to the wedding.
Correct.
That's where it's relevant, because if this witness is to be believed, then she was not there and therefore did not witness it, and it was a false statement on a public document, or she was there and she's not telling the truth.
If I could.
And that's why I want to get the minister here.
okay.
I think this question is pertinent. Excuse
All
me,
right,
Larry, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then...
When did you find out that these signatures was invalid?
When the detective, Mr. Shonen, I believe it was, came back into my wedding chapel,
How much time has elapsed?
I want to say May 1st, he brought the late report in, but it was May 1st, I believe,
Of what year?
of the same year that the fight was with Angel Herda this year.
There was,
Correct.
May 7th, and you, okay.
I found out when the detective came up to me and said, "Hey, were you here when this fight happened with Angel Hernandez?" And I said, "No, I was in Houston. I went to the UFC fight." And he said, "No, you were here." And I said, "No, I wasn't here." I called Steve Stein on the phone because I said, "What do I do?" He said, "Well, don't talk to him. Tell him that I'll talk to him." And what happened was he said, "Well, look at these marriage licenses. If you weren't here, how'd you sign all these marriage licenses?" And I said, "I wasn't here, sir." And then I talked to Pastor Philip Williams and told him to rectify it to go in, and he could have actually put a correct witness on there, and
Thank you, ma'am.
wanted not to.
Thank you.
All right, and now Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. How does payment work if, under your scenario, your business model, if a minister comes in and marries someone?
Correct.
How is payment handled?
They give them an envelope for a donation basis. So they hand them an envelope, and the couple puts a donation into it. The minister then takes the donation, whatever it is, and fills out the paperwork, and then he takes the paperwork to the city recorder's office, or the county recorder's office.
And how does the business get paid?
We get paid by the weddings that we perform, meaning the photos, the flowers, whatever package that they deal with.
So this independent contractor doesn't pay your business anything?
No, correct not.
You just create the forum for which...
Correct. Ministers come in, and he actually owns a local church here, and what they do is they come in and perform the weddings.
Thank you. Brad, as far as, I know we've talked about independent contractors before, so a general question, not specific to this case, but a general question, if an independent contractor is performing business in a city licensed establishment, what responsibility does the owner of that establishment have for independent contractor behavior?
It's a good question, because I think technically the term independent contractor is meant to denote somebody who is in charge of independent judgment. You hire them, for example, to do a job. You hire somebody to build a building, you don't tell them where to put every nail. You hire somebody to clean your house, you don't tell them where to dust every single thing or exactly how to do the job. An independent contractor is vested with independent judgment, and I think in that case, if an independent contractor veers from the scope of the contract, then you have an argument that I hire them to do that, and they're liable for it independently of you. Now, two things. One, if you hire an independent contractor, no matter what you call them, and over time, they end up doing the same thing over and over again with your knowledge, obviously you can say that they're responsible for it. And the other thing I point out is we've seen this in the strip club industry in this town.
That was going to be my next
call
point.
the dancers independent contractors, and they create contracts that call them independent contractors. So it's really the behavior between the employer and the employee. Call them what you want, independent contractor or employee or agent. It's their behavior that you look at in the relationship. Our code states that you are subject to the discipline for the action of your principals, managers, agents, representatives, servants, or employees. Now, we didn't say independent contractors in there, but we have a pretty broad definition of who you're responsible for. I wouldn't stand here and argue before you today that if somebody had one rogue employee on one rogue day that went bad, that you should take action against them. I think that, that'd be pretty far-fetched. We wouldn't expect that behavior of anyone. So I would urge you to look at the pattern and whether or not you think in your mind, regardless of what the title is, the person is ultimately responsible to the owner.
And in that scenario, this council has heard before, if an independent contractor, a dancer at a gentleman's club, is cited by Metro or the city for illegal behavior, don't we go back to the owner at times and say that you are directly or indirectly responsible for that independent contract behavior?
We have. We've done exactly that, because quite often we don't think that the term independent contractor means much. Sometimes it's a veil to try and separate somebody from somebody's contact and not be responsible, have the best of both worlds, let them get away with bad conduct and not be responsible for it. That's up to you to decide as a council if that's what's happening here.
And a final question, just on this issue. If in fact this minister has placed the owner's name on the document, would that be considered an illegal or fraudulent activity?
I think it's a good argument it is.
Okay. Thank you.
I have some more questions, though, if you don't mind.
I don't mind, that's your job.
Can I just state one thing? Ministers have to get licensed individually through the county, Shirley Paragara. All ministers.
Okay.
They have their own license.
Ms. Lowell,
Yes, sir.
you testified that the individual reverend who's on the certificates with your name on, Reverend Philip Williams, no longer works for you?
Correct.
You discovered all of this after the fact? You discovered that your name was on these documents after he had put your name on these documents?
I discovered it by the police officer.
Okay, that's the first time you saw that?
Correct.
And have you ever had a problem with a reverend before?
Yes.
Who else?
What do you mean?
Any other reverends that have worked for you? If you had a
Oh,
problem?
no. The
You never-
reverends?
Right.
Not that I can remember, not reverends.
Is this the first time a reverend has used your name on a document saying you were there as a witness when you really weren't? Is this the first and only time that's happened?
I can't recall any other time.
So none has ever been called to your attention?
Not that I know of, because usually the reverends would come to me and say, there's false documentation.
Do you know a Reverend Jesus Diaz?
Jesse Diaz, yes, I do.
Jesse Diaz?
Correct.
Does Jesse Diaz, did he
That's
work
a
for
police
you on
officer.
April 7th, 2007?
Correct.
Let me show you two documents. I'm pointing to one. This purports to be a marriage certificate.
I didn't know about these ones.
And this has you as a witness on that same day, but this is this time not Reverend Williams, this is Reverend Diaz.
I wasn't there.
And, pardon me one moment, Your Honor.
That's Reverend Williams. Williams. Diaz.
And I can point to a second certificate also on that date.
Correct, it has a
Where
stamp.
Reverend Diaz has performed a wedding where you were purportedly the witness.
Correct, I wasn't there.
Can we stipulate, Mr. Stein, that there are 17 certificates that purport to have been marriages witnessed by Miss Lowell involving Reverend Williams on April 7, 2007, and 2 certificates purporting to have been witnessed, weddings purporting to have been witnessed by Miss Lowell also on April 7, 2007, this time by Reverend Diaz.
Correct.
Would you like me to have them both here, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes. Is Reverend Diaz here?
No, he's not here, Your Honor.
Can you help Mr. Jervik find him?
Yeah.
If you want, Your Honor, I have representatives of the Metropolitan Police Department here. I'm going to ask them right now to see if they can go out and find these individuals and produce them.
All right, one.
I can give you the address for Philip Williams.
Yeah, what we're going to do, in my opinion, because this is critical to the credibility issue, as soon as Mr. Jervik is through his cross-examination, I'm going to recess this hearing pending the arrival of one or both of the reverends. I have a couple questions I want to ask them, and we'll continue the hearing thereafter if it's appropriate.
I just have a few more, Your Honor. I would reserve the right, because I think that I'm going to try and compartmentalize this issue, ask all the questions I can think of regarding it right now, and then perhaps after the recess, if we give me an opportunity to re-pick up where I left off, depending on what happens
Certainly.
with the reverends. Just real quickly, and I'll wrap this up.
Okay.
Do you recall approximately when the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department brought these marriage certificates to your attention?
Can I go to my, over there and get my paperwork?
Sure.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke. There are 17 certificates total. I think 15 involve Reverend Williams, 2 involve Reverend Diaz, 17 total.
Very good. I hope Metro was able to bring them here.
Metro is here, Your Honor, and I'm going to lodge this as exhibit with the clerk.
All right. Now, is Metro getting these reverends, or are the marshals getting the reverends?
We're going to discuss that, Your Honor. Whoever's the most capable of getting them for you is who we're going to use.
Okay. Maybe they go out together. And I know Sergeant McMenemy is a big old fugitive arrester, so maybe you'll go with him, Sergeant.
Captain Miner's out there.
But I'd like to get them in here. Maybe a phone call will bring them in, hopefully.
I believe it was May 10th, 2007, and Mr. Shonin is the detective that was here.
About 5 months ago is when you learned from the detective
It was-
standing to my right about these certificates.
Correct, it was about a month and 3 days after the wedding.
Have you ever brought to the clerk's attention that there were false certificates filed regarding 17 marriages in Las
No,
Vegas?
I brought it to
Chapel?
I brought it to the head minister, the minister, and
That
all
wasn't
the
my question.
ministers.
My question is, these were filed with the clerk of the court, is that correct?
Correct.
Have you ever filed these personally?
No.
You've never filed a
Do I file a marriage
personally with the
license?
clerk of the court, is that correct?
The ministers do.
You have never been, listen to my question, please. Have you ever been to the clerk's office to
I have
file
been to the
certificates of
clerk's
marriage?
office, yes.
Have you ever filed certificates of marriage like these, not necessarily these, but like these in the past?
Yes. Long time ago, 2002 through 2003.
You did not file these, is that correct?
No, sir.
After you learned...
Yes, sir. It's correct.
Oh, that's correct. I didn't file them.
After you learned in May of this year that 17 false marriage certificates were filed with the clerk of the court.
Correct.
Did you ever tell the clerk of the court about this?
Mr. Philip Williams said he was going to rectify the ordeal himself.
My question is, did you
No, I did
ever-
not.
Thank you.
No problem.
I don't have any more questions this time, Your Honor. I'll be glad to try and get your witness.
Okay, any redirect? Okay. All right, very good. Then we're in recess as far as item number 58 is concerned, and we'll go on to the afternoon calendar.
And I'm going to have this marked as an exhibit, Your Honor, before you recess this, and have it filed with...
What exhibit number? 15, thank you.
15, that'll be actually the city's exhibit, so I think it's number 3 for the city.
What time do you think we should be back?
I can't tell you. We're going to go back into the hearing as soon as the reverends are here.
Okay, I'll check with Metro.
Thanks, that's a great idea.
You want this microphone?
Gary. All right, folks, we are back in session. Item number 71. Folks, please, we're in session. Any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
First, Your Honor, we have items number 91 through 93, variance 21-980, special use permit 21-979, and site development review 21-982, Wingate Marketing Group, David Wilden, West Sahara Avenue and Decatur Boulevard. The applicant's asked that to be held on advance until our November 7, 2007 meeting. Items 94 and 95 is ROC 17721, site development review 17720, cars dash DB4, LP 6300 West Sahara Avenue. The applicant's asked that to be held on advance until our November 7, 2007 meeting. Item 110 is a variance 23575, Ebenezer Church of God in Christ, 1072 West Bartlett Avenue. The applicant's asked that to be held in advance until our November 7, 2007 meeting. Item 112, special use permit 23296, BJ Stores, LLC, LA, for EA, LLC, / or 3851 Penwood Avenue, Suite B1 and B2. Has been withdrawn by the applicant with prejudice. Item 113 is a special use permit 23331, Mail for You, Inc., Sahara Durango Limited Partnership, 8635 West Sahara Avenue. The applicant's asked that to be held on advance until our November 7, 2007 meeting. Council members, are there any other items that we need to be informed at this time and take action upon? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 72 through 81 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 72 through 81, please?
No question or comment, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval, please, with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Items 82 through 85 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from the portion of the agenda. Items 82 through 85 are all public hearings, which I now declare open. Item 82.
is SUP 23454. Applicant is Mary Free, the owner Scott J. Mahalik. Request for special use permit for a bail bond service at 121 Gaz Avenue, R4 high-density residential zone under resolution of intent to C2 general commercial zone in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. 83 is SUP 23572. The applicant is Avis Rent-A-Car Systems, LLC. The owner is Sears, Roebuck and Company. Request for special use permit to allow automobile rental with a waiver to store 10 vehicles, where 5 is the maximum allowed on 11.17 acres at 4,000 Meadows Lane. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 84 is SDR 23592. Applicant owner is Merlin T. Murphy. Request for site development plan review for a proposed 2-story, 11,141 square foot office building on 0.15 acres at the southwest corner of 6th and Garces. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is in Ward 3. And 85 is SNC 23574. The applicant is Cliff Edge, LLC. The owner Party Homes Nevada et al. Request for a street name change from Larry McBride Street to Brighton Village Street between Doral Lane and Grinnell Avenue in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Anybody wish to be heard on these? These are public hearings.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could we just pull out number 83, please?
Okay. All right, 83 will be pulled. As to the other items, 82, 84, 85, does anyone want to speak to those? All right, I see none. We'll close the public hearing, then may I have a motion to
Yes, Your
approve?
Honor. I move for approval of items 82, 84, and 85 with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. 83 is Avis Rent-A-Car Systems?
Right.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I asked to have this pulled forward for a change of condition, and Lenny Scar's coming up here, who will, we just want this for clarification in case numbers change on parking spaces and things like that.
Okay.
And we worked with Margot and Lenny in our office to work this out.
Okay, Ms. Guar, will you identify yourself for the record, please?
Lenny Scar, 3753 Howard Hughes Parkway, representing the applicant. This is for 10 rental cars at a desk within the service area at the Sears at Meadows Mall. Some of the planning commissioners were concerned about the spaces that were being designated for those rental vehicles to be parked in because it's a busy portion of the parking lot, and they wanted to have the rental cars moved to an area that's seldom used. And so, talking with the commissioners and with Councilwoman Tarkanian, I believe we have come up with a row that is very seldom used, which is acceptable to with both Sears and Avis as a place to have the storage for these 10 rental cars. And I'm going to draw a circle around it on this map so that you can see it, and then I will also draw it on the small one for the planning staff's records.
All right, very good. Ms. Wheeler, could you take a look at that, please? Make sure it's consistent with your understanding.
This would be, I think, most easily described as the southernmost row in lot green 17.
If I could, Your Honor, through you. Mr. Arcanian, now, we're asking for 10. I can't count how many spaces we have. Would we have more than 10 spaces? Or are we just going to allow them to use 10 of these spaces?
They will have the use of 10 of these spaces. Okay. But I will tell you that this area of that mall is not very crowded, so they might be able to go over and it wouldn't even bother anybody. But we are giving the permission and the condition for 10 spaces.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
We have it on the plan, and the current condition, number 5, reads, reserved spaces shall be moved 3 aisles south of that shown on the submitted site plan. We'll just change the term 3 to 7, and that's the only change necessary in the conditions, and we have the plan that Ms. Scar has marked up for the file.
Very good, thank you.
So the plan's in the record.
Mayor,
Yes.
Councilman, if I could also ask if a copy of that can be given to the city clerk's office, just so that we have it on her record also.
All right, very good. So everyone's in agreement here, correct? Very good. Okay,
Move to approve with all conditions as amended.
very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Item 86 is SUP 23436. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Eastside Pizza. The owner is Boca Park Marketplace LV LLC. Request for special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler, on sale establishment in an existing restaurant at 1000 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite Number 7. It's on Ward 2, and this is in conjunction with the morning session, item 52. 52 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer, wine cooler, on sale license subject to provisions of the planning and fire codes and health department regulations. Executive Solution, Inc., doing business as Eastside Pizza, 1000 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 7. And let's see. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Anybody here on behalf of Eastside Pizza or Boca Park Marketplace? Yes, sir. Kind enough to tell us your name, please?
Yes, my name is Gerald Conboy. I'm the owner of Eastside Pizza.
Very good, sir. Be happy to hear from you.
Okay, we're applying for a special permit. We bought the place in April 27th, so we've been in business for the last 5 months. We applied for a beer and wine license in May.
Do you deliver?
Yes, we do, but we don't. It's not for delivery.
No, I understand that, but do you deliver delicious pizza? Will you
From the East Coast.
Will you deliver it all the way down to around Rancho and Charleston?
Absolutely.
Will you deliver it on a Sunday night or a Monday night so I can eat pizza and watch football?
Yes, we do.
All right, that's excellent. Are there any other questions? It's a public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing, and this is Councilman Wilson.
More important question is, do you deliver up in the Summerlin area?
Yes, we do.
Where your councilman lives, not where the mayor lives.
Yes, we do.
And you'll deliver to my house before the mayor's house, won't you? Have you ever had this kind of license before, Mr. Conboy?
Back in New York, I did. Okay. And I had a full liquor license in New York.
You bought the business in April of this year?
Yes, I did.
And business is pretty good? You selling a lot of pizza?
Yes, it is. We sell about 3,000 a month.
Now, if you get this beer, wine
3,000.
license, do your employees have to have any special certifications or licenses?
Yes, each one of them has to have a TAM card, and they have to have a health card, and then all those that are involved with the liquor, they have to have a sheriff's card. So we have to get the sheriff's card, they have to get approval for the beer and wine license.
Okay. Thank you. My motion is for approval.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We'll deliver some pizzas.
Very good. All right, 87, 88, 89, and 90. 87 is ZON 18923. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Wayward Properties, Inc., request for rezoning from R1, single-family residential, to PR, professional office and parking, 1.16 acres at 514 South 7th Street. It's in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 88 is VAR... What happened? Oh, okay, we need a vote on item 52, Councilman Wilson. Sorry.
My motion is for approval on 52 as well.
All right, good. Let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for calling that to my attention. All right, we're up to 88. Is VAR 18924, public hearing. The applicant owner is Wayward Properties, Inc. Request for a variance to allow 7 parking spaces where 11 are required for a proposed 2-story, 3,218-square-foot office building, 1.16 acres at 514 South 7th Street. This application has been amended from 7 parking spaces to 6 parking spaces and from 3,218 square feet to 3,299 square feet. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 89 is VAR 19609. This, too, will be a public hearing. Same applicant owner requests for variance to allow a 50-foot lot width where 60 feet is the minimum lot width required, a 4-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is the minimum required, and a 17
front foot yard setback where 20 feet is the minimum required for a proposed two-story, 3,218 square foot office building on .16 acres at 514 South 7th Street. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. And finally, 90, which is SDR 18925, same applicant owner, request for a site development plan review for a two-story, 3,218 square foot professional office building with waivers to allow perimeter landscape buffer widths of 4 feet on the north and 0 feet on the south property lines, where 8 feet is the minimum required on .16 acres at 514 South 7th Street. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Subject to conditions, the public hearings are now declared open on all of these items. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Council, my name is George Rogers, architect, 6325 South Jones, representing the applicant, who is here with me. I'm sure he'll address you after a short presentation. This project is at 514 South 7th Street in one of the historically significant homes that exists there. The home is about 1,650 square feet, 2 stories right now, and there's a garage on the rear of the property. And with this application, we propose to maintain the front of the house, to maintain the fabric of the historical neighborhood and the landscape in the front yard. In fact, we'll remove the existing driveway and turf it over so that it actually enhances the rest of the neighborhood. And on the back of the existing residence, we would add a 2-story portion of a new office building in order to revitalize the property and use it for legal office. There are 6 parking spaces on the back. We worked extensively with the Planning Commission and your staff, Ms. Wheeler's office, a lot to make sure that we were upholding the historical value of the property and not demeaning it. And as you know, when we do that, there's a certain equilibrium in some of the other issues. The setbacks, which are mostly reduced to no variances, but the parking is the one variance that we ask for. The law office is not expected to use more than 6 spaces, and I might add that 1 additional space has been made available on the street by the deletion of the existing driveway. And with that, I'll allow the property owner to address you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It was a pleasure to work with the Planning Commission in which to...
You have to identify yourself for the
I'm
record.
sorry. I'm Brad Hofflin. I'm the managing member of Whitewood Properties LLC, 514 South 7th Street. I enjoyed working with the Planning Commission and with the architect in which to design a site which reflected the area around the 7th Street address. The concern was to keep the general appearance of the property. There was concern over the appearance and maintaining that appearance of the other properties, and there was a group of people that really liked the appearance of the building that's down there right now, so we worked quite a bit in which to develop a building which kept the same appearance that we have right now. In doing so, we believe that working with the Planning Commission, that the other individuals enjoyed what we have done and appreciated the work that we have put together on it.
Thank you. Are there any questions of either of the gentlemen? Folks, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard, it's time to let us know. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
Thank you, Owner. On the rezoning, I don't have a problem with that. I make a motion for approval with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the variance for the parking, it gives me heartburn. We've had many of these type of properties change over from residential to PR. It seems like we're giving variances for all of them. I think it is our dream that we have people walking all over our downtown area. I think if we don't have them give them parking spaces, they're going to have to walk. I met with the applicant's architect. I expressed my concern to him about the parking. I just hope that in 10 years from now we do have something that they can't look back and say we messed up on. I'm going to approve this. I'm going to make a motion to approve this item. But again, I just wish it was only 2 or 3 parking spaces instead of 5. And so with that said, Your Honor, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation. And we know why staff recommended denial, but I make a motion for approval.
All
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And with, Your Honor, with variance for the variance to allow the 50 feet where 60 feet is no problem as far as I'm concerned, but the 40-yard setback where 5 feet is minimum required, we have to do this because of the size of the property, and we're just allowing them to build it. And so I make a motion for approval on this item also.
Very good. Let's vote.
Excuse me, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Staff would recommend adding a condition to state that no front yard variance is approved, because that is not necessary any longer, and we would have that in the conditions.
If I'd have seen you this morning, you could have told me that.
Yes, sir.
I move to follow staff's recommendation as amended.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on site development review, I make a motion to for approval with all conditions. And when the architect showed me the renderings, it is a beautiful building, and it's going to be a nice addition to downtown. I make a motion for approval of this item also.
Very good. Let's vote.
With all conditions.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, gentlemen. All right, 96 and 97. 96 is MOD 22882. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Spinnaker Homes 5, LLC. Request for a major modification of the town center land use map to change the land use designation from MLTC, Medium Low Residential Town Center, to MTC, Medium Residential Town Center on 10.13 acres, adjacent to the southeast corner of Deer Springs Way and Campbell Road. This is in Ward 6, and the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. 97 is SDR 22877. Same applicant owner, request for a site development plan review for proposed two-story, 149-unit multifamily residential development on 10.13 acres, adjacent to the southeast corner of Deer Springs Way and Campbell Road in Ward 6. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here today on behalf of the applicant. I know it's been a long day already for all of you. I will keep my presentation brief and simply say that we appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, unanimous support from the Planning Commission. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Ms. Lazovich? Folks, public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard on 96 or 97. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearings then and turn to Councilman Ross.
That was a perfect presentation. Thank you very much. On agenda item 96, Your Honor, I would move to follow the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And likewise, Your Honor, on agenda item 97, follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Thank you. '98 and '99. 98 is VAR 23524. Be a public hearing. The applicant is FF Development LP. The owner is Fairfield Centennial LLC. Request for variance to allow a retaining wall height of 12 feet where the maximum retaining wall height is 6 feet on the north, south, and east property lines, and to allow a total height of 15.5 feet where the maximum total height of retaining and screening walls is 12 feet for a proposed 414-unit condominium development on 15.5 acres on the south side of Centennial Parkway, approximately 340 feet east of Pooley Road. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. This is in Ward 6. 99 is TMP 23525, also a public hearing, same applicant, same owner. Request for a tentative map for a 414-unit condominium subdivision on 15.5 acres on the south side of Centennial Parkway, approximately 340 feet east of Pooley Road. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Kempfer.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Chris Kempfer. Jennifer Lazovich was perfect. Let's see if I can follow that lead and be as short as she can be on this. What you have before you is a project you've already seen and unanimously approved. This is a wall waiver request for a variance to allow up to 12 feet of retaining walls in certain locations. The only reason for that is because as the property is terraced and slopes down, you have to be able to meet Americans with Disabilities Act, which means you cannot slope the property too greatly on streets and driveways, so it has to be terraced. As Commissioner Dunham said, probably the most apt comment at the Planning Commission was, engineers don't design retaining walls, and property owners don't pay for retaining walls if they aren't needed. They are needed here to meet the ADA requirements. The only place where there's 12 feet is where there is drainage that goes through. The other retaining walls go anywhere from 2 to 8 feet, in most cases sometimes up to 10, but the 12 feet is only in the limited areas basically shown here. So we respectfully request your approval of our item subject to the conditions of staff, which we accept.
Thank you. Any questions to Mr. Kemper? Folks, a public hearing. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing then. And Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. That was pretty close. I agree with Commissioner Denham. If these weren't necessary, they wouldn't be there. I would move to follow on Agenda Item 98, Your Honor. Move to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 99, please.
And the same likewise with Agenda Item 99, and I've had the conversation with the director in regards to these walls. So I will move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval there also, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Items 100, 101, 102, and 103. 100 is VAR 23585, a public hearing. The applicant is Drake Real Estate Services. The owner is Pecos Partners, LLC. Request for a variance to allow a 50-foot residential adjacency setback where 73 feet is the minimum required on 2.57 acres adjacent to the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 295 feet west of Pecos Road. In Ward 3, the staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. 101 is VAR 23588. Same applicant, the same owner, requests for variance to allow 71 parking spaces where 81 spaces is the minimum required on 2.57 acres adjacent to the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 295 feet west of Pecos Road. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission had a tie vote, so therefore there's no recommendation. 102 is SUP 23593. Same applicant, the same owner, requests for a special use permit for a proposed retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off sale on 2.57 acres adjacent to the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 290 feet west of Pecos Road. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. And finally, 103, which is SDR 23581, the same applicant, the same owner, requests for a site development plan review for proposed 14,028 square foot general retail store with waivers of perimeter landscape standards to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer where 8 feet is required along the east property line on 2.57 acres adjacent to the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 295 feet west of Pecos Road. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. These are all public hearings which are now declared open. Ms. Scar.
Lenny Scar, 3753 Howard Hughes Parkway, representing the applicant. This is another site that has been chosen by Fresh and Easy grocery stores for one of their new buildings. I'm going to go through the applications very briefly in order. We are required to have a 73-foot setback from the residences, and what we have is 50 feet in this area. The staff report mentions that the building goes up to 30 feet. Most of the building is 22 feet. The only portion that's 30 feet is the signage over the front door. The other thing I wanted to point out is that we don't think the closeness of the building to the property line will be a hardship on the neighbors. Most of them already have large mature landscaping in their backyards, and then as you can see, we're putting in wider than required buffer on our property. And all of our mechanical equipment is inside the building itself, so there's nothing on the roof except skylights. There's no mechanical equipment of any kind ground mounted around the building, so there will not be a noise issue. On the parking, we are asking to have 71 spaces. We feel that in this neighborhood, most of the residents will walk to this store. Also, as you've heard me say in the past, we don't develop film, we don't have a pharmacy, there are no slot machines, so there's no reason for people to have extended stays at this store past what it would take for them to just pick up a few grocery items and be on their way. Also, the staff report mentioned that there was undeveloped space on this side, and that will have additional parking so that when it is developed next year, it will meet the parking requirement for both sites. So this is temporary. For the special use permit, I just wanted to point out that having spoken with Councilman Reese, and he had expressed concerns about liquor, so at Planning Commission I did ask to have in its condition number 7 added, which says the sale of distilled alcohol shall be prohibited at this location. So it will be beer, wine, and coolers only. They have one landscaping waiver along the east property line, and it should be 8 feet, and we are requesting 0, and the reason is it's the center of the driveway that we share with the CVS property, and landscaping could interfere with their delivery vehicles accessing their loading dock. And it also makes it easier for us to have cross-access between the two sites so people don't have to go out on the road and come back in. To try and mitigate some of that, what we did do is put an 8-foot wide planter along the length of the building itself. And I did want to point out, there is a condition in here, I think it's condition number 19. It looks kind of funny on here, but we have agreed we are going to pave the full width of this driveway, and that does include these 2 parking spaces. So all of that will be paved. There won't be any trucks pulling out onto the dirt to access our loading zone. And with that, I agree with all of staff's conditions, and I ask for your approval.
Thank you, Lenny. Are there any questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing, and the public wishes to speak on these items. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I'll make a motion to approve item 100, variance 23-585, with all staff conditions. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 101 is also a variance for the parking spaces. Again, we do have property to the west that we're going to be developing. I think there'll be plenty of parking at this location, so my motion for approval of this item, please cast your vote with all conditions. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 102 is a special use permit with those changes made by the applicant. I'll make a motion for its approval with all conditions.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, that condition with regard to the spirits is already in there, so there's no changes necessary at this point.
If you'd been there this morning, I could have known that.
Absolutely correct, sir.
Thank you. My motion is for approval. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Do you want to show your voting yes on the other 2 items?
Say it again. Yes, please. If you could show my vote as yes on the other items, too. Thank you.
Okay, we're on 103, sir.
Okay, we're up to 103.
No, do you want me to call it? I'll make a motion for approval of the site development review with all conditions as amended.
And if I had been there this morning, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, what I would have said is that we would like a change to condition number 3 to change the date to September 20th, 07 on the site plan, and also to delete condition number 4 as that has been required in the current site plan.
Seeing how you wasn't there this morning, I'll make that as an amended motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you. 104 and 105. 104 is VAR 24021. The applicant owner is Parkway Center LLC, requests for variance to allow an off-premise billboard sign with digital display to be erected 45 feet above the elevation of the Orange-K-Gregson Freeway, where 30 feet above the elevation of the freeway is the maximum height allowed on 2.55 acres at the northeast corner of City Parkway and Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It'll be a public hearing. 105 is SUP 2330. Same applicant owner requests for a major amendment to an approved special use permit to allow a proposed 71-foot tall, 30-foot by 22-foot off-premise billboard sign with digital display at the northeast corner of City Parkway and Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5, and the staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open.
Yes, good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Chris Kemper here on behalf of the Mulaski Companies, the owner and applicant in this case. This is not per se a request for a new billboard. A two-sided billboard has been at this location at this height for many years. If you might recall that the billboard had to be taken down so that the Mulaski Corporate Center building could be constructed, it was always intended that the billboard would come back up. If you can go to the overhead and zoom in on that a little bit. A couple of years ago, you actually approved on the side of this building, which we all agreed would be an incredibly nice amenity here to this billboard. And there was one on this side and one on the other side. In fact, what we said was, as a result of a comment by your very clever planning director who said this is essentially the same sign, just the pole got extremely large, that we were just going to put the two sides of that one sign on both sides of the building. NDOT has now informed us that we can't do that. They say that this sign here is too close to another sign that's located on the freeway, and they have refused to allow us to do that despite your recommendation for approval. So we are back before you today asking that a single-sided instead of two-sided sign, a single-sided sign be allowed in essentially the exact same location at the previously approved height, so that Mr. Mulaski can do what was always intended, which is to have a billboard at that location. So we would respectfully request your approval of the new application with the single-sided LED sign. Just so the record is clear, that's going to be a very nice sign with terms of design and construction, but it's all we can do.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
The sign we approved before, was they digital also?
No, the previous sign was not that.
So it's not the same sign?
It wasn't, no. Well, no, when I say the same sign, I meant location, height, things like that.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I have a lot of concerns. Now, I don't know what we're going to do with their ordinance with these LED reader boards. How many messages is this going to have on it?
I don't have an answer for that.
I mean, to me, it looks to me like if we have one every 7 seconds, we're going to have a lot of access there. And I know I've asked staff to see if they can't find us some support somewhere around the country where we can see if in fact this is, or if it's just going to be like 2 a minute, every 30 seconds, something like that. I don't really have a problem with it, but I'm just saying I'm concerned about every 7 seconds.
All right, and I accept that. And what I'll do is I'll say for the record that we'll work with staff on coming up with something that makes some sense. If staff has some concern, they can bring it back to you in some way or manner, but I don't have the answer to that, and I'm sure we know that Mr. Mulaski's not going to do something that's going to create a hazard for the driving public. So if, in fact, that kind of frequency presents a real problem, then we'll obviously not do something that creates that kind of problem.
And if I could, Councilman Barlow, the reason I asked this question is because I had an applicant come before me to change the sign, and she was wanting one of them fast reader boards where it's every 7 seconds, and I just don't want me to get into a position where I support it one area but I don't support it in another area. And I think it was all of us to find out just what kind of reader boards we're going to be approving here, whether it's every 30 seconds or every 7 seconds or something.
Yes. Well, you can condition any.
Well, no, that's fine. I was just explaining to Councilman Barlow why I asked the question.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councilman Reese.
All right. Public hearing, folks. Anybody like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
I'm really heartbroken that NDOT
I hope so.
did not allow you to move forward with the sign against the board, against the building, because I believe that it looks very good up against the building. I personally don't like the sign that you have to resurrect and put back up, because I think it takes away from the attractiveness of the Mulaski building overall, but I understand. And with that, my concerns also would be in the matter of how many times the reader board turn over. I was just recently in California, and throughout the Los Angeles area, there's a lot of digital reader boards, and along the freeway, as well as down some commercial corridors. And they look nice. However, they do have a certain time to where it's not so quick to turn around as far as from one commercial to the next. And so I would be concerned about that specifically right here adjacent to the spaghetti bowl, as far as how many times that reader board would turn over. So I'm not sure, Margot, if there's a condition that we can place as far as so many seconds on this reader board.
If I may, Mayor and Councilman Barlow, staff has, in response to the Mayor Pro Tem's questions, we have passed that information along to Mr. Scott in the City Attorney's Office and the City Manager's Office that's been working on this, and I think we're still looking into that to determine what standards are in other jurisdictions. Now, I believe that NDOT has some limitation itself, just as Mr. Kemper indicated with regard to distance requirements. I believe that signs visible to the freeway also have NDOT limitations, and Mr. Scott is nodding his head.
And Councilman and Mayor, during our negotiation with the billboard industry, it was indicated that I think 7 seconds is the standard that NDOT would allow for these video display billboards.
Okay. Then I would like to put as a condition that at a minimum there will be a 7-second condition on the reader board. Is that correct, Mr. Scott? Did I say that right?
Yes, that's appropriate, Council.
Okay, is that appropriate? Okay. So with that, I support the approval of the billboard at this site, although I dislike it. I understand. So with that, I will move for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote, please. Vote.
Along with all staff's conditions.
I'm going to ask, before I catch my one, I'm going to ask staff now, are we setting a precedent here where we're going to have to allow these other reader boards throughout the valley at 7 seconds?
Councilman, I don't know what the current billboards are set at, but like I said, during our discussion with the industry, that they indicated to us that was the industry standard that NDOT was giving to them, that they had to do them at least 7 seconds per ad.
We can't have them every 30 seconds. I have a hard time supporting it, but I will. I guess if the rest of the council wants us to have these 7-second reader boards all over our valley, that's what we're going to have.
Well, any other reader boards, the councilman would have to come with a special use permit, so you would be able to determine at your discretion whether they were appropriate in particular areas, especially given that 7-second time.
Well, but again, all I'm saying is this here is right next to the spaghetti bowl, and if you allow 7 seconds here, that's going to be pretty hard to not allow 7 seconds down on 95 by Charleston Curve.
And I think what it has to do with is the speed of the vehicles traveling and the amount of time that they'll be able to see and process that information from the board.
All right. Councilor Brown?
Your Honor, I agree with Mr. Scott. My understanding during a briefing, it was NDOT has set this standard based on their safety criteria. So this wasn't an arbitrary figure. It was set by NDOT. I guess we could revisit with NDOT if they still feel comfortable that the 7-second, I think it's 65 miles an hour it should be when everything's fixed. So.
All right, well, there's a motion, and let's vote on it.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say before the vote, and I will go along with the judgment of Councilman Barlow, but I agree with Councilman Reese. We're going to get these up. Once they get one up, they go and push and push and push, and they go as fast as they can. So that's how I feel. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's vote then. Host? Motion carries. 105, please.
All right. I'm sorry. Item 105, I will move to follow staff's recommendation.
Your Honor, staff recommendation, I believe, is denial on 105.
I believe we're on 104.
Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval.
I'm sorry, Planning Commission. Thank you for the correction. Move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
And if I may, just for the record, Mayor, this application for SUP 23-330 is an amendment to the previous SUP 5877, and therefore takes the place of that previous approval that Mr. Kemper referred to. I just wanted to have that on the record.
All right, thank you.
And if we could add that as a condition, Councilman, that would be appropriate on this SUP.
Yes, as amended.
All right, do you agree to that condition?
The condition that it takes the place of the previous SUP? That's fine.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Yes?
You need to abstain, Councilwoman? I need to abstain. Yes, okay, thank you.
And, Your Honor, just to address the
Sir.
concerns that were raised here, it says at least 7. I'll confirm with Mr. Mulaski and the company what they have intended. I'll explain to them your concerns, and we'll work to see if there's something else that can be utilized.
And you could always come back. All right, very good. Items 106, 107, and 108. 106 is WVR 23568. The applicant owner is Coleman Toll LP. Request for a waiver to Title 18.12.160 to allow an internal intersection offset of 84 feet where 125 feet is required adjacent to the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Schaumburg Road in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. 107 is VAC 23569. Same applicant owner petition to vacate public sewer and drainage easements generally located in portions of an existing residential subdivision adjacent to the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Schaumburg Road. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. And 108, what did I do here? Here we go. 108 is TMP 23567. Franklin Park at Providence amended. Applicant owner Coleman Toll LP. Request for tentative map for 199 lots, single-family residential subdivision on approximately 33.2 acres adjacent to the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Schaumburg Road. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Chase Jenkins, 9900 Covington Cross, here representing the applicant. The reason I'm here today for these applications is to amend the tentative map to bring a new, better product. With the new amended tentative map, we are bringing some great changes to this site, and we appreciate the recommendation from Planning Commission and staff of approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I accept all conditions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, folks, it's a public hearing on all three of these items. Be happy to hear from any one of you. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Another perfect presentation. I would move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendations, subject to all conditions for agenda item 106.
Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And on agenda item 107, would also move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on agenda item 108, Your Honor, would also move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. 109 is VAR 22849. The applicant owners Paul and Heather Blonsky. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a 10-foot front yard setback where a 20-foot setback is required for a detached accessory structure, Class 2, side-loaded garage on 0.29 acres at 2400 Carly Drive in Ward 1. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. I have to disclose on the record that my wife is a great admirer of Mr. Blonsky and has spoken of him very fondly with me. I myself have never had any personal dealings with him, but I wanted to at least make that clear for the record. I don't think that I should be disqualified.
As long as it doesn't affect your independence of judgment.
No, it may affect whether I get a hot dinner tonight, but...
Well, if that affects your independence of judgment...
No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Don't even go there. Okay. Where's that pizza man? Okay.
Paul Blonsky, 2400 Carly. This is my wife, Heather. And we're asking for a variance so we can put a side-loading garage. I don't know if you can see this terribly well, but we went around to all our neighbors, and you can see the big, giant green dots are the ones that say, yes, absolutely. The ones that don't have anything on there, I couldn't get a hold of. They're out of town. They're rentals. I have a returned address on our direct neighbor, which I don't even know who lives there, so I can't get a hold of them. But everyone else says, yeah, it's awesome, it's great, it's going to look really cool, and here's what it looks like. And we're expecting our first child in January, so I'm not really sure how much room we need, so we need a garage to put either the kid in or all of our stuff. So we need something.
I'm not even, I take back everything nice that my wife ever said about this guy. That's outrageous. You sure you didn't work for Garden of Love or something like that?
No.
Okay.
We didn't even get married here. Which
Okay, just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? Councilwoman, do you have any questions of the Blonsky?
No, I've met with them already. This is the reason why the Planning Commission and the staff recommended denial. I can understand. And ordinarily, as I discussed with you, it would not be something that I would feel would go in the front of the building. However, I understand where you are. I understand that the homes on both sides of you have a similar situation, and quite honestly, this makes your house look a lot better than it looks now as far as design. So we have 17 letters of support, 6 for denial. The majority of comments for support were from the neighbors of yours on Carly. And as I mentioned, both sides of you have the similar situation. And most of the homes on this street have changes and modifications. You are a young couple, wants to stay in the neighborhood, start having those babies, and make the growth in Ward 1 fantastic. And continue to make your home here, and I move for approval.
All right, very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank goodness, a hot dinner. All right.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Okay, good luck to you. Okay, we're up to 111. 111 and 56 will be heard together. 111 is SUP 23093. The applicant is Shadow Mountain Massage NV LLC. The owner Shadow Mountain Marketplace LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,270 square foot massage establishment with a waiver of the hours of operation limitation to allow business hours from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. where business hours are restricted to 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., a waiver of the 400-foot minimum distance separation requirements to allow a 67-foot distance separation from a parcel zone for residential use and a 30-foot distance separation from a city park, and a waiver of the 1,000-foot distance separation requirement to allow a 130-foot distance separation from another massage establishment at 6475 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. And the companion item is 56, which is discussion and possible action regarding a new massage establishment license, Shadow Mountain Massage NV LLC, doing business as Massage NV Shadow Mountain, 6475 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite 160. Of course, this is in Ward 6 as well. This is a public hearing which is now declared open. Ms. Lazovich.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here today on behalf of the applicant. Your previous picture was better than my aerial, but essentially the measurements, according to your code, have to be taken from the outer edge of the parcel line of the entire shopping center. In actuality, the location of this particular business, which is a Massage Envy, would be 1,185 feet away from a park, 780 feet away from the closest residential, and 750 feet away from the closest massage establishment, which happens to be a Euphoria located across Decatur. We did have a neighborhood meeting where we introduced the owner as well as the concept of Massage Envy to the neighborhood, and I think I can say I was at that meeting that once the neighbors understood who the operator was and what business it was, they were in support of it. We actually had 2 neighbors attend the Planning Commission meeting in support. We do ask for your approval on all of this. We had initially requested a waiver for the hours of operation to be open 1 additional hour until 10 o'clock. At the Planning Commission meeting, we withdrew that waiver request and agreed to a condition where we would stick with what is required by code, but we agreed to an additional condition, which is condition number 5, which indicated that a year from the time that they open, we could come back to the Planning Commission, and if we are the good corporate citizen that we have told all the neighbors we're going to be, we could possibly stay open until 10 at that time. But otherwise, we agree to all the conditions imposed by the Planning Commission, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions, Ms. Lazarevich? Folks, public hearing? Seeing nobody wants to participate, we'll close the public hearing, and Councilman Ross, your pleasure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just looking at the condition here. Thank you, Ms. Lazarevich. Commissioner Dunham was pretty clear on his feelings about the 9 o'clock closing, and I appreciate you guys going out there to meet with the neighborhood. I would, Your Honor, on agenda item 111, would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And then, Your Honor, on the companion item, if you recall, this is the establishment you had the place to bet with for the benefit of my wife, and I had to do a little undercover work myself and go with her. So we have all these massage establishments popping up throughout the city. It's important that we get out there and check them out personally. So I did go with my wife. They run a wonderful outfit. They did a great job, and she's probably going to go back. So with that, on agenda item number 56, would move for approval subject to all conditions.
Did you get a massage?
Yes, sir, I did.
Oh, boy. Let's vote.
I paid for mine, Your Honor.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck. 114 is SUP 23422. The applicant, Streets of New York, the owner, Village of Centennial Springs Partners, LLC, request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler on sale establishment in conjunction with a proposed restaurant and waiver to allow a distance separation of 372 feet from a child care facility where 400 feet is required on 7570 Norman Rockwell Lane. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Ms. Lazarevich.
Good afternoon again, Jennifer Lazarevich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. Before you today is an item for a pizza establishment who would like to sell beer, wine, and cooler in conjunction with the sale of their pizza. If you can look on the overhead, you'll see a copy of the menu. Make you guys hungry because I know you've been here for quite some time. Again, we had a neighborhood meeting. We met with a lot of positive comments. The neighbors wanted a restaurant in this area, understood the request for the beer, wine, and cooler request. We turned into staff, Nathan Goldberg, earlier this week, a copy of a revised floor plan. The only change on the floor plan was to specifically call out where the outdoor dining would be. We called that out in our justification letter, but worked it out with the developer at that time. So I'll make this, turn this into the record. It's dated October 2nd, 2007, but it only shows exactly where the outdoor dining is going to be. Everything else is exactly the same as we turned into staff prior to that.
Okay, would you be kind enough to put it on the overhead so at least we have a video record of it?
Sure.
Have a video record as well. Thank you.
And again, it's just this area right here that
Very
shows
good.
it's a controlled area for the outside dining, so we
Thank
can
you.
serve beer or wine out there.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any questions of Ms. Lazarevich? Folks, anyone like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lazarevich, did the Planning Commission see that outdoor dining area as well as the director?
Well, I sent it to Nathan, I emailed it to Nathan Goldberg last week. I did not show it at the time of the Planning Commission meeting because it had not been finalized on how they were going to incorporate the railing on the outside, which is what you have to do to comply with liquor requirements to make sure it's a controlled environment. So, no, they did not see it at the Planning Commission. And I have another copy for Ms. Weaver if she hasn't seen it either.
And Director, have you seen it? She's getting her homework out. And while she's digging that out, council members, in Your Honor, I drove through the village at Centennial Springs the other day, and it's really turning into quite a great little place. That main street, the shops on both sides, truly getting into the mixed use in one little block there, and it's a great theme.
Mayor and Councilman, it is in the file, and it is dated October 2nd, 2007, and we would add a condition that plan is part of the approval before you today.
And that's the condition? And through your honor, I would move to, on agenda item 114, move for approval, subject to conditions and as amended.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
You too, of course. 115 is SUP 23559, public hearing. The applicant owners George R. and Lori M. Cole, appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for special use permit for proposed horse corral or stable commercial situated on 1.2 acres at 5701 Mellow Avenue. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is George Cole. This is my wife, Lori. I'm George Cole. This is my wife, Lori, and we live on 5701 Mellow Avenue. When we were before the Planning Committee, we felt we came on the short end of a close vote, and there's a couple things that I think were misled. First of all, the neighbor to the east of us threw out a number 50 feet, being from the closest well, and said that was a problem. When we went back, I had made addendums to the drawings that we submitted, and as you can see, I did not go on his property, but right here is his well, and from the closest point of the corrals to the wells is 91 feet. He's another 5 to 10 feet on the other side of the wall, so we were almost double the 50 feet. We also called the Health District and the Water Planning Committee, and there is no rules on the docket. Last time we were here, they asked the open question, the staff, and nobody seemed to know. There is no open rules about that.
All right. Thank you, sir. Would you like to be heard, ma'am?
The only thing I would like to state is that I didn't go to my neighbors to petition, to see who was, opposed to it, who, was for us, having a horse boarding facility, since the whole neighborhood, that's on, there's houses over on Anno that's on the next street from us. They're boarding horses. Our neighbor right across the street, the Greens, they have apparently their own horses, but they do have a facility there that they do riding lessons with. I didn't feel that, that there would be any issues, being the type of neighborhood that it is, that we would have a problem boarding horses. From what I understand from other neighbors that have come to me and actually showed me where they voted in favor of us doing this, was petitioned by them due to the fact that they don't understand the commercial end of it, that they think that it's changing the whole zoning for the whole neighborhood. It's not changing it from RE. It's just changing it that I have to carry a commercial license. So from what I understand, that's what the confusion is here, and apparently why the neighbors are all opposed to it. I'm not for sure if anything changed from the last time. I know I've had several neighbors come and talk to me and actually supposedly faxed over, their approval for it. So that being said, I don't think there's anything else to say.
One last thing, when we did put in our applicant for the special use permit, we were actually going for 6 horses. And when they told us, well, you might as well, how many stalls do you have? And we told them we had 8. And they said, well, you might as well ask for 8 so you at least have it. And we also feel that may have also hurt the whole thing when we were only going for 6 in the first place.
All right. Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. or Mrs. Cole? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. Would you like to be heard? Please step up to the mic and give us your name, and if you live close by to the Coles, let us know where you live.
My name is Celine Green. I live at 5700 Mellow Avenue, and I do have one student. She's a special needs student who was approved to me and sent to me by the National Association Riding for the Handicap Association. I have one student. She rides once every 2 weeks, and usually her mother leaves her off and then picks her up after the lessons. Basically, what I'm concerned about is that once a variance is taken in, this block is 1 mile, 1/2 mile long. It is 1 block long. And most of us have lived there a long, long time. In the last 5 years, we've had a lot of new people come in, and they keep wanting to change things. if you allow one variance now, then there's going to be another variance wanted to come in. And how, once you start one, how are you going to stop the next one and the next one and the next one? And then you get several of these, and all of a sudden we are rezoned. Whether we want to be or not, it's just a matter of fact. We are looking to our future and not having someone come in and try to change something for their own needs. I have 2.5 acres and I have 3 horses. They have 1 acre, and their variance is for 8 horses. Just the manure pickup, the flies, the mosquitoes, and this, plus the traffic, because there is no area to ride except on the asphalt, or they're going to have to bring trailers in to haul the horses out. That means more traffic on our half-mile-long street. And that is my concerns, basically, for the future of the whole area. We have fought the development committee. When we came to planning committee, there was a letter that had been sent that had been signed by every member on that street who lives there and owns their property. It is for our future as much as the future of wherever you live. Things like this can happen, and someone has to stand up and fight for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Maureen Lynn. I live at 5501 Mellow. I live east of this property. My only concern, or one of my major concerns, is how many dumpsters does it take to facilitate the waste for 8 horses? Now, if it takes 3 dumpsters, where do the people park in order to get their horses out? Because they're going to have to trailer them in and trailer them out to ride. So how are they going to park with the dumpsters across there? Because it's going to take a lot of dumpsters for waste material, I would think. And with it being a half-mile long street, the only way they can come in and out, well, they can come in off of Jones, but they can't exit off of Jones unless they're going south. So they're going to have to go out onto Bradley, which means they're all going to go down past my house. How am I going to get out of my driveway if there's 8 horses and 8 trailers and 8 pickups hauling these horses back and forth? And that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Hutchison. I live at 5704 Anno Drive. I'm on the southeast corner of the Coles property, and it's nice to meet you. I haven't had the opportunity to do so. They've been good neighbors, even though I've never met them before. They've built beautiful structure, but I do question the quantity of animals that they care to put on their property. I also have an equivalent size property. I have 2 horses on my property. My well is on the back portion of my property, so it is probably a little bit closer than the gentleman immediately to the east of them. I'm concerned because we are all required at this point to rely upon our wells. What is the drawdown of our water table when we're looking at a commercial venture coming in to a single dwelling private well? I also am concerned about the disposal of the waste from the animals and the amount of flies and other vectors that would accompany that. While I certainly am very strongly in support of maintaining our area as an RE, rural estate area, that certainly promotes horses being a part of that property, and we have seen the roads get paved. We have seen the RE property be converted over into non-RE lands. I would just like us to take into account the size of the operation that is being put forth at this time. And I submitted a card. I'm not sure whether it got credited, but I have requested that you oppose this at this time as it is currently being submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Call me sir, I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
I didn't know you were talking to me, said sir. My name's Earl Perry. I live at 50 Mellow. And I've been out there for a long time. And these people, they had these horse corrals put up before they were moved into the house. And they got turned down by the planning commission. And 2 days later, their house is up for sale. That's horse property, equivalent for 8 horses. I don't know where I put this to see it, but I think this is in front of their house.
You can hand it up to us. If you give it to the clerk.
Thank you. I just think they're trying to railroad us in that big garage in the back. If you let them go commercial, it doesn't say commercial what. They could put any kind of a shop in the back there they wanted to. You know?
Okay.
And my concern is the rural area. I have over 2 acres of land. And I try to mind my own business. And I just don't see it where it's right. No horses. I mean, my ex-wife had horses. I got a corral in the back, an arena. And I love the horses still days. I wish the road wasn't paved anymore because it was more friendly, you know. Now we live on a 50-mile-an-hour paved road instead of a 30-mile-an-hour dirt road. I think it should be turned down.
Right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Can I address what they said?
Certainly. But I'll close the public hearing now and be happy to hear from you.
Okay, first of all, after we were denied, I did put my house up for sale. I did it on a 3-month short-term sale, only due to the fact that I was turned down. I'm in a position where I either have to board the horses or sell or lose my house, which, you know, I don't think is really anybody's business. I get the permit. You know, I go ahead and take my house off the market. That's not a problem. Again, as we stated in the beginning, I originally, if you look at the original letter for the pre-application, was for 6 horses. I was talked into doing 8 by the Planning and Development. I think it was Linda Hartman Maynard who actually talked me into doing 8. Might as well go for more, you know, in case you decide to put more later. You already have it. I'm happy with 6. If I'm allowed 6 for my property, I'm at 1.2 acres, almost an acre and a quarter. I thought from what I was told before, I'm allowed up to 6. So if that's not right, I mean, I guess someone can correct me.
All right, well, let's figure out, is that right or wrong?
She is allowed up to 8. The contention of whomever, you know, talked her into anything, I mean, it's not staff's task to do that. We do advise, though, for someone to apply for the maximum of whatever it is that they wish to have.
All right, so she's asking for 8, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, under the law, she's entitled to 8.
And that is what I'm looking at in their letter that we have dated July 30th.
Well, with all due respect, I'm a little confused. Why are they here?
She didn't understand. What would they be?
I'm sorry, they are allowed 8 with this application.
Oh, we can approve up to 8 horses?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. I understand now. Okay?
Now, as far as exiting off of Mellow onto Jones, you can exit making a left-hand turn onto Jones, or you can make a right. You do have to cross traffic. There is a cutout where you're allowed, because I go that way to work every morning, so I know it is there, or off Bradley. As far as the dumpster, there's garbage pickup, you know, twice a week. I mean, I'm sure that's with everybody. The dumpster that I have is I think the largest dumpster you can have. I don't see, whether it be 6 or 8 horses, I don't think I've ever seen anybody, even the Greens across the street with 3 horses, fill their dumpster, you know, picking up manure. So I don't see that to be a problem.
Well, certainly if there was, I would haul it out.
Well, and there's fly control. I mean, I've got goats behind me, horses across the street. I mean, there's horses all over the neighborhood. I don't see a problem with flies. As far as the commercial portion of the license to board the horses, you know, Miss Lynn, they have a gunsmith shop at the end of their street, so they're running a gunsmith shop that's a business. Mrs. Green across the street, whether she's making money or not, is still a business. You know, I don't understand why they have a problem with me. If it's just the issue, you know, because of the amount of horses, I'll reduce it to 6 horses.
Let me ask this question, if I may. How many, under the law as it presently exists, how many horses are they allowed, if any, without coming before us?
I think because it's a commercial venture, I think it's 2 per 18,000, isn't it, Margot?
I believe that the total is 3, but I'm
3
checking
per-
right now,
okay.
sir. I have the code in front of me, and I'll get you that answer in just a moment.
It's either 2 or 3 per
The issue
18,000.
is, they wish to do this for a fee,
I understand.
and that, but I will get the number for you for their...
Are they allowed any horses to do this as a fee without our permission?
No, I think they still require a special use permit. If they were their own horses, I think they're allowed
Okay.
2 or 3 per 18,000 square feet.
Oh, okay, fine. Now I understand what we're voting on. Very good.
Good, Mr. Mayor, can you explain to me?
Yes, because they're looking to make this into a commercial venture.
That's why they need the SUP.
They need the special use permit, and we can give them, I guess, up to 8 horses. They're allowed none without our permission to give them the special use permit if they're having a commercial venture.
So do they need to have a special use permit to own their own horses there?
No, they're allowed 3 of their own horses without a...
Because
3 on that
Is
property?
it 3 or 6? Because I was told
Oh, 6. All right, 6. They're allowed 6, but the point is, they're doing this for commercial purposes, and they have
the
to...
commercial nature may have an impact on the neighborhood. That's why we require an SUP to be.
And certainly, if we were to sell the home, and again, we're only doing it because we were turned down at the Planning Commission, if we were to sell it, the property's probably going to sell because it is horse property and because it has gorgeous stables in the back. So the horses are going to be there anyways.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we've heard from all the parties and those who are concerned. Councilman Ross.
Thank you. And Mr. Cole, Mrs. Cole, be mindful that if you want to sell your house, that's your business. It's not ours. It's not your neighbor's business. It's yours. And I want to point that out. In regards to you folks standing up here talking about flies, I live on horse property. I've got flies. I had horses. I've got my corrals. And you expect that out there. So that doesn't weigh a whole lot with me in regards to the fly issue. You buy out there in horse country, you expect to have horses, and you have goats behind your house too?
Yeah.
I want a goat. I'm working on that. But you expect that out there, and you folks know that. I've talked to you, all of you. Everyone understands that. I want to talk about the well issue for a minute. My one neighbor, and I don't think there is anything on the county books or at the health department or in regards to wells, because my one neighbor's got his well in the middle of his corral. He actually had to barricade it off so the horses would quit messing with it. So I don't know how that affects the wells. I do know my conversations with the Water Authority, and they're in the ranching business now because they bought a bunch of ranches up in northern Nevada. They want those animals out there, and they want those cattle and those sheep out there to keep that dirt broke up so that it aerates and they get that natural flow when it rains. I wanted to point that out. Mr. Perry, want to point something out to you as well. They're not allowed to put a big shop back there. This is not changing the zoning. This is RE, and it's going to stay RE. I actually commend the Coles for coming in here and doing this right, because there's a lot of people out there in the ranch lands that are boarding horses for money and don't have a license to do it. A lot of them. And I commend you for coming in and doing this and doing it the right way. And I think that was the entire intent. You certainly don't want to be a bad neighbor. You've got some great neighbors. Been to their homes, been to your home. I came over to your house to look at this because I wanted to see what it was all about. There's another overhead. Can you put the other overhead up? That's the one right there. We talked about, you guys were concerned about the trailers. You've got a ton of room in that backyard for trailers. I've got one neighbor who's got his trailers parked on my street, and he's still got a lot of room in the back. And now, granted, he's on 5 acres, and he's got a commercial horse boarding facility. You've got a lot of room back there. If I pull in with my trailer, hook up my horse, and drive out. Bradley Bridle Park's right down the street, and it's not being used enough. And I would encourage you, if you get tenants in there, should this get approved, that you encourage them to ride down to Bradley Bridle Park and use it. That's a great city facility. This is not a variance. Ma'am, this is not a variance of any kind. It's a use permit to allow commercial horse boarding only. You can't build a shop back there. You can't put a 7-Eleven there. You can't put a tattoo shop there. It's just not going to happen. Driving through your neighborhood, which I do quite frequently, you've got a heck of a lot more problems than this back there. A lot more problems on Mellow Street than just this. The dumpsters. I wanted to make a comment about the dumpsters. My neighbor's, he's got probably 50 horses, and he's only got 3 dumpsters in front of his house. Now, granted, he fills them up, but they get picked up twice a week, and the trash man leave a nice mess in the street that has to go get swept up. So there's only 3 dumpsters for 50-plus horses over there, and they do a good job keeping those stables clean. I expect you guys to do the same. It's a beautiful, you got beautiful barns back there, beautiful corral setup. You got a lot of room for turnaround. And I certainly don't want to upset your neighbors. They need to be good neighbors, and so do you, and that's it. That's the point here. I would like to, Your Honor, move to approve this with a 6-month with a 6-month review of condition to see how these folks are doing. And folks, you pay attention too, because I want to hear back from you. Yes, I got all your cards, I got all your letters and emails, I got them all, and I want you to know that. That's what made me drive over to visit, because I wanted to look at the neighborhood. That's some great horse land. It's tough for me as a city councilman in Ward 6 to keep that balance of, fast-moving urbanization and then keep the ranch lands as sacred as we try to do it. And here's an opportunity to do just that. So please be mindful of that. We're not rezoning this property. It's not a variance. It's a use permit to do one thing, board 8 horses, and that's it. You can't do anything else with it. And that's my motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please.
If I may to clarify, the 6-month review, is that admin or at a public hearing of the council? How do you wish to?
Admin, administratively, Director, if we can do that, and as amended, Your Honor, is my motion.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, folks.
Thank you very much.
116 and 117. 116 is SUP 24204. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Valley Water District. Request for special use permit for a restaurant with service bar at 317 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends approval. 117 is SUP 24483. Same applicant owner. Request for special use permit for a banquet facility with alcoholic beverage sales at 325 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. And from this morning, item 55, discussion and possible action regarding a new restaurant service bar license and banquet facility license, subject to the Health Department regulations for WPC Holding, LLC, doing business as Wolfgang Puck Catering, 333 South Valley View Boulevard. These are in Ward 1, and as they're all public hearings, which I now declare open. Ladies.
Doa Mead with the Las Vegas Valley Water District. We are the property owner and the applicant for the special use permit. We fully agree with the staff's recommendations and the Planning Commission's approval, and we request that you do the same.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Teresa Grapata, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. On behalf of Wolfgang Puck Catering and Events, we also recommend approval.
All right, are there any questions of either of the young ladies? Folks, the public hearing, would you like to be heard? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Is Mr. Tim McGarry back there? This is where you would come up and speak, except, Mr. Mayor, please don't yell at him.
I'm very angry at Mr.
No, don't, please. You've ruined it for me, Mr. Mayor.
I'm still angry at you.
Mayor, Council, Tim McGarry, 200 Canyon Drive. Our house backs up to the Las Vegas Valley Water District. As you recall, I appeared at the original hearing and had some objections relative to hours of operation. It was a tavern license. I've had 3 or 4 great meetings with the Water District, Francis Milan's office. They've been professional, courteous. We worked through a lot of the issues, and I think they were worked out relative to the revised application. And there's about 4 of us who really were in opposition to this application in the first place. We worked through those problems with the Water District. It's going to be a great project, and the periodic interruption of peace and quiet with respect to these periodic events that they have are not going to really impose any burdens on us as neighbors. So I just want to come with that, and Ms. Tarkanian asked me to appear and withdraw any opposition we have, and we're in full support of the application.
Well, your reputation precedes you, Mr. McGarry. You've been known to tip a few, have you not?
Once in a while.
And now all you have to do is hop over the fence if we approve this.
That's all I have to do. I think I got a free pass.
I think you probably will get a freebie at least the first time.
And thank you to the Water District. They've been great to work with so far.
Well, it's a very exciting project. All right, thank you. Councilwoman.
I think what Mr. McGarry is representing is a large group of individuals who had some concern at the beginning, and we started having our meetings, and their opinions changed on what was happening, and that's why I thought it would be good for him to be here, because he was one of the strongest against the situation at the time. This item is a result of the text amendment done to our civic land use code. Our amendment recognizes less intense liquor usage on civic land. The only use available on civic land before the text amendment was for a liquor-intensive tavern use, and this lets the Springs Preserve go to a less intense use, which is a restaurant bar, which I think is much more amenable to the residents around there, and it will help us, I believe, in future situations as we grow more. I want to thank the Springs Preserve and as well as all the residents that attended several meetings and our city staff who worked very hard to resolve this issue and work out the text amendment. We were a little shocked when we found out the only use they could have and they had available to them was tavern. So that's right, it was a little shocking on the civic land, but it turned out well, and everybody was wonderful in working together to resolve this issue. The hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. We had many people call, the majority of whom were in favor of this. We had some call, and I tried to call all of them back. The ones with whom I spoke that had concerns after I explained the situation, they understood why we had to move in this direction. 2 of them I could not reach, but I think we have a solid group of individuals behind what's happening here. We sort of have to give up a little sometimes to get something magnificent, and the Springs Preserve is something very magnificent for the neighborhood. I move to approve.
All right, that's on item 116. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 117, please.
Move to approve.
Let's vote. Post, please.
In item 55,
Motion carries. And 55, please.
move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, ladies.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 118 is SDR 23483. The applicant is Green Street Properties LLC. The owner is Olympia Group LLC. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 110,773 square foot commercial center on 11.21 acres at the intersection of Oso Blanca Road and Severance Lane in Ward 6. Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilman.
Good afternoon.
Brian Pasota, 2727 South Rainbow. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'll make this short and sweet. This is just a slight amendment to the previously approved SDR. The reason for this revisited SDR, they acquired an acre from NDOT, decided to utilize it and redesign the site. So it's before you. It's before you today. We concur with staff's recommendations, and I ask for your approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Folks, the public hearing, would you like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move to approve agenda item 118, subject to staff conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And now, 119. 119 is SDR 23606. Public hearing. The applicant owner is WMCV Roman numeral 2 Associates LLC. Request for a site development plan review for proposed 2,495,191. Let me do this. It's a long one. 2,495,091 square foot commercial center with a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan, built to line standard to allow a 206-foot front setback and the expansion of an approved parking garage on 19.18 acres adjacent to the southwest corner of Grand Central Parkway and Discovery Drive, and a 2,306 space temporary parking lot on 18.11 acres adjacent to the northwest corner of Grand Central Parkway and Discovery Drive. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Robert Holgate, 495 South Grand Central Parkway, on behalf of the applicant. We're proud to announce our largest site development review release at this point. We're actually 400,000 square feet larger than our last phase of Phase 3. With the continued success of the project, we anticipate to continue our progress.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? All right, folks, the public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow.
Yes. This development is continuing to grow and grow and grow and grow, and I'm loving it by the minute. Great things are happening down in that area, in the Union Park area, and we're glad to have this project being one of the main leaders. And for that, I would like to move for approval subject to all staff conditions, and I believe that Public Works has some additional comments that they would like to place on the record as well. Bart?
Yes, sir, thank you. We recommend that condition number 24 be modified to read as follows. The developer shall be responsible for construction of the final pavement wearing surface on Discovery Drive from Grand Central Parkway to the I-15 underpass prior to occupancy of Phase 5, unless deferment of these required off-site improvements is allowed by the city engineer. Coordinate with the city engineer's office to determine design details.
Okay, so...
If I may, Mayor,
Yes.
the reason for this is there's been a significant amount of infrastructure going in the area with the improvements of Grand Central, with the BRT, as well as the Union Park infrastructure coming online, and additional infrastructure needed to be adequate for this future phasing and structures activity going on. So we will work with the engineer directly on the timing of that, so we collectively work together and put this improvements in at the right appropriate time.
So you agree to the conditions?
Sorry, pardon?
So you agree with the conditions?
Yes.
Okay, so with those conditions, I will move for approval.
All right, thank you. Let's vote.
As amended.
As amended.
Okay, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck and thank you for your patience. Okay, folks. We have item 58. It looks like public is trickling in. Want a 5-minute break? All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. Take a 5-minute break. No, no. Better not.
There's cake in the back.
We're taking a 5-minute break, please.
Jerks. Brad?
Hey, how did that item go that Hoffman was on, building his building downtown? The what? Brad Hoffman, the attorney, was building a building downtown? He
I don't know.
wanted his own variance?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Councilman Ross, the item that Brad Hoffman was on, building a building, the attorney, building a building downtown, was that heard yet? Except for our item.
Those are my other 2 copies.
We're the only thing left?
I have one, Reverend. The other's on his way. Whenever you want to start, we can start with one.
Gotcha.
I borrowed this one back from you. We're going to use it. This is.
Oh, okay.
Brent, I'm going to pass these up. You stay.
As he said, it's the goose gander argument.
Yep.
You won't find me objecting to a single piece of paper.
Me neither. Okay, ma'am. I got two more. Okay. I thought maybe you wanted to mark them.
Oh.
16? I don't have any copies of this.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing patience with us. We're going to reconvene item 58, which is the matter concerning the wedding chapel, a Las Vegas Garden of Love. I've requested that two witnesses appear to be asked certain questions by myself and the council and counsel for the parties. In order to do that, I would like to have the exhibit, which is number 15, handed to me. This is a composite exhibit of various wedding state of Nevada marriage certificates, and has the marshal or the sheriff been able to arrange that one or more of the pastors are here?
Reverend Diaz is present in the chambers at this time. Reverend Williams is in transit right now. Should be here within a few minutes.
All right. Do you have the I do have the documentation. All right. I'd like to have Reverend Diaz come forward, please. Reverend Diaz?
Yes.
Please come forward. Are you Reverend Jesus Diaz?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Diaz, or Reverend Diaz, there has been testimony in this particular proceeding which apparently is contested.
and there's an issue as to whether or not certain representations that have been made before this council are true. And you're involved as the pastor in at least two of the representations that were made. I have to advise you that if in fact certain facts turn out in a certain way, you could very well be implicated in some type of criminal action. And therefore, I'm going to give you your rights. You need not testify without having an attorney present. Anything that you may say may be used against you. So with that in mind, it's going to be your decision as to whether or not you'll testify, whether you want counsel, or whether you want to assert the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination.
I think I'll want counsel.
All right, do you have a lawyer?
No.
Do you know a lawyer that you could call?
No.
Well, we're not going to provide you with a lawyer, but I think you're entitled to adequate time,
How you doing, buddy?
if we need your testimony, to have legal counsel. Maybe, based on this record, maybe Mr. Stein, you could represent him too.
Why not?
You represent everybody else. Okay. All right, then I'm going to give you time to get a lawyer, and I'll take certain action as a result of that. So stick around for a moment, and you'll be advised as to when you have to be back here with counsel.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Is Reverend Philip Williams here?
He's on his way, I understand.
Reverend Williams, please come up. I don't know whether you're here for my representations to Pastor Diaz, but I think it's imperative that I give you the same background. There's been certain testimony here given today under oath, which would suggest certain activities taking place, and you're right in the middle of it, based on the fact that your name is on the various marriage certificates which are in question here. And I'm going to ask you questions which could very well, if you answer them in certain ways, tend to incriminate you. So I'm going to give you the same admonition that I gave to Pastor Diaz. I'm going to advise you that you have a right to an attorney before you answer any of our questions, and anything that you say may tend to incriminate you. So based on that, do you want to go forward, or do you want to get an attorney, or do you want to assert the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination?
I need to get an attorney.
All right, so we have two pastors who need lawyers. This is great. I'm going to give you time to get a lawyer, and I'd be happy to advise the lawyer as to what the issue is. I will tell both you and Pastor Diaz, if you would come forward too, as to what the issue is going to be, so you'll be able to tell the lawyer why you're going to hire them. There has been certain testimony given today under oath that marriages were performed at a Las Vegas Garden of Love on the date of April the 7th, and the marriage certificates, which were signed, some by Reverend Diaz and some by Pastor Williams, would reflect that a witness to the actual wedding was Cheryl Llewell, who testified under oath that she was not present on those occasions, and therefore whoever indicated that she was in fact making a misrepresentation. There was further testimony under oath that you had these documents filed with the clerk of court, and that she had advised one or more of you that she felt that the information on the documents was incorrect, and that she asked that those documents be amended to reflect the correct information. I think I have stated that fairly, have I not?
I think so.
Okay. So based on that, I think you need lawyers, and I'm going to continue this hearing in toto over to, let me have everybody's indulgence for a moment, please. Councilman Wilson, you can't be here on Monday.
Correct. No, unless I'm going to Washington. I don't have to.
All right, well, maybe you don't have to go to Washington. Councilman Ross, are you available on Monday?
Well, I'll have to change our schedule.
Monday afternoon.
Monday afternoon? You going to be able to make it?
Absolutely, yeah, I'll change it.
Larry, will you be able to make Monday afternoon? Okay, Lois, will you be able to be here Monday afternoon? Ricky, will you be able to be here Monday afternoon? I'm going to adjourn this, or recess this matter. Mr. Jervik, will you be available Monday afternoon?
I will, Your Honor.
Mr. Stein, are you available Monday afternoon?
I have an appointment to have a MRI on my lungs at 3 o'clock.
Well, we'll start this at 1 o'clock,
1 o'clock.
and we should be through by 3 o'clock.
Late morning then?
Councilman Ross can't do it. He can't be here till 1, so we'll do it at 1, and maybe you can push your appointment over a little bit later.
I doubt that, but
Well, we'll do what we have to. If you have to go to your doctor, then we'll have another recess. That's simple. I'm not going
Thank you.
to cause you to be put in a dangerous situation with your health. I am going to admonish both pastors not to have any communication with any of the parties here too, including our city attorney's office, including Mr. Stein, including the Llewells. I do not want any conversation about your testimony. I don't want you talking to each other. I trust that, being men of the cloth, you will adhere to that admonition. And we're going to start with a fresh approach to this on Monday afternoon at 1 o'clock.
If I could advise the council, I just need to be out of candor to the tribunal, let you know that Mr. Stein and I did meet with Reverend Diaz before he came up to the podium. We showed him the exhibit. We asked him questions relevant to that exhibit. That's all I'll state on the record. But since you admonished us at this point to have no more communication, we won't. But we did speak with him prior.
And I appreciate that, but we're going from this point forward. So,
Mayor, for their benefit as well as yours, I have paperwork, exhibits showing the flights of Ms. Llewell to Houston and the hotel in Houston on the date in question.
well, I would
You should know that.
I would like that very much to be made part of the record. At this time, I would like to see those documents. I think it's wise at this
Now,
point.
time to make copies.
What we're going to do is we're going to make copies of the marriage certificates as well as the airplane records. We're going to give those to the pastors so they could share those with their lawyers. They won't have to ask for further time on Monday. They'll know what the issues are. If any of the attorneys need any questions answered, have them call me. I'll be here both tomorrow and Friday, and I'll be happy to answer any of their questions, and then I will make a record of those conversations when we get back here on Monday. That's tough. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'll ask Mr. Henry for a legal opinion. Mr. Henry, if the pastors are unable to afford a lawyer, are we in a position where we have to appoint one? I do want their testimony.
Well, we could not force a lawyer on them. I guess you could appropriate monies for it, but I think...
Into the mic, please. Into the mic, please. Into the mic, please. Well, do we have a system, Mr. Henry, in our municipal court where there are public defenders who represent indigent misdemeanors or alleged misdemeanors?
We do have a system with public lawyers, but the authority to appoint is based on allegations or charges brought in the municipal court, so that would not apply to this.
Well, I think we could ask a favor if either of these men need a lawyer to have one of those attorneys volunteer their services. At least I could ask the Muni Court for that. Are you gentlemen in a position where you're able to afford a lawyer? Pastor Diaz?
No.
All right. Pastor Williams?
I'm not sure if my attorney will be ready by Monday or if I can get a hold of him.
Well, who was your attorney?
Family, Mr. Cook.
Frank Cook?
He is with Woodbury.
Okay. Well, tell him this is of great import to the city, please, and to do whatever he can to be here. I will listen to anything that's reasonable. We realize this is being done on a moment's notice. I'm going to ask Mr. Henry, if you would, to contact Mr. Carmody or the Chief Judge, Judge Gregory, and see whether we could borrow a public defender and get the name of that public defender and then provide that public defender to Pastor Diaz. Do we have... if you'd be kind enough, when we conclude, to see Mr. Henry, and I know I'm imposing upon you, but I don't know anything else to do other than that.
That's fine.
And provide Mr. Henry with your phone number so he could have an attorney contact you. Reverend Diaz?
Okay.
All right, good. Would you do that for me, Mr. Henry?
Absolutely, Mayor.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask for a copy of the marriage licenses on that date and of the airline?
Yes, we're going to ask the clerk to make copies, and copies will be given to both pastors. They'll be given to Mr. Jervik, they'll be given to Mrs. Llewell, to you, Mr. Stein, and the originals will be filed with the clerk, so we'll have them when we resume on Monday.
Thank you.
Okay, so the council meeting, as far as that part of it, is recessed until Monday at 1 o'clock.
Right.
And everybody...
For the record, Your Honor, the license for this business was not reviewed, and as of October 1st, they did not have one. We've indicated to Mr. Stein that no enforcement action would be taken pending this hearing today. We'll continue to honor that until following the hearing on Monday.
I think that's appropriate. That's appropriate. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for making yourselves available. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, we're now to citizens' participation. You're
Mr. Mayor?
excused. Yes.
Before we get to citizens' participation, since we've discussed marriage and licensing so much, I just thought we should congratulate Attorney Steve Stein on his recent marriage. So.
Thank you. I have to follow in the footsteps of Councilman Barlow.
And you know those are big shoes to step in, right?
Very big.
Okay.
I still have witnesses.
I'm sure you do, but I
You
want...
want citizens' participation first?
Well, we're recessed until
the
1
whole
o'clock
meeting.
on Monday,
Ah.
as far as the hearing is concerned.
Okay.
And then, of course, you were able to call the witnesses that you'd like to call. But I want to resolve this matter with the ministers, because to me, it could be dispositive.
Hey, Mr. Jervik, can I approach for a minute?
120, what do we do there? Oh, Madam Clerk, item 120, please set the date on any appeals filed or required public hearings from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Let me turn this off. Folks, time for citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up to the mic. We'll put the 2-minute timer on. Does everybody understand that a Garden of Love matter has been put off for the rest of today, and we will resume it on Monday at 1 o'clock? You're welcome to stay. I'm not asking for people to leave, but we will resume the Garden of Love matter at 1 o'clock on Monday. There will be no further testimony, nor argument, nor any addressing that issue until Monday at 1 o'clock. Yes. Certainly. You have to come up to the mic, ma'am. Ms. Barnes, if you let this lady please come up to the mic. And
This young lady flew in.
well, you have to identify your name.
My name is Rebecca Wilson.
Okay, and you have to give it...
I'm Joan Bojorquez with Vegas Adventure Wedding Chapel, and
Yes.
I just know that she was flown in for this particular hearing, and they're not going to be able to be here on Monday.
And may I ask who flew you in?
A bunch of the wedding chapels here in Vegas got together and put some funds together to get us here.
Okay, how many are in your like position?
I believe it's just her and her husband.
My
who
husband
are
and
here.
I.
All right, this is what we'll do
Major issue.
to accommodate you. Where's your husband? Sir, would you please identify yourself for the record?
Douglas Wilson.
Okay, you are now being videotaped as part of these proceedings, and the council has the opportunity to look at you, so we know who will be making certain statements. I'm going to swear you under oath, or have the clerk swear you under oath at this time. What we'll do is you will give the clerk your telephone number, and when a party wants to call you, whoever that may be, we will then get you on the phone telephonically. And Mr. Stein? It's all right. I'm just saying, I don't think Mr. Jervik was calling them as his witness. But if you're calling them as your witness, well, then I'm not going to hear them.
That would be my request.
Your Honor?
Yes.
If I could, I met with the individuals who are at the podium right now. Forgive me, I don't recall your names, but I read the article in the newspaper. I informed them that it is my opinion
that my burden before this council is to demonstrate the evidence that Mr. DeFiore relied on in making his decision to not renew the license of the Garden of Love. It's also my understanding, based on conversation with Mr. DeFiore, he was not aware of their situation at the time he denied the renewal of the license for the Garden of Love. Therefore, I was not planning on using their testimony because I thought it probably inappropriate given the fact that not even Mr. DeFiore relied on it. I would consider using their testimony in rebuttal if necessary to talk about their experience, but then again, they were not paid for by the city to be here or subpoenaed by the city to be here. With those facts, I submit it to you.
I don't think so. We'll see. I'm going to put it up a year. I'm going to play it by ear. I'll talk to you about it, but right now I don't have any intention to. I'm not in a hearing like this. All right. Mr. Chobik, I'm going to ask that you get the telephone number of these folks, and if you want to use their testimony, they're going to be sworn in right now. They will be under oath for purposes of answering your questions and responding in cross-examination should Mr. Stein want to ask him questions, or if the council does. And we can do it, I know that's an inconvenience, but I'm not going to inconvenience you further and have you fly back and forth from wherever you came. We'll just set it up telephonically. Okay. All right, thank you very much. And you'll give Mr. Jervik your number, please. Yes. I can't help it. You got to do what you have to do. Thank you. Huh? All right, yes, Ms. Bridges, in, please. All right, thank you, folks. Where are you from?
Connecticut.
Oh, man, you came all the way out?
Yeah.
All right, well, just remember this, okay?
Yes.
While you're here,
Yes.
what happens here stays here.
Okay.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor.
For the record, I object to this procedure.
Fine. That's fine.
Mr. Jervik and I discussed that.
You have to speak in the mic, Mr. Stein.
Mr. Jervik and I discussed this with these people. I was informed they would not be called. I do not have my paperwork. I am not properly prepared to cross-examine them.
I appreciate
and
that.
therefore, I object to this
And your
procedure.
record is your comments are noted for the record, but the bottom line is Mr. Jervik says he's going to use them as rebuttal witnesses, and I don't think he has to give you anything until he uses them.
Possibly use them. But I avoided any mention of this incident, and I was going to continue to avoid it.
I'll give you the opportunity to go on redirect on your case if Mr. Jervik brings up something that you feel you should respond to.
Mayor, if I may just say something, they are prepared for us because I was just outside.
That's okay.
And I saw a bunch of my pictures
No problem.
laid out.
No
so
problem.
they knew we were coming.
No
so
problem.
They brought their own proof.
No sweat. No sweat. Have a good trip home.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have issues that they want us to
Mr.
clear
Mayor,
up before we start citizens' participation? Yes, Mr.
do we have a record of their names individually, so the record
I
to
thought
show
we
who
did.
was sworn?
All right, please state your names again.
My name is Rebecca Wilson.
Okay?
Douglas Wilson.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you, folks.
And I don't want to over-lawyer this, but we're on citizen participation. We
Yes.
just recessed item 58 until a time certain, which is what this testimony is relevant to.
Right.
In order to comply with open meeting, I think we need to reopen item 58, get back on the record and put it on. I also have a solution. I don't know if it's a perfect one, but given the choice of taking testimony now out of context, when I have neither interviewed these witnesses nor has Mr.
Not
Stein,
interested in it. I'm not interested in that.
the compromise or?
Nope. I want to hear from the pastors. We'll do it on the phone if they want to call them.
No, I think Mr. Jervik is indicating we recessed, so what we just experienced is not on the public record from our hearing.
No, well, I'll correct that real fast.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to recall item 58 and make a record as to what had just transpired, and counsel correct me if it's not accurate, that we had these two folks, I believe, your names again?
Rebecca and Douglas Wilson.
Rebecca and Douglas Wilson, who were placed under oath by Ms. Bridges. They were advised that they will be in contact with the lawyers, that if the lawyers want to call them, they will be able to be contacted and testify telephonically, recognizing that they are under oath. Mr. Jervik indicated that he was not going to call them on his direct case or his case in chief, but might use them on rebuttal. Mr. Stein indicated he did not want their testimony. He said, though, as far as cross-examination is concerned, he hasn't seen documentation necessary to prepare for a meaningful cross-examination and objects. and the record should reflect all of that, and that's where we are. Yep.
Mayor,
Yes?
out of an abundance of caution, now that you've reopened, can we have them sworn in the reopened proceeding, please?
That's fine, they don't mind. We need to vote on the reopening. Okay, let's have all those in favor of the reopening, please push the yes button. Against? No, folks. No, the council. The council. It's all right. It's been a long day for all of us. Okay. All right, pose, please. All right, it's reopened. Ms. Bridges, would you be kind enough to swear in the witnesses again? All right, thank you, folks, and thank you, Ms. Bridges. All right, I think we'll close the hearing then, once again, on item 58, and we're into citizens' participation. All right, citizens' participation. 3-minute timer, please. 3.
Good afternoon. I'm here once again, as you can
You have
remember.
to state your name, please.
Oh, Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. In previous meetings, I have offered some assistance to these people that's out on me, victimizing me, whether they out for money, to pawn me and my children, capital gain or whatever. I've offered them a signature on a promissory note. A contract was known as a promissory note. Some of these Masons maybe and Elk secret orders know about the promissory note. And that's to help protect me, and it's to get these people out of trouble and get them some assistance without them victimizing me continually with this situation from the military base. They haven't allowed me out there. I'm yet in distress every time the doors open here. I come before you because it's not going to be just my problem later on. If they don't pay now, believe me, it's going to cost them a lot more later. And this is not just to protect me, it's to protect these people that's in trouble, that's getting in trouble in this city since I've been here coming before this council. Now, if they don't want to sign the promissory note, they're not obligated to. I would sign one if I could get on notice and see what's going on here. I don't understand why they got my name in there with these crazy people that's out on me. Maybe they're getting insulted and when I mention this kind of thing about them. But to me, they showing me that they don't have good sense when I have to continually endure this type of situation, and I'm not the one causing it. Now, I've asked them to remove my name off of that program. Some people refer to it as a stipend program. Some people say it's a degenerate program, where it's causing me a lot, some of everything you can name, and I did not give anyone in this city, in this country, permission to claim me as a part of the organization on such a program. It's created a problem for me. Not only health problems, family problems, other relations with other people. And I say it's got to be a line drawn on this. Law enforcement, I know they'll be glad to see me leave this city. But they should be glad to see the ones that's creating this problem leave this city, because I'm not the one. And I really wish, if they can't allow me out on Nellis Air Force Base to look in on which one's crazy and hiding behind me, I don't want to be marked off as crazy off this stuff they're doing. And that's happened to me in the past, in my hometown. I was marked off as crazy off stuff my ex-husband and his sister and other people were allowed on Barksdale Air Base to do. They used my social security number, my distress signal, and I got to blame, and I didn't give them permission. That's what I'm trying to prevent. I'm trying to prevent people being allowed out on Nellis Air Force Base using my name to do something stupid and hiding behind me and mental health get out on me off something they're doing. You see what I'm saying? I don't like to be marked off as crazy off something someone is using my name to do and I'm getting the blame because the people at the top only looking in the computer, they don't know who's doing it, but they see my name. They're using me without my permission. That is slander. And I know a lot of people say, well, we just don't want her over us. We lying on her to keep her from getting over us. I want those people to be at ease. I do not care to be over them. I'm trying to go completely separate at my own expense. And if I have to live in Europe, Japan, Africa, I don't care. It's too much for me here. Thank you.
Please.
Hello, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins, and currently I do a lot of work with the homeless and preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ. And one thing I did recently was spoke with a bail bondsman person as well as some various citizens in the community. And what I'm finding is that not only are Las Vegas officials breaking their own laws, but then they're slamming people for little minor offenses. Now, this is one example. There was a rosary in the rearview mirror of a Spanish man that was driving, and he got $209 fine for obstruction of view for having this rosary hanging in his car. But yet the Las Vegas officials and city people are held innocent, even though they promote sin, which is really against the law. If you look at NRS 201, about good morals and public decency. So it's kind of a big hypocrisy. I don't understand how you guys can get away with sin and then slam people for what you think is sin in your eyes. Not that I'm a Catholic. I believe that you shouldn't pray to Mary and that kind of thing, but it's a hypocritical thing. So what can be done about the hypocrisy? That's my question. If you're going to slam people for little things like this, it's not right. So I'm hoping that something could be done about that. I spoke with another man too. He said that the police were very rude and disrespectful to him. And once he got in jail, once you're in jail, they treat you like a criminal, even though you're not really necessarily a murderer or anything like that. And that definitely is a change as well. And there's many, of course, that are put in jail for traffic fines. I talked to the bail bond, and he said 40% is traffic. And in the city, they charge a lot more bail because they count your priors some way, whereas in county, they don't do that. They don't look at your priors so much. So sometimes you get $50,000 bail set for a BDV, $25,000 for a DUI, and that's kind of astronomical, city bail. And I don't understand how that can happen. It's not fair, right? Because county doesn't work that way. There's a standard, I guess. So I'm hoping that more people will be released from jail for a lot of these minor offenses and things that aren't so serious. Yet, in the city, I guess they consider it serious when it's not really a big deal, like a trespassing charge or something like that. Do you have anything to say?
Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. Something of some levity. I became a movie star last night at the Fremont Street Experience, of course. If you go there, you'll find a rather extensive interview, and there's a dance off, and I do a song and a dance routine in the middle of Casino Center. It also has details concerning the 28th Amendment, which I call the Spirit of 76th Amendment, and also somewhat of a foretelling or foreboding of my political ambitions. I have two nightmares concerning Las Vegas, just two. One, that every other person will be a security guard, and the other, that will continue to be the male binding capital of the United States. But on a serious note, when I was writing America's Funniest City, I wanted to do nothing but good news, ha-ha stuff, but I came to the point where I thought we should have the idiot security guard of the week. The idiot security guard of the week, in my case, was Binions, who fabricated and lied and 86'd me, which they have the right to do. One of the reasons I came to Las Vegas, it is the most churched community in the United States. I found out it was the wedding chapels that make the difference. Well, these casinos are banks, and there are human resource errors, but I think it's incredibly wrong, again, back to Binions, that I never get to tell my side of the story, which happened to be the truth. On the issue of the taxi cab authority, I think we should go back to a Manhattan system where they can pick up anywhere they want. They trust me. They know I'm not a snitch. They're doing it right now. We really can't afford enough taxi police to enforce it. I think it would be much better for our guests if they could get taxis wherever they want. Every night on Fremont Street, they're whistling, they're waving. They don't have a clue that they only pick up at major stands. I wanted to congratulate Metro on the apprehension of the child molester. I understand they had a press conference. I didn't get to see it, but again, congratulations. Great work. And let's see, I think I'm nearing the end. Oh, I wanted to mention that October is great in Las Vegas. I've been here 6 years. We are having resurrections of bargains like I've never seen, especially food and beverage. And there are actually, from time to time, affairs where you can get free food and beverage without even gambling. Now, how about that? Thanks so much, and have a great evening right here in downtown Las Vegas.
Right. Anybody else like to be heard?
As a citizen, I would like to.
You certainly have that right.
In light of Councilwoman...
You have to identify yourself for the record.
My name is Steve Stein. I'm an attorney here in town.
In light of Councilwoman Tarkanian's congratulations, I would like to introduce you, some of you have already met her, to my bride, Anna. She is now here, and I'd like you all to meet her.
Come say hi.
She's shy. And this is the one, Mayor Goodman, that you keep on saying, why are you still with him?
I understand that, and after your husband's performance today, I really need an answer to that question.
I haven't answered you in 7 years.
I know, and you better not start now until you see the rerun, okay?
Okay.
And then you'll leave him so fast you won't know it hits you.
And congratulations.
Congratulations.
He's a newlywed also.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you.
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Okay.
best wishes.
Excellent, thank you. Anybody else like to be heard to citizens' participation? Mr.
I
Jervik?
just want to inform you, Your Honor, not a citizen participation, but the witnesses that we were told not to talk to, I had to let them know to come back on Monday. They're still under subpoena, and I can't talk to them other than that.
Thank you.
That's for the record.
Very good. Okay, anybody else? All right, the meeting's adjourned, thank you. Oh, no, the meeting's in recess until 1 o'clock on Monday. Thank you.